Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Song of a Northern Sorcerer Consequences 2. Part 3 inches go with them, Jaime. What? He had asked. Why? Because the sorcerer is using this as a play for power, his sister hissed, even in anger still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Pycelle was loyal to our family. And Trant had his uses to us. In one move, he's eroded some of our house's power, and now he's seeking to supplant us. Jaime shook his head, politics being his brother's strong point and not his own. I doubt that, Cersei. If so, then why has he stayed in the north all these years? Because he was biding his time. Cersei hissed, casting a glance around for any prying ears. What better place to hide than under the watchful eye of the wolves? Robert won't do anything about the man and the threat he possesses because he takes Stark's word as law. But I know better. He's playing the game, and I won't let him wander around my city unwatched. Go with him and keep an eye on him at all times. Jaime wanted to deny the request. Marching around Flea Bottom and hunting down foreign slavers wasn't his idea of a pleasant night. But it was hopeless. He could never deny his sister anything. The things I do for love, he said, taking her hand and pressing his lips to her porcelain skin. There's one more thing, Cersei said, now smiling. This girl, the one who is said to resemble Myrcella. If she truly exists, and if she's still alive amongst those slavers, kill her. I won't stand for a peasant girl, a slave whore child at that, being passed off as Myrcella. Her very existence is an insult to us and our family. And a Lannister always repays those who insult them. And now, here he was, following the sorcerer through the dimly lit streets of Flea Bottom with shit, piss and the gods only knew what else splashing against his boots. The consolation, it wasn't much of one, was that he wasn't the only one going through this. The frilled Rose and Renley's Squire, Loras Tyrell had come as well on Renley's recommendation, though by the look on his face he was enjoying this about as much as Jaime was, perhaps less so. Even the half-dozen or so northerners who were accompanying them did not look pleased with what they were walking into and through. The two who seemed completely at ease were the sorcerer and Stannis' own lackey, Davos Seaworth. The latter was understandable, as the former smuggler was said to have been raised in this shithole. The sorcerer though, well, Jaime was never one to wish to go without eyes, but in this instance, he could see the advantages of not being able to see the shit one was walking through. Though it would be nice if the two weren't talking like a couple of fishwives out for an evening stroll. And young Shireen, has she been keeping up on the exercises that I gave her before I left Dragonstone? Aye, she has at that. Damn near made Lady Baratheon's heart give out when she went into the little lady's room one morning and found her floating in the air above her bed. She's here in King's Landing as well. No doubt hoppin' that y'all be talkin' her back north with y'all when y'all work here is done. And I do believe Lord Stannis will give his consent now. The fact that Stannis' daughter had the same magic as the sorcerer had caused no shortage of tongue-wagging ever since the news came to the court. Cersei had been, well, livid. The fact that Stannis' child had this gift when their children apparently did not was a fact that had not sat well with his beautiful twin. She'd even begun musing about the idea of summoning the sorcerer to the court to train the royal children. In part because their children were certainly not inferior in any way in comparison to Stannis' child. But to also keep a better eye on the sorcerer. Her powers are progressing well then, the sorcerer hummed. I wasn't expecting her to actually have reached the level to be able to perform a floating meditation, but if she has progressed to this point then, oh, well, here we are. Looking around, Jaime was certain the sorcerer was losing his mind as he'd pulled them to a stop just before they could enter a small square in Flea Bottom. Whatever it was the sorcerer saw, or thought he saw, Jaime couldn't see it. All he could see was a square filled with shit and piss and a few ragged small folk milling around despite the sun having set some time ago. In short, it was just like every other square they'd come across since descending from the Red Keep. How can you be certain, Lord Sorcerer? Renley's green boy squire asked, his hand gripping the hilt of his longsword tightly and his voice shaking. Gods, the things he did for love. There are 2 guards keeping watch from the windows on the second level of the Let's call it a house on the far side of the square from us, the sorcerer stated, making Jaime immediately look up to the windows in question to try and see whatever the hell it was the sorcerer was seeing. Then there are also the two men guarding the streets. One by the entrance and the other stumbling around the square. Squinting in the light, Jaime finally spotted the two men in the windows and the two that were supposedly on guard on the street. Though how in the hells the sorcerer could tell that without eyesight was beyond him. How can you tell, Lord Sorcerer? Loras again asked, getting far too close to Jaime for his liking. He swore he could still smell Renley on him. And it was not a pleasant smell. They're not carrying weapons, and they could just be out for a walk. Ya don't walk around Flea Bottom for fun after the sun sets, my lord, Davos responded before the sorcerer could. And look at the one walkin' around. He's following the same path each pass. And he keeps his right hand near his waist. If I was a bettin' man, he has a dagger tucked in his pants right under his hand. Loras grumbled more than slightly at the telling off by Davos, but a sharp look from the sorcerer, even though it was nothing more than a turn of his head, was enough to shut the fool up finally. Davos is correct in his assessment, the sorcerer stated. You lot will stay here and wait for my signal. Then move in and take out the two guards on the ground before securing the entrance. Make sure no one gets out of there free. I don't give a damn if they're a lord or a lady. Anyone who tries to come out of there will be spending what little is left of their short lives in the black cells. And what's your signal, sorcerer? Jaime asked, surveying the yard and already riding the two guards off as little more than flies to be swatted away. When people start dying, the sorcerer answered before jumping straight upwards to the room of the building they were standing next to with no warning at all. By the 7, Loras gulped, staring at where the sorcerer had disappeared to. How is such a thing possible? That wasn't nothin', one of the northern brutes laughed at the Tyrell's shocked expression. The sorcerer won't be needin' us for this ramble. We're only here to clean up the mess and make sure nobody gets away. So get ready, southern boy. This ain't no tourney you about to be fightin' in. It took all his willpower not to snap at the uncouth brutes from the north, but mercifully he was saved from their presence as the silence of the square was shattered with screams of death. Grasping his sword, Jaime could only watch with wide eyes as part of a wall burst outwards, a body flying through the rubble being what caused the destruction. The man, at least he assumed it was a man, landed in a heap on the ground with the rubble of the house. But, before the fool could even so much as let out a groan, he was suddenly flying back into the house where a blood-red blade was waiting to cut the man's head clean from his shoulders. The attack was so sudden and unexpected that Jaime did something he hadn't done since he was but a boy. He froze, his body unwilling to move as his mind tried to come to grips with what he'd just seen. Davos and Loras were both equally as shocked by what they'd just seen. To his shame though, he wasn't the first to shake himself free of his stupor. For Highgarden, fucking idiot, Davos growled as Loras, his sword clear of its scabbard, charged headlong towards the building the sorcerer had apparently gone into. He's gonna get himself killed, young fool. Jaime had a much stronger word for the idiot, especially seeing as how he charged right past the two men who'd been standing guard outside the building. Both of whom drew their daggers as the young Tyrell passed them by, aiming to trim the roses as it were. But House Tyrell would not be losing a son this night as Davos, in a surprising burst of movement, caught up to the first man who was poised to strike Loras in the back and ran said man through with a short dagger. I'm getting too fucking old for this, he could hear Davos grumble as Loras, finally realizing what an idiot he was being, stopped and stared with wide eyes at the newly made corpse and the man who saved his life. The second man that had been standing outside the building quickly met his end at the end of Jaime's sword. Hardly worth the effort, Jaime said, lamenting the fact that the man posed no challenge. So, now what? Now you lot actually start doing something. Jaime gave a start, his sword coming around in a quick arc, only to stop mid-air as if he'd struck a tree. Standing just behind him, his hand raised in the path of Jaime's sword, was the sorcerer. Fuck. How the hell? I didn't even hear him approach me. How did he get so close? That didn't take you long, my lord, one of the northerners said, his sword out but held with the point towards the ground. Wasn't much here, the sorcerer shrugged, whatever had been holding on to Jaime's sword releasing as a body was dragged out from the house and coming to a stop beside the sorcerer. Only this idiot slaver and a few perverted fucks getting their rocks off raping and brutalizing the children inside. This was nothing more than a sampling post. We'll need to question this one about where the slavers have set up their true operations. You, the dumb fuck who charged in like an idiot while screaming at the top of your lungs. Loras's face turned an interesting shade of red and purple as he sputtered at the sorcerer. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Loras Tyrell, squire to Lord Renley Baratheon, son of Lord Mace Tyrell, the Warden of the South, Lord of Highgarden, and from the tales, the fat flower, the sorcerer said, cutting Loras off and making Jaime nearly lose it at the look on the young boy's face. Make yourself useful and go and find some members of the City Watch who aren't corrupt and oversee the transporting of these fools to the black cells. Loras was nearly shaking with rage. How dare! I am not an errand boy. A chill settled upon Jaime's shoulders as the sorcerer turned and faced Loras. Gods, how can he do this? He doesn't even have eyes, yet with but a single turn of his head, you can feel eyes upon you. Eyes of the stranger. You are what I say you are until you prove that you actually have something resembling brains between your ears. Now shoo. The rest of you, get to work getting the sick fucks inside out here and ready to send up to the keep. And make sure not to kill them. I have more than a few questions for this lot that need answering. Finally, showing some semblance that he had a mind, Loras kept his mouth shut and made a hasty retreat to go and do as the sorcerer commanded him. Davos, the sorcerer called out, already heading back towards the ruined building. With me, Lannister, do as you will. Jaime wasn't quite sure just what to make of the sorcerer's dismissal of him, but he didn't dwell on it. It would be far easier to do what he came here to do without the man looking over his shoulder anyway. The building was just as bad on the inside as it was on the outside. But, after having visited multiple establishments with the king so the fat oaf could satisfy his urges early in his reign, Jaime had come to recognize a brothel when he saw one. And this place was certainly that. Making his way through the place, he peeked behind the curtains that were hung up as walls, trying to find the one his sister had sent him to find. Perhaps the child isn't here, he thought as he came upon the last of the curtain partitions in the far back corner of the house and pushing it aside. Inside was a small bundle curled into a ball with messy yellow gold hair. Frowning, he looked down at the bundle as a pit started forming in his gut. It was a child, a girl, perhaps only 10 or so. Though, he was a terrible judge of age with children. What few clothes she was wearing did little to hide her bruised and battered state as the girl laid curled in on herself, the small sniffles coming from under the blankets the only clue that she was even still alive. It's a mercy, he thought, casting a look back down the length of the hall to make sure that he was alone while gripping his dagger. Freedom from the shit life she'd been given. But the moment he went to draw his dagger, the child moved. Her head lifted and turned towards him. Immediately, the grip he had on the dagger loosened as his hand fell away. The girl was, despite her disheveled and battered state, she was almost a mirror image of Myrcella. Save for one detail, her eyes. One was the bright Lannister green, and the other was a dark almost black color. It was a set of eyes he'd only seen on one other in his entire life. Are the bad men gone? Even the voice, gods, it was the same voice as one that plagued his mind whenever he thought about what had happened. Yes, Jaime nodded, to which the girl broke down and lunged forward at him, her small little arms trying their best to wrap around him as she cried. Feeling more than slightly uncomfortable, Jaime awkwardly patted the girl on her head while his sister's voice rang in his ears. Her very existence is an insult to us and our family, and a Lannister always repays those who insult them. Again, his love to his sister made his hand twitch towards the dagger at his waist, but the love he had for another stilled his hand. He couldn't, not yet, not until he knew for certain. What's your name, girl? Anna, came the muffled reply, making Jaime wince once more as another memory came to him. Anna, what? My daughter. Should any woman ever be able to look past, well, what I am, and bear my child? I want her to be named Anna. Father would never allow my child to be named Joanna, but Anna. That is close enough to honor our mother. Pulling back from the girl, Jaime felt his heart sink even lower as his suspicions were fully confirmed by the cheap bronze pendant he could see hanging from around her neck. An ill-made and obviously poorly repaired piece in the shape of a lion. I can't believe you actually paid for that piece of junk, brother. What? I have a soft spot for broken things, Jaime. And it can't be too hard to repair it. Besides, I'm sure that my wife will love it. Where did you get that? He asked, doing everything in his power to try and remain calm as what he was just about to do raced through his mind. My mother, the girl answered quietly, her tiny fist closing around the pendant protectively. She gave this to me just before she died of fever a few moons ago. Said it reminded her of the happiest time in her life. Even if it did not end well. Heart thundering in his chest, Jaime cursed himself to the hells and back. So, your mother is dead, what of your father? Tears still running down her bruised cheeks, the little girl shook her head sadly. Mommy never spoke of him. Said he was some lord in the west but he betrayed Mommy and hurt her. Said we were better off without him. There was no doubt in Jaime's mind now. He knew exactly who this young girl was. She was Tyrion's daughter by way of the crofter's daughter, Tysha, his brother's first wife. The same wife their father had gang raped and paid off like a common whore before forcing Tyrion to rape her as well one last time and then tossing the girl out of the Westerlands. The only question now was, what to do with her? He couldn't just leave her on the streets to fend on her own. Not given who she was. But he couldn't keep her in the city. If he did, then Cersei would find out. And as much as he loved his sister, he knew that her hatred of their brother knew no bounds. If she discovered that their brother's daughter was in the city, and that she looked so much like Myrcella. But he couldn't exactly send her to be with Tyrion either. Considering what their father did to the girl's mother, he doubted their father would ever accept the girl as Tyrion's and a Lannister by blood. Even if she was a hill. Giving her coin and sending her on her way was an option, but she was still just a girl and would end up dead in a week should he do that. He needed to send her somewhere she would be safe. Somewhere she could grow up without having to fend for her life day in and day out. And, most importantly, he needed to send her somewhere his brother could meet her. After he had a long, and painful, conversation with him that is. Stay here a moment, he said, disentangling himself gently from her small arms. I need to talk to someone. Turning, Jaime suddenly found his path blocked by a figure in black. Hells, he gasped, taking a half step back as he instantly grasped a hold of the hilt of his sword, only to pause as he realized the object blocking his path was none other than the sorcerer himself. By the gods, how long has he been standing there? Sorcerer, anyone ever tell you it's not polite to sneak up on people like that? Especially when they are capable of running you through. Even though he couldn't see the man's eyes beyond the cloth covering his face, he could feel his eyes upon him. If it was so simple to end me, Sir Jaime, then I would have died a long time ago. Leaving him with that cryptic comment, the sorcerer's head turned from Jaime and down towards the little girl, who was staring up at the sorcerer with unabashed awe. Hello, little lady. The look on the young girl's face was one who'd just had their dreams come true. Are you really the sorcerer from the north? A smile broke out on the sorcerer's face as he squatted down in front of Anna. That I am, young one. And what is your name? Anna, the young girl beamed, still staring at the sorcerer in adoration. Did you make all the bad men go away? They won't hurt me again, will they? Yes, I made them all go away. And don't worry, little one, I will not let anyone else harm you while I am near. He knows, Jaime thought as he could practically feel the sorcerer's attention shift off the girl and back to him. Somehow, he knows, but then, why let me get this close to her? What was the point of this if he knew what I was about to do? Sorcerer, I would have a word with you, in private. The sorcerer didn't say anything in response as he rose back to his full height. Wait outside a moment, little lady. There is an old man named Davos, he'll take care of you for now. I believe he might even have some sweets that you can have. I can't promise you what your future will hold, little lady. But I can promise you that you will not suffer this place for another moment. Anna didn't look like she wanted to leave them, but whether it was because she could sense the tension between Jaime and the sorcerer, or more likely the temptation of having something sweet, she pulled a blanket around her shoulders and made a quick exit, leaving Jaime alone with Nox. Sorcerer, Jaime began, unsure of just how to word it without giving too much away. His brother was so much better at this. I need you to take that girl back with you to the north. Honestly, it was the last thing Jaime wanted to do, sending his niece off with the bloody wolves of all families. But he really didn't have much of an option. And it wasn't like it would be a permanent placement either. Just until he could talk to Tyrion and let him know the truth, both of his wife's true nature and his daughter's existence. Then his brother would be able to figure out what to do with her. And as much as he loathed to admit it, the Starks were perhaps one of the few families who wouldn't hold the girl over House Lannister's heads should they discover her true parentage before Tyrion figured out what to do with her. Is that so? The sorcerer asked, his head tilted slightly to the side as if he were studying him. Yes, Jaime nodded, gritting his teeth and despising what he was about to say. Name your price, sorcerer. A Lannister always pays his debts. And I would have this paid before you leave King's Landing with her. The sorcerer didn't say anything, instead the blasted man just stood there, staring at him without staring. There's desperation in you, Sir Jaime. Anxiety, fear, enough, Jaime growled, hand going to his hilt, though in truth he doubted his chances against the man in these tight corridors. Will you take her, or no? I will, the sorcerer replied, the corners of his lips turning slightly upwards. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Jaime let his hand fall away from his sword. And the price? A trifle thing, Nox said, making Jaime wince. It was his experience that whenever someone said a price was trifle, it was anything but. You were appointed to the Kingsguard under the rule of the Mad King, sworn to defend the king. Yet you stabbed him in the back. Huffing, Jaime shook his head as he could begin predicting the insults that man was more than likely to hurl at him. What of it? Would it have been more honorable if I'd stabbed him in the front? Smirking, the sorcerer shook his head. I don't care about how you killed him, or even that you did. What I care about is the why. Why did you kill not only the Mad King that day, but the often overlooked pyromancer as well? And why then? The battle was over. Your father's army had breached the city walls and the Stark forces were less than a day's ride out. So, why kill him? His fate was already sealed. Answer the question, Sir Jaime Lannister. And I will accept the debt for Anna's life in the North paid in full. Consequences 2 Part 4 From her proper place of honor at the high table, Queen Cersei Lannister observed the hall laid out before her with a critical eye, taking careful note of the sycophants that were doing nothing more than trying to earn favor with the royal family and her husband's dear friend Eddard Stark in return for some meager illusion of power. Fools, the lot of them. The wolves were just a mere flavor of the moment, a nuisance that held no real power. When compared to the true rulers of Westeros. But one that she was forced to endure for the night as she was forced to watch her beloved husband fawn over his friend from the north and his 2 sons. The bastard and the trueborn. If only he showed such attention to my children, she thought, her gaze passing along the table and spying her 3 perfect little lions sitting close by. On the other hand, it is a good thing he has so little to do with them. I don't want his filthy rot corrupting my perfect lions. Her eldest and perfect son Joffrey had already clearly dismissed the Starks. Which was good. He was understanding how useless and unimportant the North was, unlike her husband. Her youngest son Tommen, however, he was going back and forth between staring at the Stark boys in adoration and awe at the filthy wolf bitch and her spawn that were lying next to the high table. Honestly, why anyone thought keeping such beasts around unchained was beyond her. She wanted them thrown in the kennels, or perhaps even disposed of, but her husband would not hear of it and instead called for a fresh deer to be brought in and given to the wolves as a reward for catching Pycelle when the fool tried to flee. And lastly, there was her daughter. Her precious golden lioness who was just a few short years away from the cusps of womanhood. And it was with her that Cersei felt her ire for the damned wolves of the North increase tenfold. For her daughter was making eyes at not only the Stark heir, but the recently legitimized bastard as well. Part of her could understand her daughter's look. Despite their origins, both boys were rather appealing to the eye. The heir favored his Tully mother with his thick red-brown hair and blue eyes, yet he maintained the build of a northerner. The bastard, he was all Stark in his hair, eyes and coloring, yet he had a slimmer build than his true-born brother. Perhaps the tales of his mother being Lady Ashara Dane were true. Such a relation would shed light on just how the boy had become so skilled with the sword, though she was confident that he was still no match for her brother. In fact, now that she thought about it, perhaps it would be for the best if her brother taught the bastard some humility before he began thinking he was better than he really was. But despite their mildly appealing looks, neither were even close to being worthy enough for her daughter. One was a bastard, legitimized or not he was still just a bastard. And the other, while an heir to a great house, was the heir to the Starks. And she would be damned to the seven hells and back if she ever allowed any filthy wolf to lay their hands on her precious daughter. She would have to act immediately, it seemed, as she watched her daughter smile brightly as she caught the eye of the bastard, who at least had enough sense to recognize his betters by giving her daughter a polite look before averting his gaze. If her husband got it in his head that he wanted to join their houses, something he frequently lamented about during his drunken ramblings, then all he would need to do would be to see her daughter making eyes at either Stark boy and they would be betrothed before the wolves left the city. That was something she could not and would not allow. She'd have to make sure that her children were kept far away from the Starks during their stay just to make sure her husband didn't get any idiotic ideas in his head. And she would have to make sure that the sorcerer certainly did not get his hands on her children. Gods only knew what he would do with them. The man had been a mainstay conversation ever since he first appeared in the north just before the Greyjoy rebellion. Upon first learning about the man, she did as many did. Simply wrote him off as another charlatan who used some sort of trick during the Squid's rebellion to win the favor of the Starks. But then she heard from her father that the man was no charlatan. That his power was real, and that he used said power to crush a man to death and to bring down the walls of the pike. And if there was one man who would not be taken in by any charlatan, sorcerer, it was her father. As time wore on, more and more stories of just what he was doing started trickling into court. Many were simply assuming he was being a good vassal to his new lord and warden, but Cersei knew different. She knew the man had no loyalty to the wolves of the north. He was simply using the northern fool to increase his standing, and the Stark fool was too blind to see it. A new place of learning in the north. A means to undercut the maesters of the citadel. New foodstuffs and the means to produce them through the glass gardens. A means to stop the northerners' dependence on southern food during the winter years. The glass trade with the south and Essos. A means to increase the financial wealth of the north but not the crown. His expedition to Valyria, a means of acquiring lost knowledge and Valyrian steel not for the crown, as he should have, but rather for himself and for the north only. Taking the Stark children under his wing and teaching them his magic. A means of wresting control of the north away from Ned Stark. The removal of Pycelle, a Lannister man through and through, and Meryn Trant, one of her own useful tools. A means to weaken the crown and House Lannister. It all led to one obvious conclusion. The man was planning to rebel. To cut the north away from the Seven Kingdoms and install himself as king of a new land. And then eventually he would turn his attention south and march on the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The problem was no one else seemed to be able to see it. And she would not stand to have her son's future kingdom severed in any way. She knew that her father was working on something to keep the north, and by extension the sorcerer, in line. But she could not wait for whatever plans he had in place. The quickest and most effective way would just be to eliminate the man. But that option had been wasted by those incompetent northern fools who tried and failed to assassinate him. Now the man would be on guard for years and getting an assassin in position to strike would be next to impossible. So, no, eliminating him was out of the question. She could use the one weapon all women possessed. A weapon she wielded far greater than any other, and a weapon she had used to ensure the loyalty or obedience of a few here at court that she deemed useful. And looking at the sorcerer, it wouldn't be all that hard of a task either. His platinum hair and strong facial features, yes. It would not be a chore at all to take him to her bed to ensure she had him in the palm of her hand. But that solution had a few problems as well. Most namely was her brother, who did not know of the times she had used this method in the past. And for good reason as well. Her and Jaime were two halves of a whole. They came into the world together and belonged together. But Jaime didn't understand that sometimes she needed to use her body to ensure their survival and the survival of their beautiful children. She would have to wait until a time when he was out of the capital or not guarding her to make her move on the sorcerer. The other problem, though significantly less so of one in her mind, was the fact that the sorcerer was a man wed. Not that that was much of an issue. Men often sought the warmth of a woman's bed, even if said woman was not their wife. And the sorcerer was a man in the end. Besides, his wife was of the north. Sure, there were songs that sung of the woman's apparent beauty and skill that captured the sorcerer's heart, but Cersei knew better. The woman was of the north. She could be nothing other than plain and boring. The only reason that up-jumped serving girl even became the man's wife was because she was perhaps the first one in this land to wrap her cunt around his cock and get with child. She was a noble hunter. Nothing more, nothing less. Whereas she was the queen and the most beautiful woman in the realm. Men fell over themselves just praying to receive a single glance from her. It would be but a trivial task to make the man forget about his northern whore for a night. And while the idea of making the sorcerer lose himself in her bed and fall under her power was warming her in the most exciting of ways, she knew that she couldn't be hasty about inviting the man to her bed. There was still the chance that the man was one of the few who knew where to stick his cock when he was married. Perhaps arranging a few whores to tempt him first to see if he was even open to the idea. Yes, that would work. And it wouldn't even be all that difficult to arrange. Her husband often had whores around the Red Keep for his entertainment. It would be nothing to divert one of the prettier ones his way. And once he'd had his fill of her, she could use what knowledge she could glean from the encounter into ensnaring the sorcerer in her bed and ensuring his allegiance to, ha. You're shitting me, boy. Her husband laughed uproariously, drawing the attention of the entire hall as he slammed his fist against the table. You jumped up on the dragon's head and fucked it right in its skull with the sorcerer's own blade. Ha, tell it again, boy. What sound did the beast make when you ended its miserable existence? Nothing better than a good kill. Well, maybe a warm woman afterwards. But gods, what I wouldn't have given to be right there with you lot to watch the beast die or to even bury my hammer into its skull and cave it in just like I did before to that silver-haired fucker. Tell the story again, lad. Grimacing, Cersei delicately took a bit of her roasted chicken that was on her plate while her husband demanded that the bastard tell him again of his encounter with the dragon. A tall tale if she'd ever heard one. The boy might have been skilled enough to defeat Trant, though she attributed his victory to the strange weapon he and the sorcerer carried, but there was simply no way this boy could have killed a fully grown dragon on foot or even at all. Fully intending to ignore the story, Cersei picked up her wine glass and the glass nearly jumped out of her hand, the fine arbor red splashing onto the cuffs of her dress as the doors to the great hall were thrown open with such force that the heavy doors rebounded off the wall and nearly closed again. And striding into the hall, dragging something, was none other than the sorcerer himself. His face completely devoid of all emotion, though given the cloth he wore around his eyes, that wasn't necessarily surprising. Her oath of a husband made to stand, but whatever he'd been about to say was cut off as Cersei felt a scream rise from her throat as she saw just what, or rather who, the sorcerer was dragging into the great hall. Her brother, her beloved Jaime, was bent over at the waist, his face twisted in obvious pain as the sorcerer dragged him through the hall by his ear. How dare you! Cersei found herself screaming, rising to her feet as the sorcerer threw Jaime into a heap before the high table. Guards, kill this wretched man for daring to lay a hand on my... Her words died in her throat as the sorcerer turned his sightless gaze on her. She didn't know how she knew, but she could feel his eyes, or something like his eyes, on her. Her breath froze in her lungs as it felt as if her entire body had been plunged into a river covered in ice. Light faded from her vision as darkness started to claim her as if she were staring down a narrow corridor whose torches were being extinguished one by one. Her body refused to move. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk. She couldn't move. All she knew was darkness. Darkness and fear. She'd never felt this fear before. This bone-chilling, heart-clenching all-encompassing fear to as quick as it came, the darkness and the fear passed, leaving her gasping for breath and falling back into her seat. Breathing rapidly, Cersei looked around desperately for help. Yet, no one, not even her children, had moved to help her. In fact, it looked as if no one had even moved from their seats. What, how, whatever he did lasted for so long. Why did no one help me? Your Grace, the sorcerer's low voice cut through the silence of the hall like a knife. We have a very serious problem. Stepping off the ship that had carried him across the narrow sea, Demeric Bolton, formerly of the North, took a moment to gain his bearings as he stared at the foreign city of Pentos, the very city that would serve as the birth to his new life away from the north and the Dreadfort. The first thing Demeric noted about his new home was the heat. It wasn't unbearable, but a lifetime spent between the north and the Vale had not prepared him for the constant sun beating down upon his skin nor the heat which caused a constant layer of sweat to cover his skin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Demeric took a quick moment to categorize what he could of Pentos. There were massive high walls that surrounded the city on all sides save the harbor, but to the trained eye they looked more for show than anything else. The true defense of the city was within the walls in the shape of squared towers that rose up high over the roofs of the houses. He'd also heard from the sailors that there were many walled estates, almost like small keeps, that housed the richest and most influential of the city. Perhaps one day, he himself might find himself in such an estate. But that day was not today. For all he had of value to him was the clothes on his back, a bag of gold, his sword and the strange chest the sorcerer had entrusted him to deliver to this city in exchange for his help in setting Demeric up with a new life outside of Westeros. "Well, lad, this is where we part ways," the captain of the ship that had taken him from White Harbor to Pentos said as the man joined him on the dock while a few ship hands unloaded the torso-sized chest Nox had given him. "For what it's worth, my lord, I'm sorry it ended this way. You're a right sort ya are. Not, well, not like my father," Demeric said, finishing the captain's thought for him. "I know very well who my father was, captain. And believe me when I say I harbor no ill will towards what happened to him in the end. He betrayed the laws of gods and men in a desperate and ill-conceived grab for power. His fate was, well earned." The captain nodded and motioned for two of the crewmen carrying the chest to step up. "These boys here will follow ya to where you want to lay your head down for the night. If I might, there's a nice place just down the docks here called the Sailor's Wife. Soft beds and warm women aplenty. And not too hard on the purse either." "I'll take your advice," Demeric nodded, thinking of the instructions Nox had given him to stay at any inn along the docks of Pentos and wait for contact from someone under the sorcerer's employ. "Farewell, captain." "Farewell, lad. May the gods show their mercy upon ya," the captain replied kindly, offering out his hand, which Demeric took in a tight grip before making his way down the docks with the two sailors carrying his chest right behind him. It didn't take him long to find the Sailor's Wife, and true to the captain's word it looked like a slightly higher-end location rather than a few of the obviously cheaper inns he could see along the docks. Entering the inn, he saw that the patrons were all well-dressed and a few of the men had women draped over their backs or on their laps, for a price no doubt. Walking up to a bar, he waited as an elderly woman stopped what she was doing and came over to him. "Westerosi." Demeric nodded, reaching to his coin purse and pulling out 2 dragons. "A room and food for myself. Privacy is appreciated, and I have no need for company. How long will these last me?" The woman picked up the 2 coins and examined them for a moment before tucking them into a small purse hanging on her belt. "1 cenite," the innkeeper stated before turning her head and barking out what were clearly orders in a language he did not understand. A young woman with bronze skin who could stir the blood of any man, if it wasn't for the strange small brand on her cheek, came forward and took a key from the innkeeper before motioned for him to follow her up the stairs. Reaching the topmost level of the inn, the young lady led Demeric a short distance down the hall before stopping and using the key that had been given to her to unlock one of the rooms. After opening the room and giving him the key, the young girl made a quick retreat, leaving Demeric and the 2 men that were carrying his chest alone in the hall. "Just set the chest in the room," Demeric ordered, walking into the room that had been provided for him. "And you 2 can head back to the ship with my thanks." The 2 men did as he asked, dropping the heavy chest off at the foot of the bed before quickly leaving him alone in his new home for now. The room was fine. Almost too fine. The bed was soft, and the sheets looked to be made of velvet with freshly stuffed pillows. A brass pitcher filled with a pale white wine along with a set of glass cups sat on one of the bedside tables. The room even had a small desk and chair for him to work at. No doubt this was one of the finer rooms in this place. And he was sure that the innkeeper had given it to him on purpose to make sure that the 2 gold dragons didn't keep him here too long. Lesson 1 learned, he thought sullenly, sitting down on the soft bed and burying his head in his hands. "I don't have a lot of coin. And until I find this person the sorcerer said will find me shows up, I need to make what I have last. Perhaps I can sell my services as a sellsword. Or maybe the old crone downstairs would be willing to let me earn my keep by playing the harp. I guess there's really not much to do but wait here until I'm found. Hearing a light knocking on his door, Demeric lifted his head from his hands and walked the short distance across the room to open the door. On the other side, he found a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing plainer clothes than the innkeeper had been, yet they were still modest in comparison to some of the other dresses he'd seen some of the women wearing along the docks. Her long dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid and she was staring at him with a look he couldn't quite decipher. But one thing he did know was that she was no native to Pentos. "Apologies, lady," Demeric said, not quite sure just how to address the woman standing on the other side of his door. "I do not require company this night. You will have to find someone else to earn your You are from Westeros, no? The North, in specific?" the woman asked, or rather stated, surprising Demeric not only with the question but with her accent that he couldn't quite place. "Did Nox send you?" Demeric was stunned. Was it possible that this was who he was supposed to meet here in Pentos? If so, then how did she know he was already here? Or was she waiting for any ship from the north to arrive? But then, how did Nox get a message to her so quickly? Demeric nodded, looking down the hall before ushering the woman into his room and shutting the door. "I am Demeric Bolton. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, my lady?" At the mention of his name, the woman's eyes widened momentarily in recognition before she reset her face into a blank mask. "Bolton, as in House Bolton of the North. How did Nox manage to convince you to enter his service? And won't your father object? I doubt you will be setting foot back in Westeros for some years." "I didn't have much of a choice," Demeric huffed, a dull ache forming in his chest as he thought about his fate. "I was forced to decide between either exile or the wall. And complaining is a bit beyond my father's current ability." The woman's head tilted to the side. "I'm sensing a tale here. One that I think needs to be shared before we continue on with this partnership." Nodding, Demeric motioned for her to take a seat on the bed while he took up the only chair in the room. Once both were seated, Demeric proceeded to tell her everything about the failed coup that his father had taken part in. He left nothing out from those who betrayed the North to those who died. And throughout it all, the woman just sat there with an impassive look on her face. "I see," she said simply once he was done. "I always thought those gray rats were not to be trusted. Far too ingrained in the landscape of the great game to not be players themselves." It's an oversight that many have made," Demeric agreed. "But now that you know my tale, my lady, I would know yours. What is your name and how have you come to enter the sorcerer's service?" For the first time, he could see a moment of unease appear on the woman. "Nox found me in Volantis and helped me with a difficult situation. He promised his aid in a future problem I might face. In return, I am to help him set up various operations here in Essos and perhaps beyond. As for my name, I have discarded it for now. Perhaps one day I will take it up again. But not today. Today, I am simply known as Voice. And you, Demeric Bolton, will be known as Hand to those in the know." Voice and Hand, Demeric echoed, thinking over the implications in his head. "Nox is creating a spy network in Essos. And we are to be his voice and hands." "Yes," Voice nodded, "though we will be doing much more than that. But we can go over the details another time. I take it that is the chest that Nox sent with you. The one that you were to deliver to me." Demeric nodded as Voice got to her feet and started running her hands around the wooden surface of the chest. "I hope you have a key or something. Because I have not been able to figure out how to unlock the bloody thing EV." His words were cut off as something clicked on the chest as a piece of the metal ring surrounding it gave way, revealing a small hidden compartment underneath. Reaching with 2 fingers, Voice pulled a small key and used it to unlock the chest. As she opened the lid, Demeric felt his eyes widen as he beheld the contents within. Gold dragons, jewels, a strange cloth-covered object the size of a man's head, Valyrian steel daggers and what looked like a large partially melted candle made of black glass. "Excellent," Voice nodded, shutting the lid on the chest and locking it once more. "This will allow us to start our operations here in Essos." "And what operations are we speaking of, my lady?" Demeric asked, still trying to wrap his mind around the fortune he'd dragged across the narrow sea, sitting down atop the chest. Voice delicately folded her hands and placed them in her lap. You will spearhead the advancement of the northern glass trade here in Pentos and make inroads to the rest of Essos. There will be quite a bit of competition with Myr, and you will more than likely need to hire guards to protect yourself from their assassins eventually. But do this right, and you could potentially elevate yourself to the position of Magister in the city and have a say in its rule. I see, Demeric nodded. So, we set up a glass trade here in Pentos on the surface. But underneath we also work as the Sorcerer's spies. Yes, but that is not all that we will be doing, Voice said as her tone gained a hard edge. Tell me, Demeric, did you by chance notice the branding on the flesh of some of the dock workers or even a few of the girls here at the Sailor's Wife? I noticed, Demeric nodded. Those are slave brands. Frowning, Demeric rubbed at his chin. I thought that slavery was outlawed here in Pentos. In name only, Voice answered. Bravos imposed a ban on the practice some time ago, however the Magisters found a way around it. They have free bond servants, people who are collared and branded just like slaves, but technically free. But while they are free, the cost of their food, clothes, shelter, and just basic living needs far exceeds what they are paid. It may not be slavery in the traditional sense, and their lives might be considered an improvement over being a slave in Slavers Bay or Volantis. But they are still slaves through debt. As a man of the North, any form of slavery sickened Demeric. I take it our second task will have to do with the slaves of the city. You are correct, Voice nodded. We're not going to overturn slavery. To do that would require either an army on par with the majority of Westeros, or to kill it at its source. But even if we succeeded in freeing the slaves, we don't currently have the means of imposing a lasting removal of the practice on the people. So, for now, we will simply do what we can. And what can we do? Demeric asked, leaning forward. We can aid those who have escaped their bonds and help them find a new life in the North, Voice stated, surprising Demeric greatly. As a Northerner myself, my lady, I can tell you that while the North has a strict view on slavery, we are not the warmest to outsiders. No, you are not, Voice sighed, shaking her head. But what you Northerners do warm up to quickly are those who are willing to work and earn their keep. Slaves, as a rule, are perhaps some of the finest artisans, farm hands, potters, bricklayers, pit fighters and pleasure providers. Name a laborious task, and a slave could perhaps perform it better than any other. By sending them to the North, we offer them a chance to live their lives freely and earn their place by using the skills they already have. And it's not like the North is short on room either. It is the largest of the kingdoms of Westeros, but also the least populated. Nox and Stark have plans for the North, plans that require skilled hands and a lot of them. We are to help provide those hands to the North. Nodding, Demeric took a moment to ponder over everything he'd learned. It won't be an easy life for those we send to the North. No, it won't, Voice agreed with him. But it will be a far better life than the one they currently have as a slave. There was no arguing with that. Fair point, my lady Voice. When do we begin? Consequences 3. Pressing his hands against the table dominating the center of the small council chambers within the Red Keep, Nox used his foresight to stare down at the large and incredibly detailed map of King's Landing that had been laid out across the entire surface of the table. The map was littered with small flags, nearly a dozen in total. One was atop the Red Keep, another sitting on the Dragon Pit while a third rested on the Great Sept of Baelor. The other 9 were scattered strategically around King's Landing, primarily residing in places with dense populations or those which held the city's food stores. Directly across the table from him, sitting in a high-backed chair with his head in his hands was King Robert. The king was amazingly sober as he stared down at the map with no small amount of fear. Standing next to Robert was Ned Stark, the quiet wolf living up to his name as he remained completely silent while he too stared down at the map. Behind Ned and the king stood Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, as well as Jon and Robb. Even Queen Cersei was in attendance, though she too remained silent. Whether that was from fear of what was going on or the fear that Nox had instilled in her the night before, he wasn't sure. He was just glad for her silence. The remaining members of the small council, Jon Arryn, Petyr Baelish, and Renley Baratheon all stared along in silence as Stannis Baratheon picked up yet another small flag and set it down on a spot near the harbor. Davos just confirmed another deposit at the harbor near the mud gate as well, Stannis informed them all, his voice like iron. That makes 13 stores of Wildfire. And those are just the ones that we have found so far. Each store has somewhere between 50 to 100 barrels. However, the greatest stores are the ones under the Red Keep, the Great Sept of Baelor, and the Dragon Pit. Each of which have perhaps 200 barrels or more. And those are just the stores that we've been able to find so far. There is still the possibility that there are more scattered throughout the city. Fucking hells, Robert groaned as he stared down at the map. The fucker's madness was well known, but this, gods. This is beyond fucking madness. And that dumb fucking Kingslayer knew this entire time. Cersei, clearly displeased with having her brother slandered, sat up straighter. My brother saved this city from this plot from the Mad King. And in the confusion of the aftermath, it is understand. Don't try and justify your brother's fuck up, Cersei. Robert roared, rising from his seat in an instant and towering over his clearly frightened wife. Jaime Lannister can be dealt with later, Nox said, drawing attention away from the royal couple. For now, we have a much bigger problem to worry about. Aye, that is true, Ned said, placing a hand on Robert's shoulder, which visibly calmed the man down enough for him to once again take his seat. The question we have to focus on is how to deal with the wildfire. Does anyone know? No one spoke, though Nox could feel several sets of eyes turn to him. Don't look at me, Nox said, feeling more than a slight bit of frustration creeping up within him. Being relied on was nice. But at times, it was a nuisance as people stopped trying to think for themselves. Never even heard of this stuff until I arrived in the north. And since then I've only ever read about it. But what I've read is, concerning to say the least. Mostly that it grows more potent and unstable as it ages. To put that into words everyone here might understand, a single barrel of Wildfire aged for 10 years has the same destructive capabilities as 5 freshly made barrels. And we are dealing with perhaps several thousand barrels of Wildfire that could potentially be approaching 2 decades in age. Perhaps, seeing as how we are currently lacking in the knowledge of Wildfire, it would behoove us to bring Pycelle up from the Black Cells. The Master of Coin, Baelish, suggested. He did serve the Mad King. Surely, I wouldn't trust Pycelle to wipe my own ass, let alone give prudent advice on how to deal with the wildfire, Robert growled. Pycelle can stay rotting in the Black Cells until I have Pain take his fucking head off. What of the pyromancers that made this shit in the first place? Where are they? We didn't kill all of them after we put the dragons down. I've already sent the commander Slint and some of his best amongst the City Watch to collect the 3 wisdoms of the Alchemist Guild this morning after I sent out the search parties for the wildfire caches, Stannis stated. They should be arriving here soon. The council chambers settled into an uneasy silence as those within the room could do little more than wait for the arrival of the pyromancers and hope they would bring some sort of solution to the problem. It took nearly an hour, but eventually a group of 5 elderly men reeking of strange chemicals and a general lack of proper hygiene were escorted into the room by a group of the City Watch. All of them were clearly afraid, one was just a hair's breadth from pissing himself. But it was the 2 in the lead that truly drew Nox's attention. For both men were surrounded by the dark side of the Force. I'm going to cut straight to it, Robert growled, rising to his feet as he faced the members of the Alchemist Guild. All of you were alive and part of the Alchemist Guild during the Mad King's reign. So, I'm sure at least one of you recognizes what is laid out before you. What I want is answers, now. Specifically, how the fuck can we dispose of thousands of barrels of wildfire without turning all of King's Landing into an inferno to rival the 7 hells? The feel of the dark side that was hanging off the 2 wisdoms that stood in the front intensified as both men stood straight. For the true king, King Aerys Targaryen, for the first time in a long time, Nox felt next to helpless as he watched in almost slow motion as a glass flask filled with a green liquid dropped from the lead wisdom's sleeve and into his waiting hand. Wildfire. Acting on pure instinct, Nox lashed out with the force not to attack, but rather to contain. The lead wisdom froze in place as Nox wrapped him in bindings made of the force. The container of wildfire still in his hand less than a few inches from the man's chest. But in his haste to catch the man, Nox made a mistake. He only grabbed one of the wisdoms. And while his attention was fixated on the one in the lead, one of the other wisdoms managed to smash the vial of wildfire against his chest before snapping his fingers and creating a small spark. The spark was all that was needed to ignite the wildfire covering the wisdom. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the wisdom that had smashed the vial against his chest was engulfed in a bright green flame. The ignition forced Nox to take a step back and shield himself from the heat. But in doing so, his attention slipped, and the heat of the flames reached the second vial of wildfire, igniting the substance and setting the lead wisdom aflame. Forgetting about the wisdoms, or even the others that were screaming in the room, Nox shifted his focus as he pulled heavily on the force trying to contain the raging wildfire inferno before him. Using the force to create a sphere around the flames, Nox felt sweat coat his face as he struggled to contain the flames. Even through the force shield holding the flames in place, the heat of the flames was so intense he could feel his skin starting to burn. This is no ordinary chemical substance. Nox thought quickly as he felt the green flames battering relentlessly against the shield he held around them. I can feel the force within these flames. This shit is more akin to Sith alchemy than it is to any naturally occurring or synthesized chemical compound. John, Robb, Nox yelled over the noise of the burning flames just beyond his outstretched hands. Containment shielding now. He could feel two other force shields being hastily formed over his own, one far more powerful than the other. Good, John still has the armlet on him. Otherwise, I doubt we'll be able to contain this shit for long. Follow my lead, Nox yelled, fighting through the pain in his arms as he felt the sleeves of his robes begin to char as his skin began blistering from the heat. Moving slowly to allow John and Robb to keep their hold on their force shields, Nox led them over towards a large window that overlooked one of the many courtyards within the Red Keep. Pushing hard and fighting against the pain racing through his arms as the heat of the flames began to char the sleeves of his robes, the three of them managed to force the containment sphere filled with the burning wildfire out of the small council chambers and out into the courtyard. Once he felt the flames were far enough away, Nox released his hold on the containment sphere, prompting John and Robb to follow suit. The flames spread across the courtyard, immediately setting nearly a third of the surface area alight in green flames that refused to go down. Keep everyone out of that courtyard until the wildfire burns itself out, Nox said, his breath coming out in heavy pants as he quickly discarded his still smoldering outer robe. Master, John called out tentatively. Your arms are burned to hell, I know, Nox winced, holding up his arms. The skin on both his arms were red and glistening and even black in parts. But while they both hurt like hell, he took solace in the fact that they did still hurt. Which meant that the burns were still just superficial and there wasn't any long-term nerve damage in his arms. He'd be able to heal them soon enough, but it would still take days and they would undoubtedly hurt like hell until they were fully healed. Leaving the wildfire to burn itself out in the courtyard, Nox took stock of the small council chambers. The two wisdoms who'd ignited the blaze were both gone, leaving nothing more than ashes behind. One of the other wisdoms had died as well in the inferno, but unlike the two who set the blaze, his charred corpse remained. A fate that was shared by at least two of the city watch, judging by the still smoldering remains covered in armor that were on the floor beside the dead pyromancer. The last two wisdoms were both still alive and cowering in the corners of the room, no doubt hoping that they would be forgotten in the aftermath of the blaze. Outside of the two idiots who suicided themselves, the unlucky bastards who were too close, and his own robe, there were no other casualties as the rest of the small council and others who were in the room began filtering back in. Snapping his fingers, and ignoring the pain that the action caused, Nox used the force to drag the last remaining wisdom screaming across the floor. Twisting his wrist so his palms was facing upwards, Nox lifted the screaming men off the floor and threw them hard against the ceiling before holding them there. You two stay there for a moment, Nox hissed through the pain as he turned his attention to the city watch who'd escorted the pyromancers into the Red Keep. Almost all of whom looked none the worse for wear. Which one of you dumbasses is in charge? The members of the city watch all glanced at one another before one of them stepped forward, a stout frog-faced balding man who looked far too full of himself. His armor was highly polished and a large pendant hanging from a heavy golden chain around his neck. I am Janos Slint, head of House Slint and commander of the sea, so you were the one in charge of escorting these men into the Red Keep to speak with the king and the small council, Nox said, cutting the man off and taking a step towards him. Yes, Slint replied nervously. Had we any indication that such Slint's eyes bulged as he began clutching at his throat. A completely useless gesture as Nox raised his hand, his fingers held like a vice as he used the force to choke the commander of the city watch. Then it was your responsibility to search these men before they were brought before the king, Nox growled, tightening his grip as Slint's face began turning red and the man started clawing at his throat in a desperate bid to breathe. Yet either because of your incompetence or pure stupidity, these men were able to bring not one, but 2 vials of wildfire into the small council chambers along with the means to ignite them. Men who were near fanatical in their devotion to the Mad King. Did it not cross your pathetic mind even once to think that they might have ill will towards the king or the small council? Falling to his knees, Slint's nails started leaving small cuts in his neck as he continued trying to pry off whatever force was holding onto him. Sorcerer, wait. Slint's eyes shined with hope as Robert stepped past Nox, who'd released his hold just enough to allow the slightest bit of air to enter the man's lungs. The light of hope that was in Slint's eyes though quickly disappeared as Robert unceremoniously yanked the necklace off that was hanging around Slint's neck. Renley, Robert growled, tossing the pendant to Renley, who couldn't catch the heavy gold pendant before it struck him hard in the chest, doubling him over. Learn how to fucking catch. Then, find me a new, competent, commander of the city watch. Nox, kill him, slowly. As you wish, Nox smirked, tightening his hold once more on Slint. Gurgling, Slint reached out desperately for the king as the pressure on his throat increased once more. But Robert had already turned his back on him and walked away. Closing his hand, Nox took the time to crush each vertebra in the man's neck one at a time while making sure to leave his spinal column undamaged so as not to kill him too fast. Once the last of the bones was turned to near dust, Nox snapped his fingers closed and twisted his wrist. Slint's head rocked back with a loud breaking sound as the back of his head touched the space between his shoulder blades. This doesn't happen again, Nox growled, letting the now deceased man fall to the ground dead next to the other members of the city watch. The next example I make will not be as quick or pleasant. Now get the fuck out. The city watch were all but tripping over themselves in their haste to leave the small council chambers, lest they too be made an example of. Once the room was free of the watch, Nox flicked a finger down, dropping the 2 men from the ceiling and catching them only just before they went face first into the tiled floor. Now, you two, Nox said, using the force to lift both men up before slamming them both face first onto the table next to the map. You two are going to explain to us exactly how to neutralize the wildfire in the city without accidentally setting it off, and you are going to tell us now. Or I will start rearranging your bodies into abstract pieces of art. And trust me, I can be very, very creative when I want to be. Now talk. Sweat dripping heavily from his brow, Robb Stark, eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark and heir to Winterfell, forced himself to fight through the pain racing through his arms and the heat of King's Landing beating down on him as he raised the weighted training blade above his head before bringing it down again in an overhead strike. Gritting his teeth, he raised the blade again and again as he strengthened his body with the force so he could press on even when he wanted to do nothing more than fall over and die. He'd been a fool in neglecting his training during Master Nox's and Jon's expedition. Granted, he hadn't skipped any days in the yard, but he hadn't been training as hard as he should have. And now Jon, his brother by blood and choice, was years ahead of him. Hells, his brother had faced down a member of the Kingsguard in a trial by combat without flinching and came out victorious. He knew that Jon was good, very good. But to see now just how far ahead Jon was in terms of skill, and Robb knew that he had a lot of ground to make up if he were to continue pressing his brother. It wasn't that he was jealous of his brother's skill, well, maybe he was a bit. But what drove him was more the thought of being left behind. Of being helpless. He'd felt that way once already when he held his mother in his arms while she died and when his youngest brother died. He'd vowed that he would never feel that powerless again. And he'd had a lot of free time as it were. After the discovery of the wildfire caches beneath the city, Lord Nox and Robb's own father had spent nearly every night overseeing the removal of the casks of the damned stuff from the city. Jon and Robb helped where they could, but, in all honesty, there wasn't much that the 2 of them could do. Their father, even if he and Jon didn't share a father by blood, Eddard Stark was their father, insisted that the two of them could not even be within eyeshot of the casks while they were being moved. And after seeing the destruction caused by even a single vial of the stuff, gods. All he could think was that the Mad King had truly earned his name. Finishing the last down strike with a cry, Robb dropped to a knee as he felt his hold on the force falter as his body gave out. Not enough, Robb cursed, gritting his teeth and burying the tip of the training blade into the ground to keep himself from falling over. I need to press myself harder. I won't feel powerless again. Hearing a light whine and feeling something press on the edges of his mind, Robb gave up trying to start again and instead made his way over to the stone bench that was within a shaded section of the training grounds and sat down heavily. Letting his hand fall, he blindly scratched at the top of Grey Wind's head, his young wolf pup raising his head and licking his hand in response to the affection. "Sorry boy," Robb said breathlessly as he continued to scratch at Grey Wind's head. "I haven't had much time for you. But, you saw Jon. I can't afford to slack off like I have been. I need to keep up. I can't let myself fall behind our pack." He could feel affection emanating from his wolf as well as understanding almost. Followed up by a quick flash of Grey Wind and Ghost running side by side. The fleeting image was strange and new. Ever since they'd claimed the wolves and their mother after the wildling attack, Robb, and the rest of his siblings, had felt a connection to the wolves. A beast bond, Master Nox called it. A simple trait that most force sensitives could develop to bind a beast to themselves. But Robb thought that was undersimplifying things and that in this one rare instance, Master Nox wasn't entirely correct. He truly believed that he, and more than likely his siblings, were what old Nan described as wargs, skin changers. Individuals who could slip into the minds of animals and become one with them. It was an amazing ability. Amazing and terrifying. For old Nan's stories of the wargs of old almost spoke of those same wargs losing themselves in the minds of their beasts. Hearing Grey Wind whine again, Robb resumed petting his head. "That's right boy," Robb smiled, sensing that his wolf understood his inner turmoil. "I need to keep up with Jon. Just like you need to keep up with Ghost. So that we can stay by their sides. And if I can do this, warg thing, then don't worry, boy. I won't ever push you aside. You and we'll always be together, boy." Without warning, Grey Wind suddenly went still as his little body tensed and a sense of foreboding flooded into Robb's mind. Hearing a light clapping noise, Robb followed his wolf's line of sight and spotted a slim man in elegant robes with a neatly trimmed mustache walking into the training grounds. Lord Baelish, Master of Coin of the Small Council, Robb thought, recognizing the man as he'd seen him several times during their stay in King's Landing but had yet to have spoken with him. An impressive display, Lord Stark. In the yard since before the sun has risen and now it is well past midday with nary a break to rest. A true credit to your house. I'm not Lord Stark. Not yet at least, Lord Baelish, Robb said. Grey Wind's ill ease of the man's presence and his tired state affecting his manners. "That title is reserved for my father, Lord Eddard Stark." The Master of Coin stopped a good 10 paces or so away from Robb, his face set with what seemed like a comforting smile, but there was something off about the man. Grey Wind didn't seem to care for him. And something about him just oozed wrongness. Like an infested wound, though for the life of him Robb couldn't figure out why. "Of course, I meant no offense," Lord Baelish said politely. "I was merely following proper court protocol in addressing the heir of the North as per his proper title. Courtly courtesies of the South mean little in the North, save for guest rights," Robb countered. "So, I have heard from your mother on many occasions." That brought Robb up short and made him look at the man. "Oh, did your mother not mention me at all? We grew up together in Riverrun until just before the start of the rebellion. And we have stayed in contact with one another ever since. Not very frequently, I'm afraid, but we did often exchange ravens with one another discussing various subjects. I was most distraught when I learned of her death. Your mother she was a woman amongst women. One to be aspired to and worshipped." The pain in his voice when he spoke of Robb's mother was real. Thinking back, Robb tried to think of any stories his mother had told him of her childhood that might allow him to corroborate the tale this man was spinning. "I remember. She did speak of you," Robb said, finally placing the man. "She said that you fought against my father for the right to her hand." Lord Baelish smiled, a cunning smile that was very different from the comforting one he'd worn earlier. Smart, young wolf, very smart. It was not your father that I faced that day to ensure that Catelyn's future husband was a suitable match, but rather your Uncle Brandon. In hindsight, not my smartest move. Your uncle was a demon with a blade. And it was only because of your mother's mercy that I managed to escape with only a token of your uncle's esteem that I still carry from my collarbone to my hip. It was smart of you to test me, young wolf. King's Landing, and the court especially, is full of liars and cheats that will do and say whatever they can to gain a scrap of power. And you are not one of them. Robb asked, narrowing his eyes. The comforting smile returning, Baelish shook his head. Some of us realize that there is a ceiling to power, young wolf. I am a member of the small council and the master of coin, and I control 60% of the brothels here in King's Landing and the surrounding lands. As it stands, I have climbed as high as I can. But I did not come here to talk boring politics with you, but rather to offer my condolences on the loss of perhaps the best woman to grace this realm in all of its history. Robb appreciated the sentiment, but at the same time it felt almost, well, much. His mother was a good woman to be sure, and his mother. But she was not without her faults. You have my thanks, Lord Baelish, Robb said, still trying to figure out if this man had some ulterior motive behind this talk, which every part of him was screaming to be the case. Your mother told me a great many things about you and your siblings, young wolf. So much so that I feel as if I am an uncle you have never met. The smile was back, and though it appeared comforting, Robb could find nothing of the sort while being next to the man. She told me of the time you hid in the crypts covered in flour waiting to surprise your sister, Sansa. Quite the scare you gave her. And while she had to scold you for scaring your sister so, she said that it reminded her greatly of some of the antics herself, Lisa, and I got up to while we were growing up in Riverrun. Robb couldn't help himself as he smiled fondly at the memory. Mother certainly took John and I to task for that one. Something changed in Baelish. His face didn't twitch a muscle, but something about him changed. Ah yes, your newly legitimized brother. Quite the swordsman there, apprentice to the northern sorcerer and now a full-fledged Stark who is your age. I can see now why you are here in the yard practicing so fiercely. Best not to let your brother get too far ahead of himself, or else he and others might start thinking that, well, history speaks for itself in this matter. Without thought, Robb lunged to his feet and found himself before the master of coin in the span of a heartbeat. John is my brother, by blood and choice, Robb growled with Grey Wind behind him, adding his own low growl to his words. I know what people think of him because of his former status. But I know my brother better than anyone else alive. We grew up together. We took our first meals together. Our first steps were with each other. Our first time in the yard was with one another. John would never do anything to put any of his brothers or sisters at risk. Unlike some, in the North a family is a pack. And packs stick together, or die. And I will not stand to hear another ill word spoken about my brother or about his former status. Friend of my mother or no. The master of coin held his ground throughout Robb's tirade, the light smile never once falling from his face. I have given offense, and that was not my intent, young Stark. Your mother told me of the bond you held with your brother. I hope that his devotion to you is equal to your devotion to him. Robb was so blindsided that he was unable to formulate a response as the master of coin turned and started to walk out of the yard, only to stop and turn back towards Robb. I merely wished to express my condolences for the loss of your mother, young Stark. And I have done so. But let me leave you with one last piece of wisdom so that history will not repeat itself upon the children of Catelyn Tully. It is the knife in the dark, the one you never expect to come, that goes the deepest. Alone once more with Grey Wind, Robb could do little more than just stare where Baelish had once been standing while trying to figure out what exactly had just happened. Any ideas, boy? He asked, turning towards Grey Wind, who looked just as confused as he felt. Yeah boy, me either. Resisting the urge to drum his fingers against the table dominating the center of the small council chambers, Nox was doing everything in his power to keep himself from simply bashing Renly Baratheon's head against the table as the man went on and on about the accomplishments he and his squire, Loras Tyrell, had achieved in ending the reign of the slavers that had taken root in the city. While said squire stood beside him beaming, And he wasn't the only one who was clearly annoyed with how Renley was drawing this out. Sitting next to him, Ned was clearly trying to keep his impatience from showing, while across the table from the two of them Stannis was openly ignoring everything his brother was saying as he stared straight ahead. The only one of the small council who actually seemed to be paying attention at all was King Robert, though Nox was fairly sure that that was only because Renly's tale was quite vivid on the details of Loras's slaughtering of the wretched slavers. Loras managed to track the rest of the slavers down to their hideout and without any need for aid proceeded to cut down every slaver within their holdfast, clearing our city of their filth once and for all. Sighing, Nox scratched lightly at his close-cut beard as he tried to keep his irritation from showing. Ideally, Nox had wanted to handle the situation with the slavers personally, but unfortunately he'd been forced to hand that responsibility off in favor of dealing with the fact that the city was sitting atop a bomb just waiting for some idiot to set it off. Now though, he wished that he had split his attention. Renley and Loras had managed to kill the slavers, but their inexperience was showing in spades. Well done, Lord Renley. Loras, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, congratulated the two, causing both to puff out their chests. You've both done Westeros and King's Landing a great deed in removing the slavers from our shores. I will be sure to send mine, and the crown's, compliments to your family, Loras. Unable to take it any longer, Nox slowly and mockingly clapped for the two young men. Yes, well done the both of you, he said, making both men smile as neither recognized his tone. Tell me, how many slavers were killed during the raid of their hiding place? Blinking, Renley shared a look with Loras. As I said, Lord Sorcerer, there were perhaps a dozen or more in their hideout, most of whom met their ends at the skilled edge of low, and how many of those you killed were of SOC descent? This time it was Loras who answered. Perhaps half, Lord Sorcerer. Half, meaning 6, Nox finalized as he leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. And did you find any documents pertaining to their operations here in King's Landing? How about the gold they were using to purchase the slaves? Or cages? Were there cages in their hideaway? And if so, were they empty or full of people? The rest of the small council turned their full attention on Renley and Loras, both of whom were fidgeting and looking slightly less sure of themselves than they were a moment ago. There were cages, but they were empty. And we couldn't find any gold. 6 slavers in an operation that spanned all of King's Landing and perhaps the land beyond, Nox said, cutting Renley off. No gold, no documents, and empty slave pens, which means that the slavers knew of your coming and cleared out well before you got to them. Stannis offered to help you too, I know because I heard him offer his own and Sir Davos's aid in tracking the slavers down. Yet in your arrogance you turned him down. And now because of your inexperience the slavers not only managed to escape us, but they managed to do so with force only knows how many newly made Westerosi slaves. You two are lucky this is Westeros and not the Sith Empire, otherwise you two would be dead or worse for your incompetence. Both young men had curled in on themselves as Nox laid into the both of them. Stannis, in a rare display, had a slight grin on his face as he watched his younger brother be firmly put in his place. Even Robert seemed mildly amused, and while Ned didn't seem to care for the tone with which he was using, he could tell that his friend fully agreed with him as well. In fact, the only one in the room who didn't seem to agree with Nox was Renley, Loras and Jon Arryn. As you said, this is not your Sith Empire, Lord Sorcerer, but rather Westeros. And here in Westeros we do things differently, the hand said firmly, no doubt trying to intimidate Nox, which honestly just made him want to laugh. And Renley and Loras have done a fine job in ridding Westeros of these slavers. A handful of dead slavers with the rest fleeing the city with their captives. Yes, such a fine job, Nox scoffed. The aim was to not only remove the slavers, but to take down their entire ring and make it so that they could never repeat what they've done here. Now we can't. The slavers will run and hide and lick their wounds. But because we cannot close up the gaps they used to get into the city in the first place, they will return after things have calmed down and your guard has lowered once more. If they come back, I'll kill them myself, King Robert scoffed as he waved off Renley. Renley, sit your ass down and let's finish this copper counting session before I shit myself. Sorcerer, what's the progress of getting the wildfire out of my city? Slow, Nox answered as Renley took his seat as far away from Nox as possible with Loras awkwardly standing behind him. The barrels are the size of a man's torso and have to be handled incredibly carefully and only at night due to their age. The men you assigned me have gotten the process down, but it will still take a long time before the city is clear of the danger. A few months at best. And that is from only clearing out the caches that we currently know about. Once those are clear, a much more thorough investigation of the city will need to be done just to make sure that there are no more surprises waiting to blow this whole place to the hells. Months? Jon Arryn questioned, his brow furrowing as he stared at Nox. Yes, months, Nox reiterated, not backing down. The men that I've been overseeing know what they are doing now, and I'm confident that they can handle the task set before them. Especially if they're properly incentivized by the Crown for their services. You are free of course to order them to move faster, however I would ask that you don't do so until after Lord Stark and I leave the city in a few days, as I don't feel like dying in a wall of wildfire at the moment. If that's what you believe to be best, Sorcerer, we'll follow your expertise on the matter. Robert shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about just how long the process would take as long as it was done. And speaking of the wildfire, Stannis spoke up. We must decide on what is to be done with Sir Jaime. He knew about the wildfire caches and kept quiet about them since the end of the rebellion. His silence placed the royal family and the entire city in mortal peril for years. Men have been executed for less. The members of the small council sat in silence, their eyes darting at each other waiting for someone else to speak up first. Jaime's silence was not meant out of malice, but rather ignorance. Nox said, breaking the silence. I am not defending or condoning his silence on the matter, but he honestly did not think the wildfire to be an issue after a certain amount of time had passed. If he truly had thought the wildfire to be a substantial threat, he would have never allowed his sister, the Queen, to stay so close to the danger. Consequences 3 Part 2 inches. There is also Lord Tywin to consider as well, the Master of Coin spoke up. The Crown owes the Lannisters a not so inconsequential sum of gold. Should anything happen to Lord Tywin's eldest son, there is a good chance Lord Tywin will not only call for a repayment of the debt, but also a prohibition on future loans, and those would be the lightest of reactions from the old lion, I fear. We can just dismiss him from the Kingsguard, Renley shrugged. There are others who would be more than qualified to take his place. I can even give you a few recommendations. That idea though was quickly shut down by Sir Barristan, who was standing just behind the king. No man has ever been dismissed from the Kingsguard, Lord Renley. Our oaths are for life. And a dismissal from the Kingsguard would allow Lord Tywin to reinstate Sir Jaime as his heir of Castle Rock, the Master of Whispers, Varys, stated correctly. Such a move could be seen by many as a reward, not a punishment. Bah, Robert growled. Can't kill the fucker. Can't dismiss him from the Kingsguard, and we can't send him to the fucking wall or Tywin would ensure he'd never make it there and he'd be in Essos before we knew about it. Sorcerer. Back on Pike, you left a lasting message on the squids. I think the same message needs to be sent here. That gold-haired fuck kept silent for 13 years, 1 lash for each year of his silence. I'll see to his punishment personally just to make sure the message is received. And if the queen bitch argues against it, I'll use a fucking iron whip. Anything else? There is one more thing, Your Grace, Jon Arryn said, stopping Robert, who was in the process of getting out of his chair. One of the prisoners taken by Lord Nox is a Septon. And I've received word from the High Septon wishing for his release into the custody of the Faith so that they might deal with him. Nox would have rolled his eyes had he still the ability to do so. In other words, the Faith doesn't want it to become known to the people that one of their own was supporting a slavery operation and was caught while balls deep in a young boy's ass. He broke several laws, most of which carry a death sentence. Why should the king even think of handing the man over when he was caught red-handed? His comment drew a hard look from the hand of the king. Lord Nox, I understand that matters of the Faith might be handled differently in your homeland, but this is Westeros. Special consideration must be given to those who have sworn themselves to the Faith. Why? Nox questioned, focusing on Jon Arryn. Men and women of the Faith need to be held up as an example to the people. Not an exception. You hand him over, and the Faith will probably make him do some menial form of penance. by praying or whatnot, and then send him away from the city with little more than a slap on the wrist and a, "Don't do this again." Lord Nox speaks true, Stannis nodded, throwing his voice behind Nox. The man was caught in the act of raping a child while also supporting the operations of slavers. The law is very clear on what must happen now. Death or the wall. He broke his oaths to the faith with his actions, Ned added in, nodding with Stannis. The punishment is clear, no matter be he noble, of the faith, or small folk. The sentence is the same. The hand quickly looked towards the rest of the small council, trying to find some sort of support. But he was met with blank looks from both Varys and Baelish, neither of whom seemed particularly interested in the subject, and an unsure look from Renley. Seeing he was outnumbered, Lord Aaron sighed and backed down. "I will speak with the High Septon personally and try to calm the fallout from this. Bah, if that fat fuck has any problems with a rapist and slaver losing his head, he can come to me directly," Robert scoffed, slapping his hand down on the table and rising, prompting everyone else to rise to their feet as well. "Enough counting fucking coppers for one day. Tell Payne to get his sword ready and get some fucking spikes set as well. We'll be decorating the walls with a few new heads tomorrow." With the king's departure, the rest of the small council quickly filed out of the room. Renley was the first to leave with Loras right behind him, followed quickly by Baelish and Varys. Jon Arryn was slower to leave, and as he did, Nox could sense the uneasy look he gave him as he passed. "Lord Nox, Lord Stark. A moment if you would," Stannis said as Nox and Ned prepared to leave as well. Sharing a look with Ned, the two men sat back down at the small council table with Stannis. "I have given the offer you presented to myself and my daughter back on Dragonstone serious thought, Sorcerer," Stannis said emotionlessly. "And I have decided to take you up on the offer to train my daughter in the ways of your magic. And I would have her leave with you and Lord Stark when you leave King's Landing. Another new acolyte, and one that is powerful." "Excellent," Nox thought, resisting the urge to smirk. Yet another piece started to fall into place. "As you wish, Lord Stannis. I will ensure that your daughter receives the best education in the ways of the Force. I will also send word to my daughter Sansa in Winterfell to begin preparing chambers for Lady Shireen as well," Ned added in. "I assure you, Lord Stannis, that while your daughter is in the north, I will care for her as if she were my own daughter." "See that you do, Lord Stark," Stannis said, rising to his feet. "Lord Nox, I expect regular updates on my daughter's progress under your tutelage." "And you shall have them," Nox reassured the man. "There is one more item I would wish to discuss with you. A matter of trade. There is a mineral that I am interested in obtaining, and I believe Dragonstone, due to its volcanic nature, is an ideal location for mining of the mineral." Stannis looked more than slightly intrigued. It was no state secret that Dragonstone offered little in forms of trade. So to discover that his island potential had a resource Nox wanted was tempting. "And what mineral do you wish to trade for?" "Sulfur, or rather brimstone as you might know it by," Nox answered, which garnered little more than a raised brow from Stannis. "Others may not find much use for it, but I have a few projects that I believe it can be of use in." Stannis thought the offer over for a minute before nodding his head. "I will send a raven to my steward to begin the mining process. Further details on the value can be discussed once the first shipment has arrived in the north. If that is all, I would spend this remaining time with my daughter." "Lord Stark, Lord Nox." Once they were alone, Ned sat back in his seat clearly deep in thought. "I will have to adjust how we will be traveling back north. We did not set out with the mindset that we would be taking a child back with us to the north." "More than one," Nox countered, getting up from his seat and approaching the window that overlooked the sprawling landscape that was King's Landing. "There are a number of Force sensitives in this city, some with only a glimmer of power, others with a decent amount, and a select few that could potentially rival your own children, Stark. And it would ill behoove us to leave such talent wasting away in this place without proper guidance." Ned's impatience at wanting to return home started to seep out of the man. It was a feeling that Nox could understand. After all, he too was anxious to return to the north and to his wife. And they weren't the only ones. The other North lords and lady that had accompanied them from the north were starting to grumble about wanting to return to their keeps. "With or without the Starks as traveling companions. You have until the end of the week to find them," Ned said as he got up from his seat. If they are not located and with us by then, they will be left behind. And try to limit how many you bring back with us. With your aid the resources at Winterfell have grown substantially, but they are not limitless. Of course, Nox agreed, prompting Ned to nod back and then leave the room. Once alone, Nox allowed his head to roll back as he turned his body towards the back of the room. I'm not one that enjoys being spied upon, Lord Varys. There was a moment of silence before a small section of the wall moved, revealing a passageway which the Master of Whispers used to re-enter the room. The man was a wall who kept his face impassive and his emotions well in check, but it was easy enough to tell that Varys, while he didn't despise Nox, was very much uneased when the two were together. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Nox, Varys said, his hands folded together and masked by the sleeves of his robes. If you truly hadn't meant to intrude or if you were sorry for it, you wouldn't have been spying on the three of us in the first place. Nox countered, returning to the small council table and motioning for Varys to retake his seat as well. Smiling, Varys took the offered seat while taking care to arrange his clothes in a very specific manner as he sat down. Ah, but I am the Master of Whispers. If I have no whispers to hear or speak of, then I would be a very poor Master of Whispers. True, Nox conceded, yet are you lucky that the discussion with Stannis and Ned was not supposed to be one that was kept quiet. Had it been, then I would have snapped your neck in your hiding place and left you to rot. To his credit, Varys didn't seem fazed at all by the threat. No doubt he received similar threats almost daily considering his position in the court. I see you take after Lord Stark in your hatred of the game. A mentality that I fear will do you no good should you wish to venture outside the North, my friend. Is it any wonder as to why Lord Stark doesn't care for your game? Nox asked. He lost his father, brother, and sister to the game. And as for myself, well, what you call your game, or great game, or Game of Thrones or whatever you wish to call it, I have another name for it. Child's play. That got Varys's attention. You find the game childish, in comparison to the strata of Sith politics that I am used to dealing with. Yes, you may think you know what it means to play the game against one like myself, Lord Varys. But I can assure you, you don't. I see, Varys responded, leaning back. If I might, my lord, may I pose a riddle to you? One that I often like to ask those who are players in the game. A sellsword stands between a king, a rich man, and the high septon with a sword in hand. The king orders the sellsword to cut the other two men down and promises him positions of power. The rich man offers the sellsword double his weight in gold to cut the other two down. And the high septon promises the man eternal peace with the gods in the afterlife should Hecate the other two down. Who does the sellsword kill? Smirking, Nox could only shake his head. Again, child's play, Varys. It's a trick question. The sellsword will take the offer of the one who aligns with his values the most. Or rather, power resides where men believe it resides. And each person you ask will give a different answer, and their answer will give you an insight into how their minds work. A clever way to set the game board to favor yourself, Varys. But as I said, mere child's play when compared to Sith politics. Varys's face remained blank as he gave him a single nod. Well spotted, Lord Nox. Perhaps your skill in the game will offset Lord Stark's lack of willingness to play. Time will tell, Varys. Time will tell, Nox stated as he got up from his seat and made to leave. Oh, and by the way, Varys, you might want to get that boil on your inner thigh taken care of before it festers and ruptures. And if you want to keep them from coming back, I advise that you try and lose a bit of weight or wear something that will prevent your thighs from rubbing against one another. Varys froze for but a moment before he nodded his head. I see. Well played, Lord Nox. I have a feeling that your position in the future will make the game quite interesting indeed. Child's play, Spider. Simple child's play, Nox thought as he walked out of the small council chambers, leaving the Master of Whispers to wonder just how he managed to know something of such a personal nature that Varys had only discovered this very morning. Ignoring the sounds of whores applying their trade, Petter Baelish, the Master of Cointa, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, made his way through his largest establishment without acknowledging any of the whores or patrons who crossed his path. Entering his own private sanctum, Petter immediately shut the door behind him and rested his back against the door. It took a conscious effort on his part to raise his right hand and unclench his fist, and as he did so he noticed 4 small punctures in the palm of his hand that had been caused by his own nails. An effect of having to bear sitting in the same room as Stark and Nox. The only reason why he hadn't attempted to kill either of the two was because he knew it would be a fool's errand. The wolves and the sorcerer had just survived an assassination attempt and had uprooted a conspiracy amongst the maesters, which meant that both were on edge and on careful watch for any assassination attempts. They would die, but not yet. Pushing himself off the door, Petter crossed his lavish office and dropped heavily into the feathered stuffed chair he'd purchased from Pentos for a king's ransom. Many would, and did, envy his position. He had come from next to nothing and acquired a fortune to rival even the greatest of houses in Westeros. He was owner of nearly 75% of the brothels in King's Landing alone. And he was master of coin. Yet still, all his accomplishments had only a single goal in mind. Reaching a point where he could have his beloved cat by his side. And now that goal was gone forever. And all his accomplishments and plots and plans meant next to nothing. Fucking Starks, Baelish fumed, taking a breath as his anger, now free to roam, began to get the better of him. It was bad enough when Brandon Stark was supposed to take my love away from me. And with his death there was hope that Cat would be mine, but then Eddard Stark took her from me on the command of Hoster Tully, who sold her like a fucking broodmare instead of the queen she truly was. Then she was forced to rot away in that cold hell for years while pumping out wolf pups. And now, right when my plans were about to start, she gets taken away from me. Again, the day Petter learned of Cat's death was the day that he died as well. All of his hopes and dreams for the future meant nothing if Cat was not by his side. Stark, Nox, Tully, Baratheon, Aaron, Lannister, hell even the Tyrells I hold responsible for her death. Petter thought, his anger mounting as he thought of each of the great houses that were responsible for taking his Catelyn away from him. They will all pay. I will make sure of it. Leaning back, Petter began playing out several fantasies in his mind revolving around the destruction of each of the great houses of Westeros. Of the country falling into pure and unadulterated chaos. And of him climbing the ladder of the chaos to reach the top and watch as the realm that had scorned and taken everything from him burned to dust. But as pleasing as the fantasy was, he knew that there were many obstacles that stood in his path, namely the old lion, the Queen of Thrones, the crippled prince, the old falcon, and the most dangerous of the lot, the northern sorcerer. Only a fool would take on even of those 5, let alone all of them. And he was no fool. He would not face them. Instead, he would arrange it so that they faced each other. And destroyed each other. And he was already on his way to achieving that goal. While the wolves and the sorcerer might have brought a time of justice to King's Landing, they did so like a battering ram. And in doing so made more than a few enemies. And power enemies at that. All he needed to do was to stoke the fires of their hatred to the point where it became an inferno that none could control. And while he set the foundation in place, he would have time to solve the riddle that was the removal of the sorcerer. If even half of what he was heard was true, the man was a one-man walking army unto himself. Conventional means of defeating him would not work. His fall would not be on the battlefield. But he did have a weakness. His wife. A common girl. One that could be exploited in much the same manner as had already happened. And despite his prowess, the man's magic was not infallible. Trant's death, while unfortunate because it meant that he had lost an easy pawn that was close to the king, did bring about one useful piece of information. And that was that the sorcerer could not read minds directly, but he could sense a person's desires or their hate. With that in mind, Petter had been working very carefully to keep himself completely calm and devoid of all emotion whenever he was within the vicinity of the sorcerer. And it seemed to have worked. The blind sorcerer seemed completely ignorant of his existence even though he was standing just a few paces from him. Was it truly that simple? That one needed to simply abandon all emotion to become a blind spot in the man's vision? He doubted that it was that simple, but it was a start nonetheless. Grabbing a quill, ink and his private book that he hid in a compartment under his desk, Petter began writing down a list of all of those that would gladly see to the sorcerer's demise. Once the sorcerer falls, the rest will fall with him, he thought with a smile as he began writing down the enemies the sorcerer had made in his years since coming to this land. It shouldn't take much to get them to work together towards the common goal of ending the Sorcerer and his line permanently. And who knows, if Nox is as slightly capable as I believe him to be, then he will be able to take down more than a few of my other advisories on his was down. The Street of Steel within King's Landing was without a doubt a place that earned its name. The street ran from Fishmonger Square and climbed up one of the three hills, Visonya's Hill, that the city was built on until it reached the steps of the Great Sept of Baelor and was littered with smiths and metal workers for nearly its entire length. And while some might not notice the hierarchy in place, it was obvious to Nox that the better the smith, or rather the more expensive the cost of one's services, the higher up the hill they were placed. And like many of the streets scattered throughout King's Landing, the Street of Steel was a hive of activity with so many people milling about that one could hardly take a few steps without bumping shoulders with someone. Not that Nox had that problem, as the denizens of King's Landing seemed to be doing all in their power to stay out of their way, though not all had the same reason for doing so. He could feel genuine awe and admiration from some, with a brave few even working up the courage to come forth and show him respect by bowing to him or offering words of blessing. But for most, their fear drove them from his path, feared what he was, what he could do and what he had done since arriving in this city. While he could, and did, enjoy the simple no-nonsense lifestyle of the North, it was refreshing to once again be able to part a sea of people just by walking down a street. It had been over a week since they'd first arrived in King's Landing, and to say that their arrival had shaken things up would be an understatement. The day after Nox had berated Renley and Loras in the small council chambers, all of the prisoners that had been caught during the raiding of the slavers' bases along with Grand Maester Pycelle and the fallen Kingsguard Marin Trant were brought out before the people of King's Landing and executed by the King's Justice, Esser Ilan Payne. The foreign slavers didn't put up any resistance as they were forced down onto the block. They knew the price of being caught and knew that it was futile to try and escape their fate. The same though could not be said for the former Kingsguard, Pycelle or the Septon that had been caught with the slavers. Pycelle had broken down and was begging for his life and swearing his undying devotion to the crown even as he was being forced down onto the block. His pleas fell on deaf ears as Payne calmly stepped up and, with a nod from the king, severed the old man's head from his shoulders with a single blow. Trant had been next, and while the man had managed to keep a bit more dignity than Pycelle, he still cried out one last plea for mercy from the king before his head was removed. The last to be executed was the Septon that had been caught with the slavers. And it was his death that caused more than a slight stir amongst those present to watch. The man went to his death with his head bowed low and mumbling a constant stream of prayers that was only ended when Payne's sword sliced clean through his neck. The executions were quickly followed up by Esser Jaime Lannister being brought out before the people. He was stripped of his armor and secured to a post in the middle of the courtyard in front of the Red Keep. Then, with all to see and hear, Robert loudly proclaimed that Jaime had known about the wildfire caches stored away by the Mad King and had for 13 years kept quiet on the subject, putting everyone who lived in the city at risk. He then proclaimed that as punishment for his inactions, Jaime would be lashed 13 times, once for every year of his silence. And perhaps most surprising, Robert declared that he would be the one to hold the whip. Despite his lack of physical activity, the king was still deceptively strong. And he proved it then, as each last of the whip against Jaime's flesh was enough to tear it. And once the last lash had been delivered, blood was freely flowing down his back and legs, and Jaime could barely hold himself upright and had to be dragged by to the Red Keep by no less than 3 Lannister guards, with the queen immediately trailing behind them, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at the king while she passed him by. After the executions and whipping, things started to settle down slightly. All traces of the slavery operation within King's Landing were gone. The barrels of wildfire were still being disposed of at night by taking them far outside the city and igniting them, a process that would take months or perhaps years considering just how many barrels of the shit was beneath the city. Which meant that, with those 2 tasks handled and being handled, Nox had quite a bit of time on his hands. Time which he intended to use wisely, hence why this very morning he had awoken his apprentice at the crack of dawn and told him that they were going hunting in the city. "Master," John said from his place just behind him as the two were nearly to the top of Visonya's Hill with the Great Sept of Baelor coming into full view. I can sense something nearby." "No, someone. A force sensitive, but untrained." "Good." Nox nodded. knowing exactly what it was that Jon was sensing, seeing as how it was why the two were even out here in the first place. You're learning. Now watch and learn further as we collect our newest acolyte. Following one of the many Force presences he'd sensed within the city, Nox led the two of them to the last blacksmith shop on the Street of Steel just before the towering Great Sept of Baelor. The shop was massive in comparison to the ones that came before, showing off the wealth and prestige of this smith. The double doors were composed of weirwood and ebony if he had to guess, and were carved with an intricate scene depicting a hunt. And on either side of the entrance were two stone knights fully suited in stone armor that were designed to mimic the likeness of a griffin and unicorn. Pushing open the doors, Nox felt the heat of the smithery wash over him as the steady rhythm of a hammer on metal reached his ears. "Welcome, my lords," a young girl who was standing behind a counter spoke up the moment the two entered the shop. "If you are here to request an order, then by the seven. You, one moment, my lord." The girl all but bolted from her spot behind the counter and disappeared behind a curtain leading deeper into the shop. Does that happen often, master?" Jon asked, looking more than slightly confused at the curtain the girl disappeared behind. "Only when one's reputation precedes them," Nox answered as he made his way towards one of the display walls where a variety of daggers, short swords and pieces of armor were put up for sale. None of the weapons or armor displayed were of remarkable quality. They were good, but they were clearly not this smith's best work. Those pieces were no doubt kept safe until they could be brought out to be shown off to potential customers who could afford the man's best work. Though, despite the quality of the weapons displayed, there was one that caught his eye, so to speak. On the surface it didn't look special, merely a well-made dagger with a hand-length straight edge and no identifying markers. But it was what couldn't be seen that drew his attention to the dagger. The faintest of traces of the Force laid within the cold metal blade. Echoes of both the light and the dark side of the Force. "Lord Nox, this is a great honor to have one such as yourself as a patron. I am the master of this forge, Tobo Mott." Turning his attention from the dagger, Nox focused on Tobo Mott. The man was a quintessential blacksmith. A black velvet coat hung over his shoulders and opened just enough to reveal the heavy leather underneath that protected him from the heat of the forge. His bald head and face were spotted with sweat and soot while his graying beard was singed in sporadic places from the embers of the steel. "Master Armor," Nox nodded in greeting, "your reputation precedes you. And from what I can see so far, it is a reputation that is indeed well earned." "Thank you, my lord. Your reputation precedes you as well, my lord. King's Landing has been all abuzz since you're in the North's arrival to the Red Keep. But enough flattery. This is a shop, my lord, and I am a busy man. I doubt you have need of a sword, given the tales of the blade you carry. Are you in need of new armor? The people compare you to the stranger himself. I could fashion a set of armor in its likeness for you. Yes, armor so terrifying and realistic that children would run in fear just at the sight of you. Tempting, especially seeing some of your work here," he said, motioning towards a midnight black pair of gauntlets that were covered in red markings and spikes. The offer was tempting. After all, Sith armor was more than just a means of defense. It was also meant to intimidate one's foes. And while the armor he wore upon arriving in this world would not show its age for some time yet, he was interested to see just what this man could create for him. "You know quality when you see it, my lord," Mott said, picking up the gauntlets and holding them out for Nox to inspect. "I am the only armorer you will find in King's Landing and perhaps all of Westeros who can add such a tint to the metals without using paint. The pigments are infused during the forging process and will never fade until the metal does. But such work does have its costs, my lord. But I can guarantee you that the cost will be well worth my work." "Good," Nox nodded as he ushered Jon forward. "This is Jon Stark, newly legitimized son of House Stark and my apprentice. I want to see what you can do for him on a limited timetable. Gauntlets, vambraces, re-embraces and perhaps even shoulder pauldrons so long as he can keep full mobility of his armor movements. And seeing as how he's still young and has room to grow, they'll need to be easily adjustable in the future." Jon's head snapped towards him, his eyes wide in shock while Tobo merely grinned. "Ah yes, word has spread around the city about Lord Stark's bastard son being recently legitimized by the king himself after defeating a member of the Kingsguard during a trial by combat. And he is your apprentice, you say, Lord Nox? I take it that is something akin to a squire then. Yes, I believe that I can come up with something. Incorporate the wolves of the north and perhaps outlined in your house's colors, Lord Nox. Forgive me, Lord Nox. But I fear I do not know the colors of your house. Red on a field of black, Nox answered, drawing a quick look from Jon. Yes, that would do the trick. Black tinting with red and white accents, yes. Though I fear I do have many orders currently in process, my lord. To get your order done quickly, I would have to disappoint a fair number of influential members of court that, reaching into the folds of his robes, Nox pulled out a forearm-length dagger made of Valyrian steel with a thumb-sized ruby embedded into the crossed guard. I believe that this will be more than enough to pay for the disappointment your other patrons will face when their orders are delayed by a few days. Taking the offered dagger, Tobbo carefully inspected the blade and the ruby in the hilt before giving it an approving nod. A fine piece. No need to melt it down and reforge it in order to sell it. No doubt one you collected during your now infamous expedition, Lord Sorcerer. Well, lad, hold your arms out to the sides and let's get some measurements. Girl, bring the length rope. Standing back, Nox remained silent as he watched Tobbo take a length of rope and begin the process of measuring Jon's arms from every conceivable angle while the serving girl quickly wrote down each measurement as the master armorer read them off. There, that is all I require from you, lad, Tobbo said, handing the rope back off to the serving girl who made a hasty retreat. Give me a few days and your order will be ready. Good, Nox nodded before pointing towards the dagger on the wall that had caught his eye. And out of curiosity, this dagger here. It was not forged by your hand, was it? Tobbo hesitated as he saw the dagger Nox was talking about. You would be correct, Lord Sorcerer. That blade was forged by one of my apprentices. Nodding, Nox stood before the dagger, giving it his full attention. He went through several iterations, each one you thought was sellable, but he scrapped each one because they didn't feel right. He now had the smith's undivided attention as the man started oozing unease. You are correct, Lord Sorcerer, but how? I would like to meet the one who forged this dagger, Nox stated plainly, turning towards Tobbo. I have no ill intent towards your apprentice nor towards yourself, Mott. He has merely piqued my curiosity, that is all. Mott still didn't seem to fully trust him, or at least he was suspicious of his motives. But the man showed he had more sense than most as he nodded and moved towards the back of the shop. Gendry, get up front now, there's someone who wants to speak with you. A young boy, perhaps on age with Jon or a year younger at most, came forward from the back of the shop. Just like Mott, the young lad was wearing a thick leather apron and his skin was covered in sweat and soot from the forge. But that was where the similarities ended. Despite being at age or younger than Jon, this new boy was easily a head taller and broader than his apprentice and was built like a dreadnought despite his age. And his features were reminiscent of the King Robert. Though he looked more like the youngest Baratheon, Renley, there was some sort of family relation there. One that he would have to investigate when time permitted. But honestly, that was but a secondary thought to him. His primary thoughts were centered around the fact that the boy before him was quite powerful in the Force. Master, my lord, the boy, Gendry, greeted him awkwardly, seeming to find his shoes in the dirt on the floor quite interesting. This is Lord Nox, boy, the Northern Sorcerer, Tobbo introduced him, causing the boy, who was on height with Nox, to shrink in a bit on himself. He wishes to speak with you about your work. Holding out his hand, Nox wordlessly summoned the dagger through the air without saying a word. This is your work, is it not? He asked rhetorically, not waiting for an answer before continuing. An interesting piece. To the normal eye, it would seem just like any other dagger. But not to mine. You spent quite a lot of time making and remaking this dagger, never quite finding it just right. Until your last attempt your anger started to get the better of you. Frustration over the flaws you saw that no one else could clouded your sight and you hammered without thought or reason. Beating the metal into submission, bending it to your will and forcing it to take the design that you wanted. And then, as if it were by an act of magic, the dagger was finished. And the flaws you saw were gone, though no one else seemed to quite understand why you thought this iteration was better than your previous works. Am I right so far? The boy's nervous disposition faded, replaced with confusion as his eyes widened as he stared at Nox. Yes, my lord. You're right. Of course I am, Nox said without hesitation. Tell me, have you ever known that something was going to happen before it happened? Have you ever moved your hand just before a hammer fall could strike it without even seeing the blow coming? And mostly, when you hold this dagger you made, can you feel the life within calling out to you? Gendry was looking more and more uncomfortable with each word he spoke. I'll take that as a yes, as well, Nox nodded, already knowing the answer. I'm going to be honest and blunt with you, young man. You can manipulate the Force, just like myself and my apprentice here. Though unlike my apprentice and I, your abilities have manifested in a rather unique way. You use the Force to guide your hands while you work, and in doing so you saturate the metal with the Force, creating something that, while not quite to the level of Valyrian steel, is definitely above the grade of normal forged steel. Gendry looked positively shocked, his mouth hanging open slightly as he stared at Nox. Tobo, however, Nox could see the gears turning in the man's head as he was no doubt working out the best way to use Gendry's gifts to his advantage. Now then, having said that, you have two options, Gendry, Nox said, pressing on before either Gendry or Tobo could say anything. First, you can stay here in King's Landing and continue to work. You'll continue to learn under your master here, and you'll more than likely even start learning how to consciously use the Force in your crafting. And in a decade or so, you will perhaps take his place as the best smith in the city. Your second option is to come with me. I will teach you the ways of the Force, and how to incorporate your powers into your craft. And while I am no smith and cannot help you in that regard, there are others who can help you. And in time you will become both a warrior and a forge master, capable of creating weapons and armor that can rival even the best of Valyrian steel and using them with a skill few possess. Make your choice, Gendry. And know that I do not offer my hand twice. Gendry's mouth hadn't closed, if anything it had only dropped lower by the time Nox had finished speaking. Tobo though was obviously very conflicted. If Gendry stayed with him, he could take credit for training the boy and make quite the profit off him. But if Gendry stayed, his work would be nowhere near where it could be. Close your damn mouth, boy, Mott sighed, coming to a decision. And pack your bags, Gendry. You'll be leaving with the Sorcerer to head north with him. Gendry spun and faced the Master Armorer. But, Master Mott, what of my approach? This man can teach you far more than I can, as much as it pains me to admit, Mott sighed. You have a gift, lad. I've always known this. Now we know just what that gift is. And it is a gift that I cannot help you cultivate. Go with the Sorcerer, learn what you can. And once he's finished teaching you what he knows, come back and my doors will be open for you to complete your apprenticeship. Consequences 3 Part 3. The young lad's head snapped back and forth between Nox and Tobo several times as he tried to come to grips with what was being presented to him. My lord, I have much patience, Gendry, but it is not infinite, Nox stated, to which he could have sworn he heard Jon scoff silently at. It's a simple offer requiring a simple response. Will you come north? Yes, or no? Closing his eyes, Gendry breathed deep, his large chest moving and straining the thick leather covering him. When he opened his eyes again, Nox could see the determination in them and knew that he had his answer. Yes, my lord, I will come with you. But I cannot leave my work half done. Of course, you can't, Nox nodded. You have until we leave the city. When we leave, you will either be with us, or this offer will be closed to you permanently. I will be there, my lord, Gendry said with conviction. Good, Nox smirked as he turned to the Master Armorer. Master Tobo, Jon and I will be back to collect his armor pieces in a few days' time. Of course, my lord, Tobo said, bowing his head slightly. I thank you for your patronage, my lord. With nothing more to be said, Nox turned and made his way quickly out of the shop, leaving Jon hurrying to catch up with him. Master, Jon said lowly once the two were out of the shop. That wasn't like you. How so? Nox asked, curious for Jon's supposed insight. You're not one to leave a potential resource behind, Master. You've told Robb and I that enough and shown it frequently as well, Jon said factually. Back there, though, Gendry, he has the Force and you were going to let him not join us. That was, unlike you, Master. Shaking his head, Nox begun homing in on the next significant force presence he could sense in the city. It was faint, but dense, a young one, and a powerful one at that. If that is the way it seemed to you, my apprentice, then you were clearly not paying close enough attention. There was no way that Gendry was not going to be joining us. The offer was too good to pass up, and even if he wavered, the armorer Mott would have pushed him out the door after us. Why? Jon questioned as the two resumed walking through the crowded streets. Because as Gendry gains prestige, so too shall he. Especially if Gendry's skill as a forger grows to the levels I predict they can. Jon stared off into the crowd, pondering what he'd said. Tobo Mott, as the first to take Gendry under his tutelage, will be able to claim him as his student, even when he is in the north. And if Gendry becomes as skilled as you believe, then the nobles of the land will be seeking out Mott even more than they already do, because he can be credited for training Gendry in the art of forging. Which means that the moment you made the offer, you already knew it was going to be accepted. Smirking, Nox nodded. As whole, people are simple. Study them carefully, learn what motivates them, and you will be able to correctly guess which actions they will take. Both on the field of battle and in the ring of politics. Now, there is another that I am very, very interested in. Their presence is small, yet dense. Search the city and find the disturbance, then lead the way. Nodding, Jon gained a far-off look in his eye as he stared straight ahead. Slowly, his apprentice began turning slightly until he was facing towards the presence Nox had indicated. This way, Jon said confidently, leading the two of them through the crowded busy streets. It took the two of them nearly half the day to track the presence down, but as the sun began to set, they finally managed to locate the one they were searching for. Within a brothel of all places. The brothel stood 2 stories tall with leaded windows to prevent any from peeking inside and getting a free show. The girls that stood just outside the entrance were scantily dressed in flowing silk robes that were cinched at the waist and left very little to the imagination. To his credit, Jon didn't hesitate or blush or even look at the girls twice as the two of them stepped into the brothel, the smell of flowers and perfume so powerful it nearly caused Nox to sneeze. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, a sultry voice floated towards them almost as soon as the door shut behind the two of them. The speaker was a dark-skinned woman with a thick and sultry ooze whose every move screamed seduction. We here at Chatias have serviced many a fine lord and lady. Even the king himself has named my home as his favorite in the city. Yet we have never had the pleasure of having a sorcerer, the sorcerer, in our midst. I can assure you, my lord sorcerer, you have chosen very wisely. My girls will ensure that you and your young companion here will leave more satisfied than you have ever been in your entire life. And if none meet your expectations, then I shall personally see to your satisfaction. A tempting offer, madam. But I fear that should I partake in the pleasures of the flesh without my wife present to do the same, she would serve me my balls on a silver platter. The madam, he presumed to be Chatia, smiled sensually at him. I see, that is a pity then. But when you return with your wife, come again and we will see that the both of you are thoroughly satisfied. But if not for you, then perhaps you wish to have one of our girls spend some time with your young companion then. There is, after all, no better gift one can gift another other than an evening with one of my girls. That caused Jon to stiffen, in more ways than one. Alas, I fear young Jon Stark here has his heart set on another for his first time. The name, Stark, caused Chatia's brows to raise, but when she realized just what he'd said, her friendly demeanor faded slightly. Then if you are not here to find your relief, then I must ask for you to make way for those who are, my lord sorcerer. Time, even time spent talking, is coin. Reaching to one of his coin purses he had on his person and tossed the leather pouch to the madam, who caught it with an expert's skill and quickly gave it a shake to verify its contents. There is a child in this establishment. I would meet with the child and its mother to discuss a few things. Chatia's eyes narrowed as suspicion flared within her. Hagen. A young girl wearing a mostly transparent yellow silk dress quickly rose from one of the couches nearby and sauntered over towards them. Yes, madam. Tucking the purse into her own dress, Chatia nodded towards Nox and Jon. This is the northern sorcerer, Lord Nox. And this is Jon Stark, I presume the newly legitimized bastard son of Lord Stark. They wish to have words with you, and your daughter. Fear spiked within the girl as her eyes widened. Of course, my lord. Please. This way. Keeping a slight distance from the girl as to try and calm her, Nox and Jon followed the young whore into the back portion of the brothel where it looked like a few of the whores lived when they were not applying their trade. Leading them back to one of the rooms, the young woman opened the door and stepped in. The small apartment within was sparsely decorated with only a bed, a dresser, a small cradle near the bed and a rocking chair that was currently being occupied by a second young woman who was holding a bundle in her arms and singing softly. "Thank you for watching her, Yaya," Emhagen greeted the other young woman before taking the small bundle from the dark-skinned young woman. "My lord, Sorcerer, this is Alyaya, daughter of Chataya. Alyaya, this is Lord Nox and Lord Jon Stark. They wish to see my daughter." "Ma'am," Nox greeted the young woman by inclining his head. The young woman rose from the chair, suspicion screaming with each move she took. "My lords," Alyaya returned their greeting with a crisp accent. Paying the daughter of the madam no further mind, Nox approached the only slightly shaking Emhagen as she held the young child in her arms. This is my daughter, Bara," she said, turning just enough so that the child would be in his view. The action wasn't needed though, as Nox already knew everything that he needed to know. The dense force presence he'd felt ever since arriving in this city was coming from this child, who could only be a month old at best. For her to hold such a presence at such a young age, she was something special. It would still take some time for her powers to truly mature. But once they did, he could easily see her as becoming on par with Arya. Perhaps even Jon in terms of raw power. "Interesting," Nox said quietly as he continued to carefully observe the young child. Interesting, my lord." "Yes," Nox nodded to the young whore as he took a step towards her and her child, causing her to flinch in an involuntarily protective manner. "There is no reason for you nor your daughter to fear me, girl. I would risk no harm befalling your daughter. She is special, very special. It is still too early to tell the full extent, but there is no doubt in my mind that your daughter is powerful in the Force. Given time and training she could become a powerful Force adept, a sorceress. Perhaps even on par with myself." Emhagen's fear fled and Alyaya's suspicion vanished as each young woman turned and stared down at the child in wonder. Are you certain, my lord Sorcerer?" Emhagen asked, a desperate sense of hope filling her. A hope that her child would have a better life. "I am," Nox nodded. Despite being only a babe, her presence in the Force is incredible. With time and training, she will have few equals. The young whore's face nearly split as she smiled lovingly down at the young babe in her arms. "I knew she was special, my lord. A gift from the gods. After my time with her father, I took Moon Tibet, but the will of the gods would not be denied, and she began growing in my womb and I couldn't deny her life. I don't know why but I had to bring her into the world. Now I know why. It was not the gods who kept the child alive, but the living Force," Nox thought, his interest in the girl rising. "There have been a few in the past who have survived the womb when they were not supposed to. And those few have left lasting marks on history. This girl will no doubt be one to do so as well. I have an offer for you then, young Emhagen," Nox said, drawing the girl's attention back to himself. "Young Bara here will need to be trained when she comes of age. To that, I extend the invitation to both yourself and your daughter to return north to Winterfell with myself and the Stark contingent when we leave in a few days' time." Me, to the north?" Emhagen asked incoherently while the young Alyaya watched on from near the back of the room, her eyes narrowing as she took in everything. A sharp mind there. "Yes," Nox answered simply. "Your daughter's power, or at least the power she will command when she comes of age, is nothing to scoff at. She has it within her to become one of the more powerful beings I have met since coming to this land. But she must be trained. There are none outside the north who can truly help your daughter reach her full potential. And unlike some Force sensitives that I share a distinct disagreement of philosophy on, I do not believe in separating a child from its mother. Especially a child so young. So, I'm offering you the chance to travel with us and find a new home in the north. It won't be an easy life. Despite your daughter's status, you will still have to work to make your way. But there is a brothel near Winterfell that sees a relatively brisk business. Or if you wish to find another path, I will personally see to your placement wherever you wish." Hagen was struck silent, her mind unable to process just was being presented before her. Hagen, Alyaya said softly, walking towards her fellow whore. Take the offer. You may act the part well, but I know you, I know what is in your heart. And this life is not the life for you. Nor do you wish this life for your daughter. So, go north and make a life for yourself and your daughter. Tears started forming at the corners of the young whore's eyes as she nodded. I accept, my lord sorcerer. Very well, Nox smirked, knowing that he had secured a very powerful future acolyte. We will leave in a few days' time. Conclude whatever business you have before then, for it is doubtful that you will ever again return to this city. Ignoring the cries of agony and pleas for mercy, Tywin Lannister watched dispassionately as the old maester of Castle Rock and his replacement were both slowly and methodically sliced by a team of butchers he'd brought up to the main keep. Tywin had given implicit instructions to the butchers that the men were to be carved up one piece at a time starting with their limbs and that they were to be kept alive as long as possible. And so far, the butchers had done exactly that. As he watched, one of the butchers finished severing what was left of the younger maester's right leg from the rest of his body. The butcher then placed the portion of the severed limb onto a platter and handed it off to one of the guards, who then brought it over to a nearby cage where House Lannister had kept a pride of lions. The sigil of House Lannister eagerly licked the muzzles and fought against the bars of their cage as the guards threw the bloody pieces of the maesters to them. He did feel a slight pang in his chest as he heard the elder maester cry out to him by name, but he crushed that pain immediately. The man had been a constant in his life ever since he had been but a boy. He had helped teach him and his siblings their letters and numbers. Had provided decent counsel over the years. He had even seen to the birth and education of Tywin's own children. But he would not allow his sentiment for the man to overcome the fact that he was a traitor and the murderer of his wife Joanna by making sure that she did not survive the birthing of Tyrion. Confident that the butchers were doing their work per his instructions, Tywin turned his back on the execution of the maesters and traversed his way back through the halls of his home towards the small meeting chamber he'd had converted to a meeting hall when the small gatherings he'd had with Tyrion, Garyon, and Kevin became more frequent. Entering the small room, he found his son and brothers already seated along with his sister Jenna. Sit, he said as the four started to rise to their feet while he made his way towards the chair reserved for him at the head of the table. Tyrion, I assume we have received another raven from King's Landing. We have, Tyrion nodded, who'd taken up the task of dealing with the ravens after the maesters' treachery had been revealed. Something which almost brought a smile to Tywin's face as he thought of Tyrion's struggle in trying to reach the ravens. The wolves and the sorcerer have finally left King's Landing after delivering a rather rough paddling to those within the confines of the city. And Cersei is once more demanding that you head for King's Landing immediately to demand retribution for what happened to Jaime. The thought of his firstborn son and what he'd been hiding caused no small amount of rage within Tywin. Had his idiot son opened his mouth at the end of the rebellion, then he would have been heralded as a hero and House Lannister's name would have been elevated to heights unseen since the founding of the Seven Kingdoms. But instead, Jaime had kept his mouth shut about the Mad King's last plan. And in doing so had put the entirety of King's Landing in harm's way. Including the royal family, the very foundation upon which House Lannister would create a legacy to last 1,000 years. And now his son was stuck with that ridiculous moniker that followed him like a bad rash no matter what deed he did. The only reason I would go to King's Landing in regard to Jaime's punishment would be to see it revisited upon him several times over. Tywin stated coldly, eyeing Tyrion who he knew greatly looked up to his older brother. And you will send a letter to Cersei stating exactly that. Garyon, is Joy ready to depart? Upon learning that the Stark bastard had a sword identical to Nox's, Tywin's intent to get one of his own under the tutelage of the sorcerer had intensified. Once Joy, or any other of the Lannister name, proved themselves worthy in the sorcerer's eyes he would no doubt grant them a blade as well. A blade that would then be promptly handed over to the Lannister main line. While Brightroar was still a tremendous find and a symbol of prestige, it was still but a child's toy when compared to these lightsabers the sorcerer wielded. She is, his youngest brother nodded. And she knows what your expectations are for her as well. Good, Tywin stated with a note of finality. He knew that his brother did not like the idea of using his young daughter as a pawn, but that mindset only proved that while his Brother had grown during his failed expedition to Valyria, he was still but a child. Wants and desires of the individual did not matter. All that mattered was the family name, for that was what lived on. And through joy, House Lannister would be able to incorporate the sorcerer's powerful magic into their family line and be next to unrivaled. Did the sorcerer do anything else besides dealing with the Wildfire caches before he left the city? Tywin asked, very interested in what exactly the sorcerer had been up to during his brief stay in King's Landing. Tywin was no fool. He knew that the sorcerer was ambitious and had plans to further his standing, though to what level was still unclear. But Tywin knew that one day he would have to face off against the man. Not on the battlefield, of course. From what he'd seen of him, it would take nothing short of an entire army catching the man by surprise to even have the possibility of defeating him. No, rather, this war he would wage against the sorcerer would be one fought with words and deeds. And he needed a solid foundation underneath him for when that confrontation came. A foundation that was now weakened with the loss of Pycelle. Beyond dealing with a group of slavers that had somehow managed to take root in the city, no, Tyrion replied. What information we have of his movements is limited at best. It is widely known, however, that when the Northerners left the city, they did so with the young lady Shireen Baratheon riding along with them. Along with a handful of other small folk that had once called King's Landing home. Stannis's daughter going with the sorcerer was expected. The man would have been mad to not take the offer presented to him. But the fact that several small folk left with the Northerners was concerning to him. After all, while he still found Stark predictable, the sorcerer was anything but. But while he was unpredictable, Nox was much like himself in that he never did anything without reason. There had to be some benefit towards House Nox to allow those small folk to follow them back north. When you are in the north, you will expend every effort to discover why Stark and Nox allowed those small folk to travel with them back to the north. Of course, Tyrion nodded before turning pensive. And, if it turns out that those small folk who caught the eyes of the wolves and the sorcerer turn out to have the same power as themselves. It was a possibility, and one of the few reasons why he could think of that would explain Nox's interest in them. If they have the same power, you and Garyon are to do all in your power to discover their parentage in King's Landing. If these individuals did indeed have the same power as Nox, which was a good possibility, there was opportunity to be gained. Not by trying to collect the individuals themselves, he had no means of training them. But rather he would go after their families. Arrange for better living conditions, positions within keeps, perhaps even a marriage or two should the individual be of high enough status. He would allow Nox to train these individuals and make them strong. But in the end, he would be the one holding onto their leashes as he collected their families under his banner. There is much work to be done, he said, rising from his seat. And you all have much work to do. Tyrion, Garyon, you two will set sail at first light for Winterfell and make sure Joy finds a place either by the sorcerer's side or within the Stark household. Kevin, continue your work renovating some of the abandoned mining houses around the rock for when they return with the North's improvements. And Jenna, inform your husband to send a letter to his family. The Starks will no doubt be heading for Riverrun so that Lord Stark may pay his respects to his late wife's family, and from there they will head north to the twins. Inform the phrase that I will be most displeased should they do anything to anger or delay the sorcerer and the wolves. Olenna Tyrell had lived a long life. A very long life. One that had seen the fall of the Targaryen dynasty and the rise of the Baratheon reign. She'd lived through the War of the Ninnepenny Kings and survived escaping a betrothal to a Targaryen prince when she was 8 and 10. And now, she was the leader of the Reach in all but name. She had fought and clawed her way through everything the world had thrown at her and come out the other end stronger than ever. She'd negotiated trade deals, arranged betrothals, settled disputes both petty and significant, and she'd even arranged more than a few unsavory acts of murder and theft, all in the name of keeping House Tyrell in power. And through it all she'd lived a life without regrets. Until now. Overlooking the sprawling gardens that were scattered throughout Highgarden from the balcony connected to her private study, Olenna was overcome with the one feeling she hadn't felt in some time. Regret. But not regret that stemmed from actions that she'd taken. Quite the opposite, as the regret that was currently gnawing away at her came about because of her inactions. Resisting the urge to smash her head against the stone walls of Highgarden, Olenna forced herself away from the pretty landscape below and back into her room so she could start thinking properly. She'd blundered, though in her opinion that was far too soft of a word to describe it. She'd known about the Order of the Guiding Hand for years, ever since the Maester here in Highgarden had arranged for her late husband to have the riding accident that claimed his life, thereby setting up her oath of a son to take over rulership of the Reach. But in her youth and arrogance, instead of putting the man to death, she had instead confronted him and turned him into one of her agents. It was her hope that through him she could gain control of the organization that was spread throughout Westeros and had the ear of every lord and lady in the land. She used the knowledge she had of the Maester's role in the death of her husband to gain control of him. His task was simple. He was simply to relay the plans the Order had regarding the other noble houses to her so that she could take advantage of said plans. And for a time, it had worked. She'd managed to use the system the Order of the Guiding Hand had in place to help further the prosperity of the Tyrells and to ensure that their place as wardens of the South and lords of the Reach went unquestioned, but now it had all come crashing down around her. Her little spy in the Order either hadn't informed her of the conspiracy against the Starks, or he hadn't known about it. Either way, he had utterly failed her and the task she had set before him. Had he informed her of the conspiracy, she could have curried much favor with not only the Starks, but the Sorcerer and the entire North by revealing the plan to them and helping the wolves crush the dissenters within their ranks. But that was not what happened. Instead, the Maesters had incited an attempted coup of the North, a coup that failed epically. And then, they'd made the mistake of leaving a trail behind that the Starks followed right to their doorstep. And now the entire realm knew of the Order, and the lords and ladies across Westeros were currently decorating their keeps with the heads of Maesters. The exposure of the Order left her with another problem as well. She couldn't allow the fact that she knew about the Order to become general knowledge to the people. She could think of more than one upstart house that would try and use the knowledge to try and unseat House Tyrell from their place of power, which was why she'd had left and right encouraged the Maester of Highgarden to down his entire supply of poisons before leaping out of his tower right onto a rather conveniently located rack of spears. But while she'd managed to cover her insight into the Order, the people of Westeros were still looking at House Tyrell and blaming them for the Maesters being able to act so brazenly right under their nose. They were the wardens of the South after all, and the Citadel fell within their jurisdiction. It had been their responsibility to watch over the Maesters, and they'd failed at that. In time this whole debacle would be forgotten, but until then House Tyrell would have to be vigilant with their vassals. Gods, what a simplistic fool I was, she cursed herself as her regret at having failed to act reared its ugly head once more. She should have just exposed the Order of the Guiding Hand the moment she learned of them and started decorating Aldtown with their heads. But no, she hadn't done that. Instead, she had tried to use them. And now the Starks and the Sorcerer were being heralded by the people for uncovering the conspiracy of the Maesters and cleaning up their mess. The second hour of the wolf, the people were calling it, in reference to the first hour of the wolf, when Cregan Stark took over governance of King's Landing after the Dance of Dragons. And just like his ancestor had before him, Stark swept into King's Landing, oversaw and performed a few beheadings, and then left to head back north. Unfortunately, her failure to take proper action against the Maesters was not her only blunder, or even the biggest of her blunders. No, that honor lied with her inaction in trying to coerce the Sorcerer to come south. She should have acted years ago when Mace had returned from the Greyjoy Rebellion with tales of a so-called Sorcerer in the employ of the Starks. But instead she simply assumed that, if the man was even half of what her oath of a son claimed him to be, he would grow tired of the boring North and the Starks who were hosting him. After all, what was there in the North besides cold, snow, trees and constant threats from the wildlings? She assumed that he would grow bored and eventually head south to seek his fortune, and when he did, that was when she was planning on striking. Offering him a place of honor at Highgarden's court, perhaps even offering him a lady from the Tyrell family line to keep him here. But had he done that? No. In complete defiance of what she thought he'd do, he stayed in the North. And not only had he stayed put, but he had helped turn the North into a thriving land that, while not quite at the level of wealth held by the Reach or the Westerlands, was far from being the poorest land in all of Westeros. Looking down at her desk, she glanced over the pair of glass wine chalices that she'd had commissioned from the North. The cups themselves were in the shape of roses with the petals acting as the cup and a green stem below. The pieces were incredibly detailed to the point where they almost looked exactly like a rose. The man who'd made them even managed to tint the glass to give the petals a light red coloring while the stem was a dark green. They'd cost a small fortune, but they were worth it to see just how truly talented these northern glass smiths had become. And they were talented. It had only taken a few years, but now the North had completely replaced the Myrish as the principal supplier of glass in not only Westeros, but also the northern parts of Essos as well. If it was just glass they were making, I would be able to deal with that, Olenna thought ruefully, sitting down and spying the next item on her desk, a bowl of exotic fruit grown in the North, and only in the North. But no, the sorcerer not only helped the North to create their glass trade, he also helped them set up numerous other ventures as well. New forms of alcohol, a way of copying books in days rather than weeks. New medicines that can even cure greyscale. New foodstuffs unseen in all of Westeros. And a new place of learning, a place that will now surely see quite the uptake in members thanks to the actions of the moronic idiots in the Citadel. Forcing down thoughts of the maesters once more, Olenna focused more at the problem at hand. Had she acted when she'd first learned of him, she could have enticed the sorcerer south and all the gifts he'd given House Stark and the North would belong to House Tyrell. But because she had hesitated, the North was now the primary recipient of the man's gifts. Hells, he'd even begun teaching the children of House Stark how to use his magic. And doing a damn fine job of it considering Eddard Stark's bastard son was able to handily defeat a member of the Kingsguard during a trial by combat. The man had even taken a northern woman as his wife. The fact that the girl was a former serving girl might be a fact that some houses would try to exploit to break their union, but that was a fool's errand. The girl, from the tales she'd been told, was said to be her northern equivalent. Which was something that would insult a lesser lady, but Olenna was not insulted. The girl had earned her place. And even if she wasn't born a noble, she now was one with her marriage to the sorcerer. He is a full northerner now, Olenna thought with dismay. With everything he has set up in the North, he will never leave. But, when the gods close one door, they open another. The sorcerer may be lost to House Tyrell, but the game is far from over. Pulling out several pieces of parchment, Olenna grabbed her inkwell and best quill and started getting to work creating a few drafts. Left, she called out, not bothering to raise her head from her work as she addressed her guards. Wait until my son has finished stuffing his face and then bring him here. Right, see to the assembly of a proper escort for a long voyage and have the servants begin packing enough for several months. Shoo, by the time her son finally arrived, Olenna had gone through no less than a dozen drafts of what she had been working on and 2 full ink wells. Pausing from her work, she took a moment to gaze at her son. Which proved to be a mistake as she couldn't contain her scoff. The Fat Flower he was called. And unfortunately, it was an apt name for her son. And it was a name that he had unfortunately done nothing to try and dismiss or counter. Thank the gods her grandchildren at least gave her hope for House Tyrell's future. Willias, despite his crippled leg, would make for an excellent future Lord Tyrell. Hells, if she could truly have her way, she would ship her son and his wife off to some villa in the hills and leave the two there until Willias could formally take over. Garland was the warrior reborn with Loras proving himself as well in aiding to repair relations between the Tyrells and Baratheons. Though she did wish he would do so without biting a pillow. And Marjorie, her sweet flower, she carried with her the hopes and dreams of House Tyrell. And thank the gods that she had the mind and the body to see those dreams come true. Mother, her son greeted her, a food stain on his shirt directly below his mouth. Was there something that you wish? Sit, Olenna commanded, pointing to the chair directly across from her as she slid the 2 finalized documents she'd spent all day drafting. Sign these. Frowning, Mace reached over for her quill before thinking better of it and reading what she'd handed him. At least not all of my lessons have been for naught with him. Mother, Mace said, his brow furrowed as he read over the first document. This is a recruitment drive for the Night's Watch. Congratulations, Mace, you have a pair of eyes and can use them, she scoffed. The writ called for all the cells in the Reach to be emptied of all who were willing to take the black. But that wasn't all it called for, otherwise she wouldn't have needed her son's name on it. It also called for every able-bodied man, young or old, to take the black as well. And knowing how well that would go over, she added a clause that, pending on the man's age and ability, their family would be compensated a set amount of gold for them joining. An old man joining the watch would give a family enough coin for a few years. A young man joining the watch would earn his family enough coin to last a decade if spent wisely. This will put quite the dent in our coffers, mother. And some of our vassals may not take heed of the writ given their own limited coffers. Mace stated, amazingly correct for once. Why should we? Because while most of the kingdoms of Westeros find the Night's Watch to be little more than a penal colony to send our undesirables, the North find the place as one of honor and respect those who voluntarily take the black. And given recent events with eyes towards the future, it would behoove us to curry some favor with the North. Olenna lectured her son, and while this will hurt our coffers a touch, it is nothing that we will not be able to recover from in a few years. Setting the parchment down, Mace scratched at his immaculately trimmed beard. Honestly, if the lad spent even half the time he spent in front of the mirror dedicated to his studies, then he could be an archmaester by now. But why should we care about gaining favor with the— What is this? Olenna asked, pointing towards the twin wine glasses on her table. A pair of wine glasses. Very good. Now, where were they created? She pressed, making her son squirm. The North. Good. Now these, she said, pointing towards the bowl of exotic fruit on her desk. Where did these come from? The North as well, Olenna sighed. Honestly, he doesn't even realize which food comes from which province. Reaching into her desk, she pulled out a small book and a flask of strong wine and set both on the desk before her. I won't bother to ask this time, seeing as how you don't appear to know, but both of these also come from the North as well. Glass, ornate and practical. Strong wine and ale, new types of fruits and vegetables. And books, all coming from the North. Not the Reach, not the Westerlands or any of the other kingdoms. Only the North. Now, tell me again why we shouldn't bother to try and gain favor with the North. Consequences 3 Part 4 Mace made to speak, but Olenna cut him off. Have you looked at the taxes for the past year? The past 3? No, of course you haven't. Not unless they were written on a sweet roll. The North, while not our primary consumer of food, was second behind ourselves. But in the last few years the income from the North has been steadily declining. The glass gardens of Winterfell are numerous enough to feed the entirety of Winterfell on their own. And more glass gardens and farmsteads are popping up all over the North, reducing their dependency on buying our crops. When they don't buy our crops, that means that our people don't get their coin. And if our people don't get their coin, then neither shall we through taxes. For too long the Reach has relied on the fact that we supply most of the food to the realm for our coin. Well, times have changed, and we need to change along with them. And what better example is there to emulate than the way the North has changed? Supplying men to the Night's Watch is a minor way to start getting into the North's good graces. The other is through this, which will also conveniently enough aid in our long-term goals. Taking up the second piece of parchment, her son again read over its contents with wide eyes. But I thought it was decided that is a betrothal contract, correct? Olenna said, answering her son before he could ask his question. Granted, the terms greatly favor the North. But we must look past the short-term losses and towards the long-term gains. But why? Who are the most eligible girls in all of Westeros that are at least within marriageable age with Crown Prince Joffrey? Olenna asked before holding up 3 fingers. I'll tell you, there are 3 that could be betrothed to the prince without issue. Princess Arianne Martell, though given the history between House Martell, House Baratheon, and House Lannister such a union is highly unlikely. Which leaves 2 front-runners. Our own Flower Marjorie, and Sansa Stark. Now, given the nature of King Robert, who do you think he will choose for his son's queen? The daughter of the man he considers to be his brother in all but blood? Or the daughter of the house that fought against him during the rebellion and held his brothers under siege and nearly killed them both? Who do you think the king will choose? Mace swallowed, clearly uneasy. Well, Loras has ensured us that he has Renly's ear and, oh, Loras has much more than Renly's ear, Mace, Olenna scoffed. And, in the end, it doesn't mean shit. Give them a few more years and the North will perhaps be able to match the wealth of the Westerlands and the Reach. And make no mistake, when they reach that point, Robert will betroth his son to Sansa Stark. Once that happens, House Tyrell's hopes of gaining access to the royal family dies for at least another generation. There are only two ways to prevent this from happening. The first, well, the dragons and the maesters have both learned what it means to anger the wolves, so we will not be doing that. The second though is to make it so that Sansa cannot be betrothed to the prince because she is already betrothed to the future Lord of the Reach. But Willias is twice the girl's age, and Willias has just celebrated his 1 in 20 name day while Sansa has recently turned 1 in 10. Olenna countered. There have been far greater age disparities, just look at Jon Arryn and Lysa Arryn, for example. Plus, the girl will not wed until she has reached the age of 6 and 10 and is a full woman. By marrying Sansa to Willias, we remove the primary competition for our Marjorie becoming the next Queen of Westeros. And we also gain access to the growing power that is the North. And, if rumors are to be believed, Sansa is not only a great beauty despite her age, but she also apparently has the same powers as the Sorcerer and her siblings. Powers that apparently can be passed down to her children, the future of House Tyrell. Now, do I need to keep holding your hand about this situation? Or will you sign the damn contracts already? Her son was clearly not pleased with the way the conversation had been going, but she honestly didn't care, seeing as how half of her days were spent cleaning up her son's mess and making sure that their lords didn't get some crazy idea in their heads like thinking that they would perhaps be better wardens of the South. The staring contest between her and her son was over before it could even truly begin, as Mace quickly went about putting his name at the bottoms of each contract. I can have riders sent out first thing in the morning to deliver the terms to Winterfell. That will not be necessary, Olenna said, dusting both contracts to dry the ink before rolling them up and securing them. The betrothal between Sansa Stark and Willias is far too important to leave in the hands of some idiot rider. This requires an experienced hand to make sure that the Starks agree. So, I will be heading to Winterfell myself and deliver these terms in person. And Willias, Garland and Marjorie will be accompanying me to the north as well. What? Mace stammered. Why would you nay? Because it will be good for them, Olenna countered, getting up in order to pour herself a glass of wine, purposefully not pouring a second for her son. He didn't need more to addle his brain. The Starks are the oldest remaining family in Westeros and have held rulership of the North since the beginning of recorded history. Perhaps longer. It will be good for Willias to learn for a time under the man who will, hopefully, be his good father within the next few years. As for Garland, our gallant son of House Tyrell might be considered one of the best knights in the realm, but there is still much he can learn. Especially from men as skilled as Lord Stark and Lord Nox. And as for Marjorie, our goal is to place her as the next Queen of Westeros. And a part of her future kingdom will be the North, a land that is at the best of times willingly ignorant of the South. Giving her time in the North will give her the foundation for how to bring the North better into the fold when she takes up her crown. Also, I've received a letter from House Forrester all but begging for one of their daughters to be taken in as one of Marjorie's ladies. And considering all the advantages, I've decided to allow it to further our relations with the North. Now, is there anything else you want to say? If not, then go. I have a lot to think about and do before we leave for the North. Whistling a light tune as he strolled through the gardens surrounding Sunspear, a Baron Martell found himself feeling lighter than he had in some time. The sole reason for his elation could be boiled down to a single word. Revenge. Not the revenge he was hoping for, of course. After all, the old lion and his mad dog and the fat king all still drew breath while his beloved sister did not. But it was revenge nonetheless. Revenge against the foolish maesters who had spent decades, perhaps centuries, making fools of all the people of Westeros. When word had first reached them about what had transpired in Winterfell, the reaction of Dorne was mixed to say the least. The Starks, while acknowledged to perhaps be the primary reason why the rebellion was able to succeed, had earned the respect of Dorne because they'd gone to war after the unjust execution of Rickard and Brandon Stark and the kidnapping of Lyanna Stark. So, when word reached them that several of their vassal houses had attempted a coup, there were some who said that the wolves deserved their fate, but many more who were outraged by what had transpired. A baron, for his part, was one of those who were outraged. He would never call Ned Stark a friend, but he did at least respect the man. Whatever sins Stark had committed, his children were innocent of them. He did not deserve to have his wife and youngest son murdered in his halls. But while he would not call Stark a friend, he did consider Nox to be a friend. A friend who nearly lost his wife and did lose his child in the coup. It took his brother Doran all but placing him under arrest to prevent him from taking the first ship he could find and sailing north to kill any and all responsible for the atrocity. And he wasn't the only one either. His niece Arianne had also been visibly upset by the news, though he was positive that her anger was direct solely at the fact that her recent interest had nearly lost his life. She's got good tastes, even if he is a northerner, a Baron thought, his mind straying towards the young lad he had spent over a moon's time with during the expedition to Valyria. She could certainly do worse, that's for sure, though she might not be given the option to choose if Doran's plan comes to fruition. She'll be Queen of Westeros, though perhaps taking the boy on as a paramour could help bridge relations with the North when the time comes, but that is an issue for another time. Nothing has been set in stone yet. And I have something much more interesting to discuss with Doran other than his daughter's love life. While he might have been powerless to act when word had first arrived about the coup in the north, he certainly hadn't been when the next bit of news arrived at Sunspear. Nox and Stark had found out who the true force behind the coup was, and it turned out to be a secret organization within the ranks of the Maesters. An organization that even a Baron wasn't aware existed, and he'd nearly forged several links during his stay at the Citadel. But that wasn't all that was uncovered. Apparently, this group of Maesters wasn't content with merely trying to control the North. They were trying to control all of Westeros by spreading their agents within the Maester Order to various nobles' houses and whispering into the ears of the lords and ladies they were sent to serve. And there were two such Maesters here in Sunspear. Once their treachery had been revealed, courtesy of an envoy sent by Archmaester Marwyn who'd taken control of the Citadel, Doran had immediately ordered the arrest of both Maesters in Sunspear and demanded they be questioned extensively. While the letters they received from Archmaester Marwyn confirmed there was no great conspiracy to set the houses of Dorne against House Martell, the Maesters were still trying to weaken House Martell. Their main plot was to not cure or even aid Doran, but rather make his condition worse through subtle poisons guised as medicine. The fact that the two Maesters had tried to kill his brother slowly did not sit well with a Baron, and he had insisted on taking over the questioning of the two men. Neither man had lasted long, barely an hour each into their questioning before they were both spilling everything they knew from what types of poisons they were using against Doran to his brother's boot size. It was satisfying watching the two men suffer. But at the same time, it was rather, well, boring. No challenge whatsoever to get either to talk. And after only 2 days a Baron was ready to send both men to be mounted on the spears lining the walls of Sunspear when the elder of the two let something slip. Something he had kept silent even from the other members of this Order of the Guiding Hand. A letter from his sister, written in code that he and his sister had developed as children and received at a time that corresponded with the sacking of King's Landing. His sister's last words. The Maester had hid the letter from a Baron and Doran, trying his best to decipher the cryptic language Elia wrote it in. But after being unsuccessful for some time, the Maester had simply put the letter aside and forgot about it. That was until a Baron pried its location, as well as the Maester's teeth, out of him with a pair of tongs. After learning its location, a Baron tore the Maester's chamber apart, looking for the last letter sent by Elia. It hadn't taken him long to find, and it took him even less time to decipher the short message Elia had sent them. But while he could decipher her writing easily enough, that was only the first step. His sister had not only written in the secret code that the two of them had developed, but she had also made her message as cryptic as possible to the point where even if one could decipher the code, it would read as pure nonsense. Which was why a Baron was now heading towards for Doran. While a Baron could easily decipher the writing, he knew that Doran would be the one to truly understand the cryptic language she was using. Passing by his brother's guards and entering his solar, a Baron found Doran standing with his hands resting against the railing of the balcony that overlooked the yards of Sunspear. Along with the missive revealing the Maester's duplicity, Marwyn had also sent them a new recommendation for how to handle the symptoms of his brother's gout. Primarily a change in his exercise routine and diet. And while it would take years to undo the damage that had been done to him, Doran was starting to show some recovery. Did they have anything useful to say, a Baron? Doran asked the moment the door closed behind him, sealing the two in the room. Not much, mostly what they have been attempting to do to you. And neither had any inclination of your plans with the exiled Targaryens, a baron stated before pulling out the rolled-up scroll. However, it appears that our maester did keep a secret from us. Our sister's last words, sent to us just before the sack of King's Landing. That got his brother's attention as he turned away from the balcony and, albeit with a noticeable limp, retook his usual spot in his wheeled chair. And what did she say? She wrote it in the code that the two of us developed as children, and as an added layer of protection made the message within so cryptic that even I cannot fully understand it. Whatever she had to tell us, she was deathly afraid of it falling into the wrong hands. A baron said as he began reading sections of the message. First was a true fire before the farce came into being to spin a tale of deceit for time. Doran seemed to mull the message around in his head before sighing. That part of the message is easy enough to figure out, though it is a secret that was known to only a few. Elia's pregnancy with Rhaenys was difficult, as you well know. After she gave birth, Pycelle stated that she would have a difficult time carrying a second child to term. This did not sit well with Aerys, who threatened that if she lost a dragon child that he would see to it that his son had a proper wife through whatever means he deemed necessary. When she became pregnant with Aegon, Rhaegar took her to Dragonstone to try and minimize the stress Aerys placed on her so that she could carry the child in peace. And it worked, a baron nodded. She gave birth to Aegon on Dragonstone. No, she didn't, Doran replied, stunning a baron. Aegon, the true Aegon, was stillborn. And the birthing permanently damaged Elia's womb to the point where she became barren. Knowing that Aerys would order Elia's death for her failure to carry the future heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaegar ordered this information kept silent by the Maester of Dragonstone, and a child of a common girl with Valyrian features was found and passed off as Aegon until Rhaegar could set his father aside. Feeling weak in the knees, a baron sat down across from his brother completely stunned. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were in Essos at the time, Doran countered, which was true. And after her death, it didn't really matter anymore. What else is in the letter? Not caring for Doran's answer, a baron proceeded to read through the rest of the letter that he didn't understand so that the two of them could work out what she was telling them. Most of it was sentimental, her wishing to see the two of them one last time but knowing that it would more than likely not happen with Rhaegar's defeat at the Trident. However, when they came to the end of the letter, her writing seemed to change. This part is strange, a baron said, sitting upright and reading the passage to himself once more before reading it aloud. Follow the path to the dawn and find the untamed vicious bitch at the end. Save my beloved Lee from the chains that bind by oath and see them to safety. What is this path to the dawn she speaks of? And the vicious bitch, and why would she care about one of the free cities? Doran, however, had a very pensive look on his face. Let me see the letter, he demanded, all but ripping the letter out of his hands. His elder brother read the last part of the message repeatedly before something seemed to click in his mind as his eyes widened and the letter fell from his hands. I was wrong, brother, so very wrong, Doran said, seemingly shaken by whatever epiphany he'd had. I assumed he was the most dangerous man in all of Westeros, but that is incorrect. What? A baron asked, lost as to where his brother's mind had taken him. Your friend, the Sorcerer Nox, Doran clarified. After meeting him, I labeled him as a remarkable player of the game and perhaps one of the most dangerous men in all of Westeros. But I was wrong. He isn't the most dangerous man in all of Westeros. He's the most dangerous man in all of the known world. Leaning forward, a baron rested his elbows on his knees. I could have told you that, brother. Especially after seeing just what he was capable of doing in Valyria with his magic. I'm not talking about him in terms of his fighting prowess or his ability with magic. Those would be cause for concern enough. But no, I'm talking about his head for the game that makes him so dangerous. How did you come to that conclusion from our sister's letter? A baron asked, scratching at his beard. Surely, he didn't have a hand in the events that happened during the rebellion. Does he have some connection to the path to the dawn, or to Lee? No, I doubt he had any hand in the rebellion. But he is taking advantage of the secrets that were created from the rebellion. Doran said, confusing a baron even more than he already was. As for our sister's message, the path to the dawn was meant to be taken literally. As in travel to the dawn, or rather the one who held dawn. Sir Arthur Dane, And to further this message, she tells us to find the untamed vicious bitch. Or, if taken in context, she's asking us to find a wild untamed female dog, which could be related to a wolf. A she-wolf, a baron finished for his brother, connecting the pieces of the puzzle in his mind. She wanted us to find Lyanna Stark. Why? And what about Lee? Oh, I see, clever. The L and S were capitalized in her writing. She wasn't referring to the city of Lee, but rather Lyanna Stark. But still, why would she want us to find the woman her husband ran off with? Whoever said that Lyanna Stark ran off with Rhaegar? Doran asked, making a baron frown. You know as well as I our sister's true preference in bed partners. And a girl like Lyanna Stark, she would have found the she-wolf irresistible. And based on the way our sister claimed that Lyanna was her beloved, perhaps her feelings were reciprocated. And Rhaegar's action would also make a bit of sense when combined with the fact that our sister was secretly barren. If he was looking for a second wife at Harrenhal, our sister would want to make sure that it was one that she could get along with. This answers a number of questions, but creates even more Doran, a baron stated, to which his brother just nodded. That it does. Namely, why did Brandon Stark charge into King's Landing and demand Rhaegar show himself and face justice for the kidnapping of his sister? If our thoughts that Rhaegar had chosen Lyanna as a second wife are true, then why did Stark behave in such a manner? Surely having his sister as the future, even a second, queen was far better than her becoming the future Lady Baratheon. Shaking his head, a baron got up and poured himself and his brother a glass of chilled wine. These theories of yours, brother, they still don't answer why you now hold such fear of Nox. Because of a single question Nox asked me while he was here without any pretext. Doran answered, taking the glass of wine. He asked me what the duties of the Kingsguard were. Such an easy-to-answer question and one that he should have already known. Yet he asked it of me anyway. And ever since, I haven't been able to get the question out of my mind. And now I know why. Tell me, a baron, what is the duty of the Kingsguard? Retaking his seat, a baron took a small sip, the cool wine doing wonders for his throat. To protect the king and the royal family from any harm that may be said upon them. Indeed, Doran nodded. 7 members, no matter how large the royal family becomes. The king is always assigned 1 if not 2 of the Kingsguard at a single time, and the heir to the throne usually always has a Kingsguard assigned to him. For the rest of the royal family, however, it is not uncommon for them to remain unguarded. Elia, despite being the future queen, rarely had a Kingsguard assigned to her. Yet when Rhaegar returned to King's Landing to deal with the rebels, he did so without the accompaniment of Lord Commander Hightower, Esser Dane, or Esser Went. Those 3 were left with the Stark girl. Why, even if she was his second queen, at most she would have been assigned a single guard. And a call to arms would require the Kingsguard to follow the Crown Prince into battle no matter the orders given. So why did they stay behind? And why did they not immediately seek out visories once Rhaegar and Aerys were killed? The question was disturbing. And for the life of him he couldn't help but wonder why he had never questioned the actions of the 3 Kingsguard before. Had they followed Rhaegar to the Trident, it is very possible that they could have turned the tide of the war by helping Rhaegar slay Robert. And Esser Arthur Dane was known to be Rhaegar's close friend and confidant. So why leave such capable men behind? And why didn't they leave the Stark girl to attend visories after Rhaegar and Aerys were killed? The young boy was the heir by gods, a baron gasped, the wine falling from his grasp. They weren't staying to protect or keep Lyanna hostage. They were protecting the next heir to the Iron Throne. A child still in the womb of Lyanna Stark. That is my thought as well. Doran nodded, finishing off his wine and setting the empty cup down. Where is the child then? A baron asked, picking his cup off the floor. I'm surprised you haven't realized yet. You do have quite the high opinion of him, after all, Doran stated with a slight grin on his face, drawing a baron up short. There is only one other person. No, 2 others who know what happened at the Tower of Joy. And do you really think Stark would harm a child? Especially one born by way of his sister. The same sister he fought a war and overthrew a dynasty in order to reclaim. It took a baron a moment to catch up, and once he did, he couldn't help himself as he threw his head back and laughed. Oh gods, a baron laughed. The one who publicly hates the game more than any other has outmaneuvered the old lion, the Queen of Thorns, and my brother while he was still barely into manhood. In my defense, Lord Stark's honor provided the perfect shield, his brother countered. While the idea of the honorable Lord Stark fathering a bastard was far-fetched, the idea that he would hide the true heir of the Iron Throne and the son of his sister from the world by claiming him to be his bastard son is even more unbelievable. Finally getting himself under control, a baron began pacing the length of the room. And you think that Nox knows and has plans to put the boy on the Iron Throne? Yes to Nox knowing the boy's true identity. However, I will not begin to say that I understand the mind of the sorcerer or his long-term goals, Doran said, as he turned his wheelchair around so he could face out over the sunspear. Brother, I do believe that it is time for your wanderlust to strike you once more. I see, a baron nodded, already knowing that game that his brother was playing at. And where will my wanderlust be taking me this time? Winterfell, Doran answered without hesitation. You are good friends with the sorcerer, are you not? I do believe that it is considered polite to visit and wish your friends well after a traumatic event. And I do believe that perhaps your paramour and your daughters might like to expand their horizons as well. Smirking, a baron leaned back in his seat and rested his hands behind his head. I do believe that my daughters will relish the chance to see the world, even if it is the frozen lands of the north. And with Lady Dacey and Jon serving as an example of northern men and women, then I doubt that it will take much to convince Ellaria to come. Good, Doran nodded. You will head out on the first trade vessel heading north. And, there is one more thing. Arianne will go with you as well. Arianne, a baron repeated, staring hard at his brother. Yes, Doran nodded. She has taken an extreme interest in learning how to be a proper ruler, just as I had planned. And while she is in the north, she will be representing Dornish interests regarding an expansion of our trade relations with the north. And, should her affections for the boy reach a certain point, you will encourage her to pursue them. So that's his angle. You're thinking of trying to use the boy in place of the beggar king. Do you think that is what Nox intends as well? His brother remained silent for a short while as he stared out over the landscape. The Targaryens may yet still serve a purpose in our plans. But who do you believe will be better to rally the lords of the realm to his banner? The beggar king and son of the mad king who spent his entire life in Essos? Or the son of Rhaegar who has been raised like a son by the honorable Lord Eddard Stark? Just his presence alone would be enough to bring the north under his banner. And with them will come the Riverlands and potentially even the Vale. But there is still the issue of Lord Stark actually declaring for Jon over Robert or the Whore King's spawn. A baron countered, making his brother turn around and face him. This is where we must have patience. First, we must begin to erode the bridge between the Starks and the Baratheons. Though given what my eyes in King's Landing have seen, the bitch Lion Queen has already started doing our work for us. But you will leave that to me. For now, head north and learn what I can of the boy and of Nox's intentions towards him, a baron finished for his brother. And should your daughter find an urge to bed the boy, I'm to do all I can to encourage said urges. Shouldn't be too hard. Those two could hardly go a moment without being in one another's company during their brief stay here in Sunspear. Just don't be too obvious, brother, Doran chided him as a baron began heading for the door. Things with the north need to be handled delicately for now until we can figure out Nox's true intentions. Why, brother, you wound me, a baron smirked. I can be the picture of delicacy when I wish to be. But it's often too boring for my tastes. Returning to the north sitting around the small fire that was burning lowly to not burn the pieces of meat that were skewered above it, Jon Stark, watched as the fire danced across the wood. The flames were almost mesmerizing. The way they danced across the wood, feeding on it. The way it flowed with the wind. It was almost beautiful in a way. Ah, hells, everywhere I turn there is another fucking root trying to work its way up my ass. Why can't we sleep in the wagon? Or better yet just leave the blasted thing behind and make for Riverrun? We can't be more than a day's ride at best from the blasted place. Breaking his gaze away from the flames and the cooking meat, Jon spared a glance towards Theon, Robb, Samwell and their newest addition Gendry, the blacksmith's apprentice that Master Nox had collected as a potential acolyte back in King's Landing. The smith was quiet, even more so than Jon if that was possible. and he was clearly uncertain about his place amongst them. But that had changed quickly into their journey as Robb, showing just how capable of a lord he would be, was able to invite the timid blacksmith's apprentice and helped him get over his nerves about sharing space with nobles. Because, with the size of your head, Theon, you're liable to break the wagon again, Robb joked, earning a few chuckles out of Sam and Jon and a cross look from Theon. Very funny, Stark, Theon growled as he sat back down on the ground, trying to find a place to get comfortable. I still don't understand why she or the other one gets to ride in the wagon, while we lords and heirs don't. Because she is a woman, Lord Greyjoy, and a mother of an infant daughter, Gendry answered quietly. It is the honorable action to take, letting her ride in the wagon over yourself. And she is watching over Lady Shireen as well as the other young girl under Lord Nox's protection. If you want to be known as the one that forced the daughter of Lord Stannis Baratheon to ride a horse just so he could sit in comfort, that is up to you. Not her, Theon scowled. I'm talking about the other ones. The whore and the girl. That girl has a name, Anna. She has been through hell worse than any you can imagine. And Emhagen, she's not a whore, Greyjoy, Jon shot back, staring hard at Theon. Not anymore. And admit it, the real reason you're so upset is simply because you finally met a woman who won't take your coin so you can get between her legs. Scoffing, Theon waved him off. At least I can get between a woman's legs, Snow, Stark. Gods, let's not rehash this discussion, Robb sighed, rubbing at his head. In a rather blatant attempt to change the conversation to something more pleasant, he turned to their as yet silent companion. Sam, any further ideas about the moving wagons and the tracks to carry them for the north? The king and my father are both watching this project with interest. And I want as much planned out as possible before we reach Winterfell. The plan his brother was talking about was one that Robb, Sam, and Lord Nox had devised during the Inventors' Fair and just before Lord Nox's wedding. The idea was to use self-moving wagons that would travel along tracks to cross great distances at a rate of travel that could outpace even the fastest of horses. The idea was ambitious, and one that the North could not do on its own even with its newly acquired wealth from Valyria. Well, not unless they wanted to sell off every Valyrian blade to any noble that was willing to buy them, of course. So, before they'd left King's Landing, Samwell had laid out the plan before the king with Robb, their father, and Lord Nox by his. The hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, had seemed intrigued by the idea as had a few other members of the small council, but the king, well, it was difficult for Jon to get a read on the man. He seemed interested, but purely because it was something new and interesting. Other than that, King Robert honestly didn't seem to care. But, in the end, the king had declared that the crown would help to support this project in the north, provided that if it worked out as well as intended, then the plans would be sent throughout the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The Master of Coin, Lord Baelish, a man that had set Jon's teeth on edge though for the life of him he couldn't figure out why, had stated that it would be difficult for the crown to find the appropriate funds for such a project. King Robert though had simply brushed aside the concern and declared that effective immediately that a third of the funds that were designated to the Citadel from the crown would hereby be redirected to the Winterfell College to help fund not only the college, but also the railway project, as Lord Nox had taken to calling it. And every night since they'd acquired the king's blessing, Robb and Sam had been hard at work hammering out as many details surrounding the project as they could. Jon offered his own insights on occasions when asked, as did Theon though his was fewer and farther between than Jon's. Surprisingly, or perhaps not when one looked at it, the greatest contributions came from Gendry, whose time in the forge had given him a rather unique perspective that none of them had. And now Gendry was a regular part of their discussions about the railway. Cracking his neck, Jon got to his feet and quietly shuffled away from his brother and friends and made his way a short distance away from the camp towards the nearby forest so that he could have some quiet. Entering the tree line just enough so that he was out of earshot but still within sight of the camp, Jon sank to his knees and pulled out the talisman from Valyria that aided him in controlling not only Dragonfire, but also Wildfire as well. Closing his eyes, he sank into a light meditation as he allowed the force to fill him before guiding it towards the talisman in his hands. He was close, so very close to figuring out the secret behind the talisman. So close to taking that last crucial step towards the completion of the task his master had assigned to him that he could almost taste it. The Force matrix he believed Master Nox called it, within the talisman was incredibly complex. But after watching his father, Lord Nox, and Lord Stannis using the large map of King's Landing to mark out wildfire caches, he was struck with an epiphany. The matrix was just like the map of the city. He just needed to memorize the map and replicate it. Though that was proving exceedingly difficult, as the map was not something one could see and existed only in the Force. But the revelation still aided him in revealing the secret behind replicating the talisman. Feeling a familiar presence approaching him, Jon's concentration fled as he opened his eyes and stood just as his father, for Lord Stark would always be his father, entered the tree line with him. "Son," Lord Stark called out as Jon turned around. "I'm fine, father," he answered. "Just needed some quiet for a little while." His father nodded in understanding as his eyes fell upon the gold talisman in Jon's hands. "Have you made any progress on your task?" Lord Stark knew of the task that had been assigned to him by Master Nox. But with his father's limited force capabilities, he understood very little of just what the task entailed outside of the fact that he was trying to create a duplicate of the relic from Valyria. I believe that I'm close to figuring it out. It's so close I feel like I can reach out and touch it. Yet it escapes me whenever I try and do so." "You'll figure it out, Jon. You're a smarter man than most," his father said, putting a comforting hand on his shoulder. Jon felt his confidence and mood lift at hearing the rare praise from his father. It wasn't that he didn't praise any of his children or Jon. But he did so sparingly, making receiving said praises more meaningful. "Thank you, father. But the relic isn't what you wanted to speak to me about, is it?" "No," his father responded, shaking his head as a spike of regret rolled off him. "Tomorrow, we will be arriving in Riverrun and see to my lady wife's final resting amongst her family. And, you don't have to ask, father," Jon said, cutting his father off. "Lady Stark. I knew her feelings well when she thought I was. Even if at the end those feelings faded, I won't cause more problems with my presence in her childhood home. Especially tomorrow while she is being laid to rest in the Trident." His father lowered his head, unable or unwilling to meet his eyes. "You're a better man than most, Jon. And one that I am proud to call my son. Now come, you've been gone far longer than you perhaps realize, and your absence has been a cause for concern for your brother." Following his father back to the makeshift camp, Jon was surprised to find that his father had been speaking the truth about how long he'd been gone, as just about everyone, including Robb, had already long since found a bedroll for the night save for the few that were on watch. "I'll aid in the first watch," he volunteered as he and his father reached one of the few tents that had been set up. Lord Stark stopped just before the tent flap and gave him a once-over and nodded. You look like you still have a few hours left in you." "Very well. Wake Gendry as your replacement when you need rest." "I will, father," Jon nodded as his father gave him one last look before ducking into his tent and letting the flap close behind him. Alone once more, Jon walked across the camp to another low-burning fire where his master was kneeling and sitting perfectly still. Knowing that his master was more than likely in a meditative trance, Jon stopped a few paces behind Lord Nox and knelt in a similar fashion and waited for his master to acknowledge his presence. When Jon had first started his tutelage under Master Nox, he'd made the mistake of interrupting his master's meditation only once. In response, his master had proceeded to teach him a lesson that Jon would not wish upon even his enemies. And since that day, Jon had always made sure never to interrupt his master when he was meditating. For a time, the two just sat in silence with the only noise coming from the burning branches before them and the wilderness surrounding them. "What is it, apprentice?" "Master," Jon replied immediately, slightly startled as his master hadn't shifted even a single muscle before calling out to him. "I've been meaning to speak with you regarding the dreams I had during our return from Valyria." That got his master's attention as he motioned for Jon to join him beside the fire and turned so that the two would be face to face. "I take it that the dreams have returned." "Yes, master," he nodded, settling in next to his master. "When we were sailing to Aldtown from the north, I had another dream of her. So, I did as you suggested and talked to the young woman in my dreams." "And she responded." "Her name is Dany, though I do not believe that is her full name. We didn't have a chance to say much to one another before I was awakened." But I've seen her in my dreams twice on our way from Aldtown to King's Landing and once more since. Each time we talk, nothing important but, it's so real. And the last dream I had we reached out for one another and I swear I could feel the heat of her hand. But before we could touch, I was awoken once more. Master Nox's face betrayed nothing as his master scratched at his short-cut beard. Interesting. Lean forward. Knowing better than to question his master, Jon leaned forward slightly, giving his master a better angle as he placed the tips of his fingers on either side of Jon's head. Jon could feel his master do something through the Force, but whatever he was doing was far beyond Jon's understanding. The sensation lasted only a moment, and when it passed his master rocked back and lowered his hands, a grin spread across his face. Well, isn't that interesting? Blinking, Jon stared up at his master, hoping that he had some answers for him. What is, master, this bond you share with this young, this, Dany? It is a unique and incredibly rare type of bond. It's so rare that it's almost to the point of being mythological even amongst my people. You two are a dyad in the Force, his master stated before turning his attention towards the fire and speaking his thoughts out loud. Such a rare phenomenon, and to occur in two so young, and without ever being in contact with one another. No, there was contact. Brief as it might have, you two did have contact. Was that enough for the dyad to form? It must have been. Could this have occurred if you had not? Possibly. But then, no, perhaps not. Curious, very curious. Biting his lip, Jon waited as his master continued giving voice to his thoughts, most of which went completely over his head. Master, Jon asked hesitantly, what is a dyad in the Force? A very rare form of Force bond, Master Nox answered, turning his attention back to Jon. Most Force bonds, like those between a master and their apprentice, give the two a connection but they remain separate. When a Force dyad bond occurs though, the bonded pair share a single presence, making the two one in the Force. And as such, the power of both involved is increased drastically. It is said that the power of a dyad is as strong as life itself. And more than that, your minds are now linked across space and time. No matter the distance that separates the two of you, you two will always be able to speak with one another. It's a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. The true abilities of a Force dyad have never fully been explored, but it has been theorized that the connection between the two could be potent enough that the two could pass physical items to one another through the ether of the Force. Jon could hardly form a proper response as his master laid what was happening between himself and this Dany woman, whoever she was. But as the full implication of what was happening settled in on him, he had a flash of dark hair and sun-kissed skin. Does this mean that she's my intended or soul mate? Despite not having eyes to convey the message, Jon could feel his master gaze at him with a look that made him feel like an idiot for even asking the question. No, this isn't some second-rate romance story that your sister loves to hear about. There is a chance that such a relationship could occur, but it is not an absolute. Despite being one in the Force, you are still two separate individuals with your own minds, hearts and desires. It's far more likely that this dyad between you two formed on the will of the Force. Which means that the Force has intentions for both of you, intentions that may require you two to work in tandem even if you never again meet face to face. Interesting. Trailing off, Master Nox turned his attention away from Jon and off into the darkness of the night. You've given me much to ponder, apprentice, Master Nox stated, rising to his feet. Though I'm sure you're just as confused as I, perhaps more so. Take this time and meditate on what you've learned. And I will do the same. A dyad is something that I have only ever read and theorized about, apprentice. It will take the both of us to navigate through this. Well, 3 now. Watching Master Nox retreat from the fire, Jon found himself filled with far more questions now than he had before. He was bonded to this Dany woman. A woman he'd only met once before on pure accident. They shared a deep connection in the Force that made them as one in the Force, yet they remained separate. Separate bodies, hearts and minds. Which honestly made next to no sense to him. How could they be one, yet not one, at the same time? And worse yet, Master Nox, his primary source of knowledge, was just as baffled. No sense in waking Gendry up, Jon huffed, rising to his feet and brushing the dirt off his leggings. I doubt that I'll be able to get any sleep for the foreseeable future. Not with all of this going on. Standing beside his son, his good father Hoster Tully, his brother by marriage Edmure Tully and Esser Brynden Tully on one of the docks jutting off from the south side of River Run that overlooked the Red Fork, Ned Stark calmly and quietly took a large bag containing half the ashes belonging to his son Rickon and his wife Catelyn from the Blackfish and approached the end of the dock. After the funeral in Winterfell, the ashes of his late son and wife were split in half. One of which was placed in the catacombs beneath Winterfell, and the other half was brought back to Riverrun by Esser Brynden so that at least part of his wife and son could rest in the rivers of the Trident like their ancestors before them. Reaching the water's edge, Ned knelt and slowly let the ashes fall from the bag and into the rushing waters of the Red Fork. "Goodbye, my son. Goodbye, my love," he thought as the last of the ashes fell from the bag and he rose back to his feet. "May you both find peace with the gods until the day we are reunited." Turning around, he found himself looking at those who had gathered on the dock with him. His son was holding himself up well, but Ned could see and feel the sadness that was threatening to break free from within him. Edmure was trying to put on a strong face, but it was cracking as tears formed in the corners of his eyes and fell freely down his face. Brynden was as stone-faced as normal, and Hoster, well, the Lord of Riverrun was an enigma to Ned. He was completely void, no emotion, no tears, nothing. It was the same look and feel the man had had when Ned and the northern contingent arrived the day prior. And it was the same feeling he'd had throughout the day today. The man's daughter and grandson are dead, and he feels nothing. Ned frowned as he placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. "Lord Stark, we need to talk in my solar." Now, the words were surprising, not just because it was perhaps the longest string of words Hoster had spoken to him since arriving, but because of the, well, urgency in them. Nodding to the request, Ned motioned for Robb to follow them. A courtesy that Hoster did not extend to his own son and heir he noted as the Lord of Riverrun led them back into the ancestral home of House Tully. Not a single word was spoken between the three of them, and even after they entered Hoster's solar and sealed themselves within, the three stayed quiet until Hoster sat down. "Your boy does not need to be present for this talk, Lord Stark." Ned, whose emotions were already on edge, teetered on the brink of losing control. "Robb is my son and heir, the future Lord of Winterfell and your grandson, Lord Tully," Ned replied evenly, already knowing that whatever was about to be discussed would not be pleasant. "Whatever words you have for me, you can say before Robb." Hoster's eyes passed over Robb quickly before settling back in on Ned. "Very well. I would know when you plan on sending your bastard boy to the Night's Watch or exiling him across the narrow sea." Ned was sent reeling by the direct question, so much so that the only response he could come up with was a distorted, "What? You heard me, Eddard," Hoster said, his eyes narrowing. "My daughter allowed that Stain to live in Winterfell as he grew because you asked it of her. But she was far from pleased with your insistence on raising him in her home. The only reason I did not press the issue was because he was a bastard and had no right to Winterfell over my daughter's children. But now he is legitimized by the king, something you should not have allowed, let alone encouraged. How long until he seeks to take that which is not his?" Ned's shock wore off quickly, replaced by a burning anger he had not felt since before the start of the rebellion. "Jon is my son," Ned growled lowly. "He has my blood and my name. If he chooses the Wall or to travel to Essos, I will not stop him from leaving. But I will not force the decision upon him." Hoster was clearly not pleased with the answer. "And how long until his true nature shows itself? Legitimized or no, the boy is still a bastard. And bastards are all the same. Jon is not a bastard," Robb shouted, taking a step forward towards Hoster before seemingly catching himself. Jon is not a bastard, grandfather. He is a true Stark. He is my brother, perhaps not by way of my lady mother, but he is still my brother by blood and choice. I trust him above all others. If you had even a moment to learn about him, the first thing you would learn would be that he would rather kill himself than bring any harm to myself or our siblings. And as for my mother, I loved her. But I was not blind to her faults, particularly when it came to Jon. But in the end, she changed, grandfather. I was there with her at the end. Do you know what some of her last words were? With her life fading, She begged Jon's forgiveness for her not being able to love a motherless boy. Jon could have thrown it back in her face, but he didn't. He told her that he understood and forgave her. So, if Jon wishes to remain in Winterfell, I will do everything in my power and future power to make sure he has a place by my hearth and home. Ned released the breath he didn't even realize he was holding. His son had just come dangerously close to letting loose a secret that could spell doom for all of them. But, thankfully, he managed to recover himself and fix his near slip. Fortunately, Hoster didn't seem to realize the near slip either, as the old Lord of Riverrun just stared hard at Robb. Bastards do not change, boy. They only grow bolder when you give them a taste of what they could have. I pray you learn this lesson before more tragedy strikes, Hoster responded harshly before turning back to Ned. I'm also having my daughter's old chambers prepared. I will have a septa sent back to the north with you to take over the education of my granddaughters until they arrive. Ned was again sent onto the back foot as Hoster near blindsided him. Did Sansa make these arrangements while I was away? No, she wouldn't have done so. Not now, at least. I was unaware that my daughters would be coming to foster here at Riverrun. Nor have I requested a replacement for Septa Mordane. I preempted the decision, Eddard, Hoster said coldly, his eyes narrowing at Ned. Their mother, my daughter, is dead, as is the one sent to teach them how to become future ladies of the realm worthy of their station. I will foster both here in Riverrun, and when the time comes arrange for good matches for you to consider for their hands. Furious didn't even come close to explaining Ned's current state of mind as he stared dazedly at his good father. You mean to take my daughters away from me? I mean to see them raised right, Hoster shouted, slamming his hand on his desk and rising to his feet in anger. The history of the Starks does not bode well on the raising of daughters. Or lest you forget your own sister. From the letters I received from my daughter, you've done a shit job of raising proper daughters. Well, Sansa sounds like a true lady, even if what Brynden has told me is true of her sudden interest in learning that foul magic of your accursed pet sorcerer. But Arya, she is far from a lady and a true reflection of your inability to raise a woman properly. You will send them both to me, and I will ensure that those girls are raised right and know their proper place as future ladies of the realm. And, unlike you, Stark, I am not afraid to use the back of my hand to make sure that the girls learn Ned's anger boiled over at hearing Hoster tell him, not ask, tell him that he was going to take his daughters away from him and raise them. Feeling a rushing sensation flowing through him, Ned threw out his hand, palm out, and pointed towards Hoster. The Lord of Riverrun had only a moment to widen his eyes in surprise as he was thrown off his feet and back into the bookshelves behind him. The shelves broke under the force of the impact, sending all the books and other trinkets that were placed on the shelves crashing down to the floor along with Hoster Tully. The guards stationed outside the door immediately burst into the room, their swords halfway out of their sheaths as they did. But as fast as they were, Ned was proud to see that his son was faster. Before anyone could even move beyond opening the door, Robb reached out with his hand and made a pulling motion. All the guards lurched forward, hands desperately grasping for the swords that were suddenly flying out of their reach and flying across the room. His son immediately flowed the motion up by using his offhand and making a pushing motion and pushed the guards with the force clear out of the room and out into the hall. Ned turned to stand with his son, but before either could move or before the guards could recover, a loud hard voice brought everyone to a halt. What in the name of all seven hells is going on here? Ned saw Robb and the guards on the floor stiffen and refuse to move as the Blackfish stormed down the hall towards them. The veteran of House Tully took one look at the guards laid out on the ground and one look into the room at the destruction which started the commotion and shook his head. All right, Lord Stark, what did my brother do to bring about this? Lord Tully informed me that he would be taking my daughters and fostering them here at Riverrun without my consent, Ned informed the Blackfish calmly, far more calmly than he truly felt. He then insinuated that he would turn my daughters into true ladies of the realm. By force, if need be. Ned could hear the Blackfish mutter something, but Ned didn't care what it was as the man made no move to call for more guards nor had his hands move towards the sword at his waist. Walking carefully around the destruction within the room, Ned squatted down next to the still recovering Lord Tully. The man's eyes and face were both red with rage as he glared up at Ned. A look that would have at one time had Ned cowering, but now did absolutely nothing. There was a time when you frightened me, Lord Tully. But no longer. You are not a man to be feared, but a sniveling coward who thinks he knows what is best for everyone and damns anyone else's opinion. Ned informed Lord Tully calmly. I married your daughter to honor the agreement between our houses and to gain the allegiance of the Riverlands against the Mad King. An allegiance you held hostage pending on not only my own marriage, but on the marriage of your second daughter to Jon Arryn as well. Even if I did not know or even love Cat when I married her, love eventually did come between us despite our disagreements. And it is only because of the love that I hold for your daughter and the fact that my children share blood with you that I shall take this no further unless you press the issue. Hoster sneered up at him. Those girls are of House Tully. And in the name of the Seven I will see them raised as is proper, just like what their mother would have want. You have no idea what Cat would want for her girls, Hoster, Ned said. The lack of the old man's title being a deliberate slight on Ned's part. Just as Hoster's lack of title for Ned. Sansa and Arya may be of House Tully. But they are firstly of House Stark. They are wolves of the north. And when the cold winds blow and the snows rise, the pack weathers what storms may come and survives. You'd best remember that, Hoster. For winter is coming, and only a fool makes enemies of family when it arrives. Rising, Ned purposefully turned his back on the downed Lord of the Riverlands and motioned for Robb to follow him. We're leaving, now. Robb nodded, his eyes holding much the same anger as Ned, but also no small amount of surprise at what had just transpired. The Blackfish didn't look surprised, neither by the attack nor by Ned's decision to leave Riverrun immediately. Might be for the best, Lord Stark, the Blackfish nodded sadly as he cast a glance at his still downed brother and lord. I'll send some boys to ready the rest of your men and those with you. Thank you, Ned responded, leaving the Blackfish to deal with Hoster as he and Robb made their way away from the Lord of the Riverlands. Once they were well beyond hearing, Robb stepped in close to him and talked lowly so only the two of them could hear his words. Father, was that wise? More than likely not, Ned answered honestly, feeling the wolf within him calm slightly despite the fact it was still pacing and hungry for blood. But Hoster and our history is complicated, at best. One that I will tell you in time when I am of the right mind to do so. For now, let us get our men and horses together and ride north, for I doubt that Lord Tully will be of the mind to host us for much longer after what just transpired. Walking across one of the many stone bridges that connected the various towers of Pike to one another, Asha Greyjoy took a moment to pause and stare down at the sea breaking against the rocks far beneath. For the past 6 years, she had been waiting for this moment, the moment when she would once again set foot into her family's home. Yet now that she was here, all that she felt was cold. And she found herself missing the warmth that was Winterfell. Not the weather. Gods no. There was more than once during the previous winter that she was sure the air was cold enough to freeze her nipples right off her tits. But despite the coldness of the air, Winterfell had always held a warmth within its walls. The warmth of family. Even though she was a hostage to keep her father in line, Lord Stark had extended that warmth upon her. Lord Nox had taken her under his wing and had even taught her a few tricks and trusted her. And when the time had come for her to leave Winterfell, Lord Stark had gifted her with a ship for her service to the north and had embraced her as his daughter, even if they did not share blood. What had she gotten thus far upon her return to Pike, her home? An empty dock with a single message telling her to return to the keep immediately and report to her father. None of her uncles were present. There was no escort. There was no one present. She was left to make the trek up to her father's rooms alone without even a single token fucking guard. Though, in truth, she shouldn't have been surprised. This was the way of the Ironborn. They were not weak people that needed coddling or someone to hold their hand to walk through a keep. But even with knowing that, the sting of her family's absence would not go away. Making her way to the Lord's chambers, Asha didn't bother to knock or announce herself as she marched right past her father's guard and flung open the doors to the Greyjoy family's private dining chambers. Within she found her father and her uncles Victarion and Aeron. Euron was not present, not that she expected him to be. Even in Winterfell, she'd heard of her uncle's actions which led him to be exiled. Of how her uncle Euron had raped Victarion's salt wife, getting her with child. And how her uncle Victarion beat his wife to death when he found out. And then how her father, in a rare instance of showing reverence to the gods, exiled her uncle Euron to prevent kinslaying from occurring in his hall. The story made her disgusted to think that she shared blood with any of them. Father, uncles, Asha greeted the three men as she calmly sat down at the family table, grabbing a plate of food and a cup of strong wine as she did so. Daughter, was the only response she got as her father drained the entirety of his glass before refilling it. Time had not been kind of her father during her time as a hostage in the north. Where Eddard Stark and Aleem Nox had both aged like fine strong wine that just demanded to be drank, her father had aged like sour milk left out in the sun. His face was gaunt and his hair patchy and gray. And the scar across his face, one the many that had been left on him after crossing Nox and the Iron Throne, still looked as if it were still trying to heal even after years. Her uncle Aaron had not aged well either, though that was truly hard to tell as it looked like his hair and beard had not seen a shear since before her father's failed rebellion. Her uncle Victarion on the other hand had not changed much at all save for a slight graying of his hair at his temples. No further words were spoken until her father had finished off his third glass of whatever piss water he was drinking. I half expected you to return in some fancy Greenlander dress and made up like the Greenlander whores that prance around thinking they are better than us. At least the bloody stag fucking wolves didn't corrupt you that much. Asha's hand tightened almost involuntarily at the insult to the Starks, but she would not say anything. Not yet at least. I am no Greenlander whore who dances in pretty dresses, father, Asha countered, picking up her wine and finishing it in a single pull before slamming the cup down on the table. My will is of iron. My blood runs with the salt of the ocean. I am no Greenlander. Perhaps, her father growled. But you are still a failure. I see no child with you. And now I hear the sorcerer has found a northern cunt to fuck. You had one simple task, lure the sorcerer to your bed, steal his seed and bear his child that would be raised a kraken to take our revenge. And you have failed. Failed at the most basic expectations as a woman. Pathetic. The cup in her hand cracked then shattered as she sat there, listening to her father. Her father didn't look impressed by the display, but she could tell that both her uncles were mildly impressed. The accusation hurt, but what hurt more was that in a twisted way he was right. Early in her time at Winterfell she had tried to seduce Nox, but those attempts had failed miserably. Then Nox began his relationship with Nyra and, after getting to know the woman well, she did not have the heart to try and separate the two. Though she would join the two of them should the offer ever come about. The sorcerer's will is far greater than other men. He is not so easily swayed by a pretty face, a tight cunt, or a nice set of tits. And I may not have shared his bed, but I do have the sorcerer's confidence. After all, he did choose me to sail the greatest ship ever built into the waters of Valyria in order to raid the lost city of Valyria. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. Well, not all of them. But definitely the part about the Sea Wolf. The greatest ship, huh? It's nothing more than an oversized piece of shit built by shitty northern hands, her father scoffed. But as for Valyria, there might be something to salvage from your failure if you can draw charts to replicate the exact path you took to reach the Valyrian freehold. At this, Asha broke the eye contact she'd been maintaining with her father so far. Such a thing is impossible, Asha said before meeting her father's eyes once more and pressing on before he could say anything. The land is covered in constant darkness and a fog that is choking like a slow-acting poison. There are hundreds of waterways that led from the sea, each of which is filled with wrecked ships who tried unsuccessfully to navigate the channels only to end up lost. Then there are the creatures in the sea. Slugs that chew through wood and flesh with impunity. Sea turtles the size of ships and the drowned god only knows how many other creatures that want to make a meal out of you. And those are just the ones in the water. Going by land is worse. But even they cannot compare to the presence of the place. The land itself is almost alive. And it does not like visitors. The only reason we were successful in getting in and out in the first place was because of Nox and Jon. A voyage without both giving their aid is suicide. Is that fear, or Greenlander cowardice I hear from you, daughter? Her father asked snidely. A true Ironborn does not fear that which calls the sea home. It is not fear, nor cowardice, to knowingly and willingly avoid certain death, father. Asha pressed. And a venture to Valyria without Nox or Jon is certain death. Jon, Stark's bastard boy, the sorcerer's, apprentice, her uncle Aaron stated rather than asked. Asha nodded, not liking the look of contempt in her father's eye as he too made the connection. Another failure, daughter, Balin sneered. You couldn't tempt the sorcerer. And you couldn't bed a boy whose balls haven't dropped. Your usefulness is starting to fade. Thoughts of being with Jon were, well, complicated. She wouldn't deny that the young boy she had watched grow had started turning into quite the fetching young man that any woman would be a fool not to chase after. Hells, she'd even been tempted. But on the other hand, he was almost as much her brother as Theon. Thus, the thought of bedding him both excited her and turned her stomach. Not to mention that, unless she severely misread the signs, there was another who had their sights set firmly on Jon and his cock. And the last thing she wanted to do was piss off a Dornish princess. The ship you returned with, her uncle Victarion spoke, turning the conversation. It is not a northern vessel. Nor is it of the Ironborn. No, Asha confirmed, it belonged to a pirate in the Stepstones. But now the Black Wind belongs to me. After the wolf gifted it to you, her father countered with a hard look. I paid the price for the Black Wind, Asha countered back, knuckling the table and rising to her feet to stare down at her father. I killed her previous crew. I killed her previous captain. I paid the iron price. She is mine. Her father just smirked that irritating smirk of his as he leaned back in his chair and made a motion which sent one of the guards scurrying out of the room. The ship is not yours. Not yet. Your time amongst the Greenlanders has made you forget most of our ways. Just having a ship does not make you a captain in the eyes of the Ironborn. And until you are, the ship is mine to decide what to do with. Just as you are, daughter. Asha did not like the way her father had said that, and her unease increased tenfold as the guard who'd left returned with a man she recognized as belonging to her uncle Victarion's crew, though for the life of her she couldn't name him. Who the fuck is this? She asked. This is Ragnar Pike, one of my raiders, her uncle Victarion answered, making the man puff out his chest like some prized stallion out to stud. He has proven himself worthy of captainship. And as such, no, Asha hissed, glaring at her father and uncles. The Black Wind is It is mine, her father shouted, slamming his fist down on the table and rising to his feet and glaring right back at her. Your time amongst the soft Greenlanders have made you forget our ways, daughter. You have not earned the right to captain a ship, not after your constant failures in getting the sorcerers or that bastard boy's cock in your cunt. You will do as I tell you. The Black Wind will go to Ragnar Pike, and you will serve as his first mate until I decide that you are ready. Maybe if you actually do the duties expected of a woman, perhaps you can earn your ship faster. I'd be more than happy to help with such an education, Lord Greyjoy, Captain. Ragnar smirked, eyeing Asha from head to toe and lingering on her tits and ass. My salt wife can teach her quite a lot. That woman can suck a barnacle off a hull when she's properly motivated. I'm sure Asha here will be most adequate choking on a COC. Asha moved without thought, turning the ruined cup in her hand over and slamming it down onto the table rim first, breaking it further. Turning before the idiot who thought he had the right to her ship could move, Asha clenched the broken cup tightly in her fist and lashed out at the man, burying the newly made jagged edge of the cup into the man's throat. Choke on this, fucker. Asha growled, letting go of the cup just long enough to bring her fist back in order to punch the cup, lodging it further into the man's throat. Stepping aside, Asha let the soon-to-be-dead man fall to the floor, clutching at the jagged cut that was lodged deep in his throat while his blood left him in a rush. I am my own woman, and the Black Wind is mine, she hissed, eyeing her father and her uncles. The next man who tries to claim either had best do it with iron in their hands, or they will meet the same fate. Though next time I'll use something duller. Make it hurt more. Her father and uncles just stared at her, none of them uttering a single word as the would-be captain of her ship spilled his lifeblood out onto the floor. Perhaps you are not a complete failure. You do remember some of our ways. I know the way, Asha said strongly before adding in softly under her breath. Better than you. Her father obviously hadn't heard the second part of what she'd said as he calmly sat back down and resumed eating and drinking casually, as if a man dying on his floor was an everyday occurrence. Which, given her family, was a distinct possibility. The ship is yours, her father said nonchalantly as if they were talking about the weather. Change out the sail to something suitable, Asha. Then we will talk about where you will be sailing her to. Leave. Not bothering to even attempt to stay, Asha turned heel and marched out of the room. The rage that had nearly consumed her was still burning hot as she stormed through the halls of the Pike, leaving serving girls and guards hurrying to get out of her path as she made her way through. It was only when she was back aboard her ship and within her cabin that she finally took a moment to breathe. She knew that her return home would not be the most pleasant of experiences. But she sure as hell wasn't expecting this type of welcome home. Making sure that the door to her cabin was locked, Asha made her way to her bed and knelt. Lifting the corner of her feather-stuffed bed, Asha worked open a loose panel in the frame of the bed, revealing a hidden compartment the size of her forearm underneath. And within the compartment was a black melted candle made of glass. One of the many that had been plundered from Valyria and gifted from the sorcerer to her just before she left Winterfell. Carefully picking up the glass candle, she took a moment to stare into the black glass before letting her mattress fall back in place and moving over to the desk in her cabin. Setting the candle down on its surface, Asha knelt before the candle, her head bowed ever so slightly. Reaching within herself as Nox had taught her, Asha touched into the small well of power within her and channeled it out into the glass. As she raised her head, she could see a faint glow emanating from the glass, making her smirk. "Master Nox, I have returned home. My father acted as you predicted, and I responded in kind. The Black Wind is mine and my place has been confirmed." The candle pulsed and glowed brighter. "Well done, Asha. You have taken your first step. And now your real task begins." Returning to the North Part 2, Nox considered himself a very well-traveled man, especially when compared to the locals of the world he now called home. He'd been from one end of the galaxy to the other and had seen and done just about everything one could think of. But the sight that he now saw before him, it was just wrong. And there was no better way to put it than that. To everyone else it was just a large stone bridge with a castle, several castles, constructed across its length in order to protect it. But to Nox, who saw with the Force and not his eyes, he did not see a simple castle on a bridge. What he saw was just corruption and a sense of wrongness. And when coming from the man who'd ventured into the Dark Temple on Droman cause for fun, that was saying something. "So, this is the infamous twins," Nox commented idly as he and Ned, along with the rest of their retinue, made their way towards the castle that rested on the banks of the river nearest to them. It was indeed an impressive construct. A large stone bridge that housed a castle of equal size on each bank, while the center of the bridge was dominated by a large tower twice as tall as either castle. Quite the formidable structure. "Aye," Ned replied evenly, though Nox could detect the slightest bit of hesitation from his friend. And given what he'd learned about the Freys and their current lord, late Walder Frey, Nox could understand his friend's hesitation. "Lady Mormont, stay back with the wagon, Lady Shireen, and the others. Great John, Nox, and boys, you are with me. Let's get this over with." The Freys were not necessarily the most powerful house in Westeros, but they had still managed to gain a lot of gold and notoriety over the years because of the fact that they controlled one of the only notable ways of crossing the Trident in the northern regions of the Riverlands. Because of this, they were able to exact a heavy toll on those who were looking to cross. Usually, the toll was in the form of coin. But it wasn't uncommon for the Lord of the Crossing to change his mind and demand other forms of payment in lieu of coin. Most commonly were betrothals to one of his many children, grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren. Coming upon the eastern banked castle, they were met with a closed gate and more than one weary eye from atop the battlements before them. "Who goes there?" a voice shouted down to them. The Great John didn't hesitate to respond as he nudged his horse so that he was positioned just in front of Ned and Nox. "Can't you bloody well fucking see banners, ya halfwit?" The large man's shout was almost deafening. "See the wolf, and the red mountains, the chains and the bear. This here is the Warden of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, and the Northern Sorcerer Nox are looking to cross your fucking bridge. Now, open the damn gates." The man atop the gates disappeared so fast that Nox was sure he left a trail of dust floating in the wind behind him. Within what seemed like only a few minutes, the main gate started lowering, revealing a man perhaps twice Nox's age who looked like he'd seen better years. The moment the drawbridge was lowered, the older man walked across its wooden surface with a contingent of 5 guards flanking him. "Lord Stark, Lord Nox, Lord Umber, I presume, and Lady Mormont. I am Esser Stevrin Frey, first-born son of Lord Walder Frey and his heir. I welcome you all and offer you the hospitality of the twins." Nox couldn't help but be taken aback slightly at the declaration. This is the heir to the twins. By the Force, the fool is old enough to have died and passed on his title. Esser Stevrin, Ned greeted the man, nudging his horse closer to the man with Winter staying right by the horse's flank. "Your hospitality is appreciated. However, my bannerman and I must decline as we are anxious to return to our homes. We request passage across the twins and that is all." The elder Frey didn't seem at all surprised. "But of course, word of what has happened between the North and the Maesters has reached many ears, my lord. As have your actions in King's Landing with the dreadful business of the Wildfire. And given such events, I can understand your desire to return to your homes as quickly as possible." "Good," Ned replied evenly. "Name the toll and we will be on our way." Stevrin shifted uncomfortably where he stood, and Nox could feel waves of anxiety and small amounts of fear coming off the man. "Yes, the toll to cross. My father, Lord Walder, knew of your coming and asked that you be brought to him to discuss the toll, in person." The sense of something wrong intensified as the heir to the twins slowly made his way back across the drawbridge while beckoning them to follow him. "Fucking hellspawn piss-sucking phrase," Great John spat lowly so that they wouldn't be overheard. "You know what he'll want, Ned." I do," Ned responded with a voice that was like iron. "But that does not mean he will get it. The Freys will have their due for our crossing. But not a copper more." Once they were past the walls and within the small courtyard, Esser Stevrin led them towards a small stable where they all dismounted before handing the horses off to the stable hands. Before they could enter the keep though, the old Frey stopped them, his eyes traveling down to Winter and her two pups that had followed them into the keep. "Are your beasts tamed, Lord Eddard?" Winter's ears tilted back on her head as a low growl started emanating from her throat, forcing the Frey to take an involuntary step back as his fear began to overtake him. "Winter and her cubs are direwolves, Esser Stevrin," Ned responded, calmly placing his hand atop the horse-sized wolf's head. "They are the North herself, untamable by man. They are not beasts, but have no fear. Make no ill move towards myself or those with me, and none need fear them. And they stay with those of House Stark at all times, lest you wish to test their abilities to control their baser instincts." The Frey gave each wolf a long look, no doubt weighing the repercussions of demanding that the wolves stay outside the keep. In the end, the man decided that it was better for the wolves to stay with them rather than allow them to wander off on their own and invited them into the keep. To Nox's senses, outside of the keep being built on a bridge he found the twins to be rather lacking. Sure, there was a substantial amount of wealth proudly displayed across the walls in forms of tapestries or fancy, painted shields, or other expensive items. But there was no warmth to the place. Walking through the keep, he could only compare the place to some of the households that belonged to the nobility within the Sith Empire that were not in fact Sith. Extravagant wealth but no power, only the illusion of power and importance. As they were led into the main hall within the keep, the Northerners were greeted to an unexpected sight. Most of the tables had been removed save for the high table and two others. And those 3 tables were laden with enough food and drink to satisfy a small army. And the only 2 occupants, besides the serving girls standing at the edges of the room with pitchers of wine, were 2 individuals seated at the high table. One was a young girl who looked to be only perhaps a few years older than Robb and Jon at best. And the other was an old man that looked like a corpse that had been rotting for years. And while the young woman wasn't touching the food or drink before her, the old man was digging into his meal with perhaps the worst set of table manners Nox had ever experienced in his life. And that included his mealtimes in the slave pens. "Father," Esser Stevrin said, bowing at the waist before the high table. "I have brow. I can see them, fool." The old man, Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing, belched as he hastily wiped at his mouth. "Well, don't just stand there like the idiot you are, son, sit down and get out of Lord Eddard's way." The younger Frey, though he was still older than anyone else in the northern party, hastily bowed to his father once more before making his way around the tables and up to the high table where he took a seat to the left of the young girl. "Well," Walder asked, motioning towards the feast laid out before them, "what are you waiting for? This feast is for the lot of ya. Sit down already." Nox could do little more than shake his head. This man had arrogance in spades. More than likely never had anyone ever truly challenge him. In part because, from what he'd read, the man never left this castle. His own family didn't dare challenge him because he was their head of house, and the local lords either avoided him or catered to his whims because they needed use of the crossing. A king of his own making, so to speak. The offer is appreciated, Lord Walder, but we must decline the invitation, Ned replied, his voice hard and his face set in stone as he stood before the Lord of the Crossing. We have been away from the north for many moons and are all ready to return to our own homes. Walder did not look pleased with the denial. But it was a smart move on Ned's part. From what Nox had learned of Walder, while he was perhaps the oldest man in all of Westeros, he was still ambitious and sly. If they had taken his invitation to sit and dine and rest within the halls of the twins, then the Lord of the Crossing would have cause to raise the price of their toll due to the cost food they consumed. What, are the lords of the north too good for the food within my halls? Walder asked, picking up a piece of chicken and biting into it. You denied my invitation to my wedding with my latest wife as well as my 90th name day, Lord Eddard. One would think you northerners are too good for House Frey. 90. Nox thought as his sight shifted to the clearly uncomfortable young woman sitting beside him. And I take it that this is his newest wife. Force, how that man can even still get it up at his age to produce children without the aid of pharmaceuticals is nothing short of a miracle. A terrible miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. Issues within the north required my attention, Lord Walder. Ned replied diplomatically. I congratulate you both on your marriage and ask the gods' blessing on your union. Hey, God's blessing, hey. I've got 22 sons, Stark. Gods have blessed me enough. This one here is just to keep my bones warm at night. Nox had to hold out his hand discreetly to keep Jon and Robb from acting rashly as the decrepit old man reached out and fondled the young girl to his left. And while the girl was not fighting off the old man's hand, it was clear that she was not enjoying his touch at all. As you say, Ned's voice had gained a definite edge, signaling that just like his sons, he was not unaffected by the brazen display. If we could proceed to the matter of the toll for our crossing, Lord Walder. My men and I are anxious to be in the north once more. Ceasing his fondling, Walder placed his elbows on the table and rested his chin in his hands. These your sons, Stark. They look like yours. Nox could feel Ned tensing at the mentioning of the two youngest amongst them. This is my son and heir, Robb. And my son, Jon. Nox could see and feel the desire and ambition rolling off Walder as he licked his lips. I was incorrect when I spoke of my sons, Lord Eddard, Walder said, still sidestepping the issue of the toll. I no longer have 22 sons. I have 21. One was a maester at the Citadel. Or at least he was until you and the sorcerer next to you strung him up and gutted him like a piece of livestock. Beside him, Ned stiffened, but Nox could only shake his head. He could sense no remorse from Walder as he spoke of his deceased son. Meaning the bringing up of him was meant only to put Ned off balance and try to garner some sense of guilt from the Warden of the North. The maesters who were executed were traitors to the realm, Lord Walder. Having lost my own son, I understand your pain. But I will not apologize for delivering the king's justice to those who sought to usurp control of the realm through treachery and were responsible for the death of my wife, son and dozens of other sons and daughters of the north. That was not the response the elderly Frey clearly wanted, given the wave of annoyance coming off him. You want to cross my bridge, Stark, after killing one of my sons? Walder asked, trying to look intimidating but failing utterly at the task. Fine. But the cost? Well, perhaps we can mitigate it. Despite the death of a son of House Frey at the hands of the wolves, I'm willing to overlook it and give you passage. And free passage for House Stark for the next generation as well. Provided your eldest son take one of my daughters or granddaughters for the next Lady Stark and your eldest girl marries one of my sons. Nox had to admit the man had balls. To all but demand not one, but 2 marriages from the Warden of the North. Even if said marriages would provide toll-free passage for a generation, it was still heavily one-sided. And from the cold fury emanating off his friend, Ned knew it as well. Rejected. We will pay the toll today. But my sons and daughters' hands are not up for discussion. What, are your children too good for sons and daughters of House Frey? I have plenty of sons for you to choose from for your daughter. And as for your son, I have a pretty girl or two, and that is all that matters in the end, isn't it, boy? A pretty face to warm your bed and bear your children? Walder asked snidely, but after failing to generate a response he snorted. Fine. If not your eldest son and daughter, then how about your bastard boy there and yourself? I'm sure you will find at least 2 of my daughters or granddaughters suitable for bedwarmers. Now Nox was just plain astonished. The man's ambition had clearly overridden his sense of self-preservation, given that he was either completely ignorant or just uncaring about the cold. Rage that was steadily building in the Warden of the North. My wife of 3 and 10 years has been dead for not even a full year yet, and you expect me to take another wife already? No, I have no need for another wife, as I have secured House Stark with 3 sons and 2 daughters. And as for Jon, his fate and when he is ready for marriage is when Lord Nox determines that his training under him is complete. And not a moment before. He could feel Walder's greedy gaze shift from Ned to himself and then back. Hey, you can never have too many children, Stark. There's nothing sweeter than a young flower's honey to have all to yourself, and unlike some women, a Frey girl knows her duty in carrying a son to birth. Jon, Robb, Ned, and the great Jon all involuntarily took a step away from him as the temperature in the room plummeted. At the high table, the young Lady Frey suddenly started shaking while Ser Stevern started blowing into his hand, wondering how and why he could suddenly see his breath in the air. And Walder, the old fool, was helpless to do anything but stare at Nox as he calmly and slowly took a few steps towards the Lord of the Crossing. With a calmness that surprised even himself, Nox focused his full attention on the old fool, who was clearly doing everything in his power not to piss himself. I do hope, Walder Frey, that your words were merely just a slip of the tongue and not an intentional slight against my wife, who lost our child after being stabbed in the womb by a man who sided with traitors and broke the laws of gods and men. Walder, showing an incredible lack of self-preservation, merely snorted. Recent events speak for themselves, Sorcerer. Though, what more could you expect after marrying a low-born whore? Nox moved without thought, his right hand rising in the blink of an eye as the small coin purse he kept on his waist was shredded as the coins within tore themselves free on his command. The gold flew faster than the eye could follow, crossing the distance of the hull in less than a fraction of a second. The silver cup in Walder's hand shattered and several strands of his hair fell listlessly to the ground as 5 gold coins cut through both as if neither was there before, embedding themselves into the back of Walder Frey's chair. Lowering his arm, Nox slowly approached the high table. The Lady Frey was cowering against the arm of her chair, making herself as small as she could while simultaneously trying to put as much distance between herself and her husband as possible. Ser Stevern Frey had knocked his chair back, his hand on the hilt of the short sword at his waist. But unfortunately for the heir to the twins, he was unable to draw the blade no matter how hard he tried, as Nox kept the blade within its sheath with only minimal effort on his part. And as for Walder, the Lord of the Crossing was frozen stiff in fear as Nox poured a constant stream of the dark side of the Force off himself and into the old man. Reaching the high table, Nox increased the flow of the dark side within him, making Lord Frey break out into a cold sweat and for the Lady Frey to faint in her seat. We came here to pass your bridge and head home, yet you impeded our path. Hoping to use the death of your traitorous son to induce a sense of guilt within us and then leverage our desire to return in order to expand your own feeble concept of power by tying your house to House Stark through marriage. Lord Eddard heard your proposal, and politely denied the immediate request. Far politer than he should have, in my opinion. But you took it as a slight. And then you lashed out and insulted my wife. I have killed greater than you for far less. Pausing, Nox raised his hand, finger extended towards the man's racing heart. It would be so easy. An old man like you, your heart is on its last leg as it is. A simple touch with the Force, and your heart would falter and fail. Leaving you to suffer in agony as you clutched at your chest, begging for one more moment of life. The unmistakable smell of urine permeated the air as the Lord of the Crossing lost control of his bladder, the sight and smell bringing a smile to Nox's face. But, lucky for you, I don't feel like dealing with the fallout your death would no doubt cause. Even if killing every Frey within this castle would be easier than my morning exercises. So, this is what is going to happen. Embedded in your chair are 5 gold coins. That is your toll, Lord Walder, and allow us passage across the twins. Should you, or any of yours, feel the need to impede us further, then I will sink the twins into the Green Fork with every Frey still trapped within its walls. Do we have an understanding, my lord? Good. Turning on his heel, Nox didn't wait to hear the response from the Lord of the Crossing as he used the Force to throw the doors to the hull open, allowing him to march out. Ned was quick to follow his lead, not even bothering to offer the Lord Frey a customary acknowledgement before turning and following Nox out of the hull, leaving the great John, and Robb hurrying to catch up with the two of them. In the yard outside, all the guards in the immediate vicinity were on high alert, their hands on their weapons. But wisely, all of them thought better of getting in the way of a clearly irate Lord Stark and Nox as they retrieved their horses and made their way out of the keep. Once they were clear of the walls of the twins, Ned spoke for the first time since Nox had taken over the negotiations. I doubt that was as courteous as Walder is used to. Nox just snorted. The man needed a lesson in humility, and a reminder that he is but a small fish in a very big pond. Leave off it, Ned, the great John added, slapping Nox on the back with a meaty hand. If Nox hadn't done anything, I would have shoved that fucking goblet of his down the weasel's throat. A first-born son and daughter for just a simple crossing. Then to go and insult the women of the North, hells. If Mage was there, she would have made sure the man would be shitting pieces of her mace for the rest of his life. Grimacing, Ned snapped his horse's reins, urging the beast into a slight trot. Master, John said, riding up next to him. What you said back to Lord Walder, about sinking the twins with everyone in it, were you? I wasn't jesting, John, Nox replied, turning towards his apprentice. Should the phrase impede our progress, then I will sink the twins into the river. I won't enjoy it, but I will do it. I made the threat. If I do not follow through on my threat, then word will spread. And once word gets out that either I, your father, yourself, or your brother are not willing to carry out on the threats that are made, then your word will come to mean less than pig shit. John didn't seem pleased by the answer, but he wisely didn't press the issue and instead rode in silence beside Nox as the small group rejoined with the rest of those following them north. Sitting astride her horse at the front of the group was Lady Mormont. The fierce lady of Bear Island had her mace in hand and her eyes fixed solely on the twins. So, do we have any coin left to us, Lord Eddard? Or are we taking some simpering Frey whelp back with us to wed an unsuspecting northerner? The toll has been paid, Ned said, shooting a quick glance towards Nox. And there shall be no Freys accompanying us to the north. One of Mega's brow rose as she turned her attention from Ned to Nox. Forgive me for assuming, Lord Stark, but I take it that the sorcerer here handled the negotiations. Is there a new lord of the crossing then? No, Nox replied as everyone prepared to make their way across the twins. But Walder's pants and possibly even his chair will need to be destroyed, as I doubt even the most skilled scullery maid would be able to get them clean once more. Throwing her head back, Mage let out a loud deep laugh that sent the nearby wildlife scrambling to flee. By the old gods, sorcerer, you are something else. If your woman wasn't who she is, then I'd be tempted to see just how far your passion went. Anything is possible, Lady Mormont. Nox smirked as he noticed the gates of the twins remaining wide open for them and the people within scrambling to give them a clear route across the bridge. But that's a discussion for another time. For now, let's just get across this bridge and get back into the north before the late Frey loses what little sanity I scared back into his aging head. Standing on one of the numerous docks lining the bay of Pentos, Asher Forrester, second-born son of Lord Gregor Forrester, was still trying to reconcile in his mind that what was actually happening as he watched numerous workers carefully unload the cargo from the northern vessel tied off before him. Barely a year had passed since he'd made his peace with never being able to return to his home after his father was forced to banish him once his love affair with Gwyn Whitehill had become common knowledge. And while part of him despised his father's cowardice for banishing him, time had given him perspective and made him realize that his father had indeed made the right choice in sending him away. And now, here he was, about to board a ship that would return him to the north with his father's and Lord Stark's blessing. And not only was he being allowed to return to his home, he was also returning to a betrothal to the one woman he truly loved and rulership of his own keep. And if that wasn't enough of a twist of fate, the one aiding in his return home was none other than Demeric Bolton, the exiled son of the now eternally disgraced Roose Bolton. If anyone had any doubts that the gods had a twisted sense of humor, they need only look at him to erase such doubts. I've never seen a vessel quite like this one, Asher. He didn't need to look beside him to know who was speaking. After all, the two had been almost inseparable since they came across one another 3 moons ago when he was on the road to Meereen. Not surprisingly, Beskha, he said to the woman who had saved his life almost as many times as he'd saved hers. The wolf's howl is a scaled-down version of the sea wolf, the dreadnought that was designed by the sorcerer himself. And it's probably the first one of its kind to actually leave the north. Designed by the sorcerer, Beskha hummed, her interest in the ship much more noticeable, though obviously not because of any interest in the sea. Tales of that man have spread far even here in Essos. A sorcerer greater than the warlocks of Karth. A statesman who can talk circles around even the representatives from the Iron Bank. And a warrior without equal while he holds a blade in his hand. There are even some, mostly those fire-burning fanatics, that even consider him some long-lost prophet come to deliver the people from the darkness of their sins. Though some of the more entertaining tales say he is sin itself and partakes regularly in any and all delights offered to him. Shaking his head, he took a wide step away from his friend to give her a wide breath. Careful now, Beskha, don't want you to have to wring out your small clothes before we make way. And besides, best put those thoughts to the side. Last I heard, he had a woman who is now his wife. By all accounts, she is not someone you want to trifle with, and not just because she is married to the sorcerer. Beskha merely shrugged. Hasn't stopped me before. Him having a wife just makes it even more exciting. Coming from experience here, Asher, there are few things in life that can top having a go at a husband and his wife at the same time. Shaking his head at his friend's antics, Asher left the woman's sellsword to her fantasies as he walked down the length of the dock to, well, he wasn't quite sure just what he was going to do. He wasn't even sure what he could do now, seeing as how the dock hands of Pentos and the sailors of the north seemed to have had a good handle on the unloading of the ship. So, instead of helping with the manual laboring, Asher was left with nothing more than to think over his life. His banishment, the months he'd spent in Essos trying to start a new life. And then his fated run-in with someone he couldn't even remember in Volantis, who did little more than hand him a letter stating that his banishment had been lifted and that he was to make all haste for Essos and seek out the other exiled northern who would see to his return home. He'd been more than slightly skeptical at the time, as had Beskha, and had initially dismissed the strange letter and the one who delivered it to him. But after a few days of fighting tooth and nail just to get enough to fill his belly, his desire to return home won out and he and Beskha left Volantis behind and made for Pentos. Ideally, the two would have traveled by ship from Volantis to Pentos as it was the faster and safer option to take. Unfortunately, that option was not available to them as neither had enough coin for even one of them to book safe passage, let alone both. So, they were left with no other option than to walk. Which wasn't a very attractive option, as the roads in Essos were plagued with Dothraki, slavers, bandits, sellsword companies, escaped slaves, or just plain idiots with a blade and nothing left to lose. But for the first time in his life the old gods of the north seemed to take pity on him. They had managed to complete the long walk from Volantis to Pentos with only a single short skirmish against a handful of bandits. Which in and of itself was a blessing because they were able to liberate a couple of horses from the fools. Then there was his meeting with the northerner living in exile, Demeric Bolton. To say their meeting was tense was an understatement, at least from Asher's perspective. While having never met the heir to the Dreadfort before in his life, the man's name was enough to put Asher on edge. But surprisingly, Demeric was about as far from a Bolton as a Stark was from a Tyrell. He was actually courteous, and for some reason seemingly completely at ease with his lot in life, which now dictated that he live out the rest of his days here in Essos. A chance to start anew, Demeric had explained to him when Asher pressed the issue. Away from the stigma that my house has unfortunately placed upon ourselves over the years. Asher could do little but agree with the sentiment. Even in the north, the Boltons garnered little love from the people. Fear, yes, but love and respect, those were aspects that the Boltons never had. And it was the reason why they were never able to overthrow the Starks no matter how many times they tried to do so. And Asher could admit that Demeric actually had a good thing going in Essos. He'd only been in Pentos for a few moons or so, and already he'd managed to become the primary merchant that dealt with the northern trade in glass and other items that the north produced that were considered exotic, and therefore coveted by the people of Essos. He'd garnered more coin in a moon's turn than Asher had seen in his entire life. Enough to not only buy a decently sized manse but to also purchase enough servants to staff it as well. Hells, the man even had enough coin left over to purchase a few unsullied guards as well. While the exiled Bolton's sudden wealth was something that many would wish for, Asher was not one of them. Coin was all well and good, but he knew from experience the traders of Essos were ruthless, especially those from the disputed lands. By trading in northern glass and other exotic exports, Demeric was brazenly thumbing his nose at Myr and more than a few other suppliers. And Asher would be willing to lay down a fair amount of coin to say that the man already had at least one contract out on his life. But despite that, he still felt no small amount of resentment towards the exiled northerner. Asher had been exiled and had to leave the north with only the clothes on his back, a sword, and an axe. Demeric gets exiled, and the bastard gets set up as a wealthy merchant with premier trading rights with the north. And speaking of the bastard, Asher thought as he watched Demeric appear at the edge of the docks with two unsullied guards flanking him on either side. The exiled northerner took his time in examining each of the carts that were being loaded up, which was understandable considering just how much coin was being invested in this transaction. Seemingly satisfied, Demeric gave off a few sharp commands which sent his servants scrambling to get the carts moving to their next destination. Lord Bolton, Asher greeted the man as the ex-heir to the Dreadfort approached him. Demeric appeared to either not notice his tone or he just didn't care. And given the history of his family, Asher was willing to bet it was the latter. I'm not a lord anymore, Lord Forrester. At least not one that is recognized by Westeros standards. My father's folly saw to that. Demeric greeted him cordially, his hands behind his back as he joined him in watching the northerners begin preparing the vessel for their eventual return trip to the north. Yeah, well, you'll forgive me for not shedding a tear over that, Asher replied, trying his best to keep his tone neutral. Not an easy feat considering it was because of the Bolton's relationship with the Whitehills that was the true tipping point in his father's decision to send him into exile. Few did, Demeric shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Even I struggled to mourn his passing after what he did. And even then, it was more over the family that I lost rather than the individual himself. But enough of the past, I would speak now of the future. This ship will be returning to the north at first light tomorrow. Until then, I would like to purchase the services of both yourself and your sellsword companion. 100 gold dragons apiece for the night. Asher eyed the Bolton warily. 100 gold dragons was certainly nothing to scoff over. But the question was, what job for a single night was worth such an expense? What's the job? Nothing untoward, I assure you, Demeric replied. Tonight, after the sun goes down, the cargo for the return voyage north will be arriving. And while I have taken many precautions, there is still the outside chance of things potentially going wrong. Having 2 extra skilled blades standing guard will put my mind at ease. I see, Asher mumbled, trying to piece together what this cargo could be, but failing to do so. And what is so special about this cargo that it requires loading at night and extra swords to make sure that nothing goes wrong? Demeric didn't move his body, but Asher could see his eyes darting around the docks. Some things are best left unsaid, Lord Forrester. You will find out for yourself tonight if you take the job. Or tomorrow when the ship sets sail. Only should you find out in the morning, you will find yourself without the 100 gold dragons. Now, do we have a contract, or no? Asher was still uncertain about all of this, but 100 gold dragons for both himself and Beshka for a simple night of guard duty was enough to put his uncertainty aside for now. Very well, he nodded, holding out his hand. We have a deal. Demeric took his hand and gave it a firm shake before pulling out a light purse and handing it off to him. An advancement of 20 gold dragons for the two of you. Do whatever you two wish to do for the rest of the day. But I insist that you both are sober by the time night falls. Don't worry, Asher replied lightly, giving the purse a shake and smiling at the sound of coins clinking within. Beshka and I are professionals. We know what's expected of us. The former heir to the Dreadfort gave him one last look before bidding him farewell and leaving the docks. Once he was gone, Beshka strode up to him, her eyes firmly attached to the small purse in his hand. What happened? We've been hired to oversee the loading of the ship tonight after the sun sets, Asher explained, opening the purse and separating out 10 gold dragons which he then handed over to her. 100 dragons apiece, and 20 as an advancement. Beskha eyed him warily as she took the offered coins. 100 dragons apiece, to guard the loading of a ship during the night. Yeah, Asher nodded slowly, pocketing his share of the advancement. I don't trust it either, but still. 100 dragons is still 100 dragons. And the ship sails at first light, so it's not like we'll be around for long to face whatever consequences come of, whatever in the hells is going to happen. Beskha pursed her lips in thought then shrugged. You're right, but when this shit all goes tits up, I'm blaming you for getting us into the mess. But before that happens, I'm going to go find the best and most expensive whore in the city to entertain myself with before nightfall. Who needs the best whores when the cheaper ones are the most fun? He called out as his friend made her way down the docks. Laughing, Beskha shook her head and turned around to face him while still walking away. See, I knew that I liked you for a reason. Returning to the north part 3 shaking his head, Asher decided to indulge himself in a cup or two as well before nightfall and made his way off the dock to find the nearest tavern for a cup and bed for a few hours. When night had finally fallen upon Pentos, Asher made his way back to the ship that would soon be taking him home. Unsurprisingly, Beskha had beaten him back and was sitting at the end of the gangplank sharpening one of her swords. What was surprising though was the fact that it seemed like the entirety of the crew that sailed the northern ship were also ready to aid in whatever was about to go down. Beskha, he greeted her at the end of the dock. Any coin left in your purse? Smirking, Beskha sheathed one of her blades. I know how to stretch my coin, Asher. The finest whore I could find who could do the most amazing feats with her tongue along with the finest bottle of wine, and I still have most of my coin. A bottle of wine? Asher questioned, giving her a look. Are you sober? I must be, Beskha shrugged. You're still not pretty enough to fuck. Shaking his head, Asher turned and sat down on an overturned crate next to Beskha. So, any signs of our host, cargo, or trouble? No, and no, Beskha answered immediately before looking up and sighing. Almost makes me wish I'd stayed in that whore's bed for the night. Doubt that young lad, Bolton or whatever, would even notice if one of us wasn't here tonight. Just as he was about to comment, he noticed something. A shifting of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, he scanned the pier with a critical eye until he caught sight of what he'd seen. Well, a night with a whore would be pleasurable. But that aside, I don't think tonight is going to be boring. Blinking, Beskha looked up at him before following his line of sight. Oh, fucking wonderful, she muttered, rising to her feet with Asher as no less than a dozen men started coming out from the shadows. Drawing his sword, Asher took a few steps down the dock while behind him he could hear his fellow Northmen start scrambling about their ship. At first he thought the intruders were a sellsword company given their number, but as he looked them over he noticed that none of them were wearing any form of armor and only one carried a sword while the others had only axes and daggers that were in rough shape. Bandits, or just an unfortunate lot looking to make a quick bit of coin by plundering a ship. It's laid out for an evening stroll, boys, Asher commented, as he and Beskha approached the group near the end of the dock. Best you all turn around and head home and we can all rest easy tonight and wake in the morning. The mismatched group of thieves looked from Asher and Beskha to the ship and then back again. Sellsword, the only one with a sword, asked with a thick accent. For the moment, Asher replied. Now, how about you lot just turn around and get the fuck out of here before something bad happens to you? The man in the lead didn't seem deterred, and neither did those who stood with him. Though whether that was because they didn't understand him or not, he didn't know. No need fight, the man with the sword said, pointing towards the ship. Take ship, we pay you. Much coin be had, split, even between us. Yeah, that isn't how this works, Asher said slowly, readying himself for the fight that he knew was inevitable now. A sellsword turning so readily on the one who hired him or her is a sure way to end their time as a sellsword. The man with the sword narrowed his eyes and pointed his rusted sword towards him. 2 and 10, join, or die now. Turning his body so his sword arm was in front of him, Asher slowly reached to the small of his back where he kept a throwing dagger with his offhand. Let me think about it, he said, drawing the dagger. How about, fuck off and die? Before anyone could move, Asher brought his left around and threw the dagger as hard as he could. The blade went end over end before coming to a stop right in the throat of the man nearest to the leader with the sword. The leader yelled out something in a language Asher did not understand before raising his blade and charging at the two of them with his men right behind him. Not that it did them any good, as the sailors on board the northern vessel had not wasted the time Asher had given them. Before the would-be attackers could even cover half the distance across the dock, the sailors on board the ship all stood up from their crouched positions behind the railing, bows in hand and arrows nocked. Being sailors first, they weren't perhaps the best shots out there, but they still did their part in killing off half the attackers before they reached Asher and Beskha. And from there, it was all but over. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Asher and Beskha had experience in fighting whereas their foes had none. Beskha was able to kill 2 with her first strike. The only one that proved to be any sort of challenge at all was the one who'd brought a sword. But even then, Asher was able to disarm the man and claim his head in less than 5 moves. Pathetic sobs, Beskha spat, kicking a now headless body off the dock and into the water. Asher agreed, using his foot to push the ringleader's corpse into the water. Still though, makes me wonder what the hell Bolton is sending back to the north. Whatever the hell it is, it's apparently worth enough to make these fools risk both the sailors on board and the city watch to claim it. Well, I think you'll soon have your answer, Beskha said, using her bloodied sword to point towards the end of the dock. Following the path of her blade, Asher found no less than a dozen covered wagons escorted by perhaps a dozen more unsullied walking towards them. And sitting on the lead wagon was Demeric Bolton. Though Asher's eyes were drawn far more to the beautiful older woman sitting on Demeric's left. He loved Gwyn and she was to be his wife, if Demeric was to be believed, but that didn't mean he was blind or couldn't appreciate beauty when he saw it. By the gods old and new, who was that? Your timing is terrible, Bolton, Asher called out, accenting his point by kicking the last of the freshly made corpses into the water. You missed all the fun. You and I have different definitions of the word, fun, Forrester, Demeric said as he and the beautiful woman dismounted from the wagon, the later immediately moving around to the back as Demeric approached Asher and Beskha. Though, it seems I was correct to hire you two for extra protection tonight. I'll have to investigate just how word of the loading time leaked out. This cannot happen again. Too much is at stake for us to fail. Right, Asher said slowly, sheathing his sword. Well, if so much is at stake, then perhaps you wouldn't mind letting us in on the reason for the late-night loading of the ship and the extra guards. Demeric looked around and then motioned for Asher and Beskha to follow him around to the back of one of the wagons where the beautiful woman was standing and speaking in a foreign tongue. I can do better than 1 reason, Asher Forrester. I can give you 73 reasons why we are doing what we are doing. Confused by the cryptic statement, Asher peered around into the back of the covered wagons and immediately took a step back. The wagon was full of people. Most were in a sorry state. But the one thing he noticed was the facial markings on perhaps half of the people in the wagon that were an immediate tell as to just who, or rather what, these people were. Slaves, Beskha breathed for the two of them, her hand traveling down towards the hilt of her sword. And here I thought you Westerosi were against slavery. Westeros has no tolerance for slavery, the North even less so, the woman said, her voice almost like a song to his ears. And these people are slaves no longer. They have risked everything to break their chains and free themselves. And now we are going to help them find a new life for themselves and their families in the North. Free from slavery. Stepping back, Asher watched as the woman spoke once more in a foreign tongue to the former slaves. One by one, the slaves all started climbing out of the back of the wagon, clutching whatever meager belongings they had, if they even had any to begin with. Asher was no novice when it came to slaves. He'd seen more than his fair share since arriving here in Essos. But as he watched these slaves pass him by, he noticed something in them that he hadn't seen in any other slave. A light in their eyes with a slight smile upon their faces. Hope, he thought, as he watched the former slaves happily make their way towards the ship that would be taking them to freedom. Upon greeting them with open arms, the sailors helped them get situated. They have hope. Their lives won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination as the people of the North are weary of outsiders. But still, it will be a far sight better than living as a slave until the day they die. And just who are you? Beshka asked, her gaze focused on the beautiful woman. This one's woman or something? No, the woman answered immediately as if it were a simple fact. I am voice, and that is all you need concern yourself with. She's right in that regard, Demeric added as another group of former slaves were helped down and moved towards the ship. Asher also noted that there were several chests and other objects being loaded up as well, which meant that the transporting of former slaves wasn't the only cargo that was going to be taken across the narrow sea. Your part in what is going on here in Essos is now over. Blinking, Asher finally realized just what was going on. It wasn't chance or good mind for trade that allowed Demeric to take over the glass trade and other trades between Westeros and Essos here in Pentos. But rather, he was set up to do so, and in exchange he was filtering freed or escaped slaves out of Essos and into Westeros. A very dangerous task, as even here in Pentos where slavery was technically illegal, it was still a crime punishable by torture and death to help abscond with slaves. Maybe I was wrong about you, Bolton, Asher chuckled as the last of the slaves were loaded up onto the ship. You've got stones the size of the fucking wall. Or a complete lack of sense, Demeric smirked as his unsullied guards closed the wagons and took up positions flanking Demeric. May the old gods watch over you, Forrester. And may you and yours find fortune and long life. Smirking, Asher reached out his hand and clasped arms with Demeric. You as well, Bolton. You as well. Riding through the east gate of Winterfell, Eddard Stark kept his face as neutral as he possibly could as he tried to hide just how relieved he was to return home. They'd only been gone for perhaps 2 moons at best, but still. That was 2 moons away from his home. Away from most of his children who needed him now more than ever before with the loss of their mother. Cat, just thinking about his lost wife was enough to put a damper on his elation at returning home. For she would no longer be here to welcome him home, to take him into her bed at night. Pushing such thoughts aside, Ned kept his focus forward as he led their small caravan through the walls of Winterfell and into the keep proper. Once they were within the walls, Ned immediately felt the warmth of Winterfell wash over him, as well as the near-deafening sound of hundreds of small folk cheering for their return. Behind him, he could sense both Jon and Robb shift uneasily in their saddles as they tentatively waved to the small folk that were crowded along the street and leaning out the windows of their homes. Is it always like this? Robb asked, just loudly enough so that Ned could hear him over the cheering of the crowd. Only when your people have a reason to celebrate your return, Ned replied calmly, raising his hand and acknowledging some of the small folk as they rode through the streets of Winterfell towards the inner keep. In truth, this was only the 3rd time Ned had received such a welcome. The first had been on his return from Robert's rebellion and the toppling of the Targaryen dynasty. The second had been upon his return from putting down the Greyjoy rebellion. And now I've put down a pseudo-rebellion by the Maesters, he thought morosely. Am I to be cursed to spend my life either participating in or putting down one rebellion after another? Can I not know a time of peace for myself and my children? Perhaps Nox is right. It is in the very nature of man to fight, to strive for that which he does not have, and if he cannot claim it, to try and take it by force. That only the dead have truly seen the end of war. Such a bleak outlook. But now after 13 years and 3 rebellions I cannot help but think that he is right. As he usually is. Making their way into the inner keep, Ned's sour mood disappeared as fast as water in Dorne as he gazed upon the small army of people that were assembled in front of the great hall of Winterfell. It seemed as if every servant in the keep had been brought out to welcome them home. He could also see the growing number of students of Winterfell's college standing tall and proud beside Maester Luwin. And it was clear that his house guards, under the direction of Jory and Esser Roderick no doubt, had spent the night cleaning and preparing their arms and armor. But his attention was not on the servants, the students, or even his house guards. No, his attention was reserved solely for the small group of 7 that were standing at the forefront of the gathering. Of those gathered at the forefront there was one that seemed out of place, but he assumed that Lady Talisa had more than earned her place at his daughter's side. Especially considering he'd sought the foreign lady out before their departure and had specifically asked her to give aid and console to his daughter whenever requested. Next to her were Jory and Esser Roderick, both men standing tall and proud. And standing next to them was the woman he'd entrusted his children in Winterfell to, the former serving girl, as many called her, the stewardess of Winterfell, Lady Nyra Nox. And standing just in front of those three were the ones who had his undivided attention. Bran was near bouncing in place, his eagerness to rush towards them so great that Ned could feel it. Arya was. Well, Arya. His little wolf had foregone the dress she should have been wearing and was instead wearing fine leather breeches and a tunic to match. And in the lead was his eldest daughter, Sansa. Gods, she looked so much like her mother right then, standing with her head held high with her red hair braided and slung over her right shoulder. His red wolf had grown so much in his absence. And standing next to each of his children were their direwolves, each of whom were shaking in place from excitement. Greywind and Ghost broke ranks first, running with excited yips towards their siblings, who didn't hesitate to rush from his children's sides to meet their brothers halfway. The yard broke out into a mixture of laughter and excited yipping as the 5 direwolf pups reunited with one another in a massive tangling of fur and limbs. Beside him, he could feel Winter's amusement and, with only the slightest of mental pushes from Ned, the mother of the pups trotted across the yard to join with her children in their reunion. Father, Sansa curtsied, and action that was followed by the rest of those assembled as Ned dismounted from his horse. Brothers, welcome home. Winterfell and the North is yours once more. Ned knew what courtesy called for, but it could go to the hells for all he cared. Stepping forward, much to his daughter's surprise, Ned quickly crossed the distance between them and scooped up his eldest daughter in a hug and spun her around in a quick circle. Father, Sansa yelled, though he could tell there was more mirth than anger in her cries as small peals of laughter escaped her as he spun her around multiple times. Setting her down, he repeated the same process with Arya. Only his little wolf didn't wait for him as she leapt up into his arms with a grin so large it threatened to split her face in two. Bran was next, his youngest child bouncing in place as he waited for his turn while Sansa and Arya went to welcome their brothers home. As he let go of Bran, he noticed that Nox had quietly strode past him and was in the process of thoroughly reconnecting with his wife. A scene that brought both joy and no small amount of pain to Ned. There are a few that I wish to introduce you three to, he said, turning and motioning for 3 individuals to come forward from the line of the wagons. Lady Shireen Baratheon, who was perhaps the only one of the 3 that was used to these situations, immediately took the lead and walked forward with her head held high while Gendry, Anna and Emhagen slowly trailed after her. This is Lady Shireen Baratheon, first daughter of Lord Stannis Baratheon. Ned introduced the young girl to his children. This lad here is Gendry of King's Landing. This young girl is Anna of King's Landing. And this young woman is Emhagen of King's Landing along with her infant daughter Bara. Lord Nox will be taking Lady Shireen, Gendry and Bara as his students in the Force and teaching them alongside yourselves while Emhagen and Anna will be under Lord Nox's charge. Bran's face lit up at the prospect of more people learning the ways of the Force with him, while Arya's took a downturn. No doubt she was of the mind that because there were now more looking to learn the ways of the Force that her lessons would lessen. Sansa however didn't miss a beat as she immediately gave a welcoming courtesy, which Shireen and Emhagen returned almost perfectly while Gendry took a moment longer before giving her an awkward bow in return. Welcome to Winterfell, Lady Shireen. And you as well, Gendry and Emhagen of King's Landing. I trust that, as we will all be students of Master Nox for a time, that we will come to know each other well. Thank you, my lady, Shireen responded with all the expected courtly etiquette. I look forward to getting to know yourself and your siblings much better in our coming years together. Yes, milady, thank you, Emhagen followed up, curtsying again while holding on to her infant daughter. All eyes turned to Gendry, the strong lad suddenly looking very unsure of himself now that he was the center of attention. Milady, give off it already, stop stammering and just say, thank you, Arya snorted, earning a roll of the eyes from Sansa at the breaking of decorum. Gendry's face turned redder than a smith's forge. Thank you, Milady Stark. Sansa, taking pity on the young man, gave him a smile that almost seemed to freeze the lad in his spot before she turned back to him, a note of apprehension coming upon her face. Father, there have been several ravens that have arrived since you left King's Landing. And, well, I believe there are things that must be spoke of in private. Lady Sansa is quite right, my lord, Lady Nox said, sounding more than slightly breathless as she finally managed to partially free herself from her lord husband, though she didn't look like she was trying too hard to fully break free of his hold. "There are a number of things that need your immediate attention. Rooms have been prepared for our guests within the Sorcerer's Tower, and with your leave, I will show them to their rooms." Ned just barely managed to hold in his sigh. He'd wanted nothing more than just to spend the rest of the day and night relaxing with his children. But apparently that was not meant to be. "Very well, let us go somewhere quiet to speak," he said to his children before turning and addressing the crowd. "All of you, thank you for your warm welcome. My sons and I thank you all. Now please, return to your duties." Hearing the dismissal, the servants of Winterfell immediately began to disperse, leaving the courtyard near empty in only moments. "Lady Nox," Ned said, turning towards his stewardess, "please see to the placement of our guests, and then the rest of the day is yours to do with as you wish. Nox, please try and remember that your wife still has duties to perform tomorrow. I will need her coherent and able to walk properly." "As you say, Lord Stark," Nox replied, a grin on his face as he effortlessly scooped his wife up into his arms, with one arm bracing her shoulders and the other under her knees. "Call if you need anything, Stark. But don't call." And with that, Nox turned and moved away so fast Ned could have sworn he simply disappeared. Pushing aside the pang of longing that wished he could do the same, Ned led his children through the Great Hall and into one of the smaller private dining areas that was usually reserved for the immediate Stark family when they were not entertaining guests in the Great Hall. Sitting down at the head of the short table within the hall, Ned waited as his children took their seats as well before starting. "What ravens have you received? I take it based on Nyra's comment about needing to prepare Winterfell that we are soon to be expecting visitors." "Yes, Father," Sansa answered politely, her posture that of a perfect lady. "We received a request shortly after your departure from Castle Rock, specifically from Lord Garyon Lannister. He requested that he bring his daughter here to Winterfell for her to be tested by Lord Nox. I responded that you were away and would have to wait until you returned. But a week passed, we received another raven stating that Lord Garyon was on his way north by ship with his daughter and that Lord Tyrion Lannister would be accompanying them as well." Rocking back, Ned resisted the urge to groan. Nox had told him shortly after returning from Valyria that they should be expecting a visit from Garyon and his daughter sometime soon. But even being prepared for it, the events at the end of Robert's rebellion still left a foul taste in his mouth whenever he thought of the Lannisters. And now they were to host not only Tywin Lannister's brother and niece, but his son as well. His deformed dwarf son at that. Though if he were to be honest, it wasn't so much having to house those of House Lannister that put him on edge. No, that was due more to the fact that there was a good probability that Nox would take the girl on as an acolyte. He shuddered to think of what Tywin Lannister could do in the future with one of his house having the same abilities as his own children and Nox. Lord Garyon and his daughter's arrival is not unexpected, as Nox told me that they would more than likely be coming. Lord Tyrion, though, I expect you all to be on your best behaviors and remember your courtesies while in his presence." His children all nodded, though his gaze did have to linger on Arya for a time before she gave in and nodded her consent as well. "Is that all?" he asked, turning back to Sansa, who started fidgeting. "No, Father," she answered. "We also received word from Dorne. Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne and a retinue from Dorne are on their way north as we speak. They say they are coming to Winterfell to discuss further trade relations between the North and Dorne. And the prince, well, he said he's coming to offer his condolences for what happened." Blinking, Ned frowned as he thought over what the arrival of Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne could actually mean. While he had no doubt that there was truth to the wish of discussing trade, he doubted that was the entirety of the matter. The Martells had not left their lands for any part of the Seven Kingdoms since the end of the rebellion. Hells, the only reason why they hadn't continued the fight after what happened to Elia Martell was because Jon Arryn somehow managed to convince them that peace was the better option. Prince Oberyn and Princess Arianne are coming to Winterfell. Looking towards Jon, Ned immediately noticed the slight reddening around his son's ears. Jon seems quite familiar with the princess to call her by her name only. Even if he did catch himself. Did something more happen in Dorne than what he told me, Jon? Ned asked, leveling a look at his son. Is there something you wish to tell us? Jon's face had gone red before going white and then returning to a somewhat normal color as he fought to control himself. No, I mean nothing happened between us. We danced and talked and that was it. I swear it. There was no lie in his words. But still, for two of the ruling family of Dorne to personally make their way to the north to speak of something as simple as trade. No, Ned might not be one who readily participates in the game that the other highborns participated in. But he was no fool. A matter of condolence or trade did not necessitate the arrival of two members of a ruling house, one of whom was the technical heir due to the laws of inheritance in Dorne. And, Sansa pressed on, we have also received word from Highgarden. Lady Olenna Tyrell, Lord Willias Tyrell, Esser Garland Tyrell, and Lady Marjorie Tyrell are on their way north with a large contingent of their sworn guardsmen while escorting men north who have volunteered for the night's watch. Given the timing of each raven, Father, Lady Nyra and Maester Luwin have both estimated that all three groups will be here within the walls of Winterfell within a moon's turn at the latest. And they should all be arriving within a sennight of each other. Gods, which of the gods did I wrong in my life to have to deal with this gathering? Ned thought morosely as he felt the beginnings of a headache that he was sure wouldn't leave him until all parties had departed from Winterfell. Dealing with just one of the great houses of Westeros was cause for a headache. Dealing with three, and these three at that. House Martell despised House Lannister because of what transpired at the end of Robert's rebellion, and with due cause. House Tyrell and House Lannister had been in a constant state of rivalry as they continuously tried to prove to the realm just which house was technically the richest. And House Tyrell also had a cold relationship with House Martell in no small part because it was Prince Oberyn who injured Lord Willias during a tourney years ago, leaving the boy with a permanent limp despite his age. Neither of those three houses had even talked to one another for years due to their grudges against one another. And now, all three were going to be within the walls of Winterfell for the gods only knew how long. Father, are you all right? Giving himself a mental shake, Ned found his children all staring at him with varying degrees of distress written clear across their faces. I'm fine, he lied. He was far from fine. We will need to prepare separate wings of the guest hall for our visitors. Hopefully, guest rights will keep them in check, but I will not put them to the test. Not in my halls. I thought you would say that, Father, Sansa replied, the slight distress at his brooding gone and replaced with her mother's facade once more. I've ordered the servants to begin cleaning and preparing 3 different areas of the guest quarters. Favoring his eldest daughter with a smile, Ned gave her an appreciative nod of thanks. Only a few moons on her own, and already his daughter had changed so much that he hardly recognized her. Well done, Sansa, you are truly your mother's daughter, and will, without a doubt, one day become a great lady of your own house. Sansa preened under the praise while Arya merely rolled her eyes. Sansa will indeed become a great lady, but I fear that Arya never will. And while such a thought fills me with dread, I fear far more what she would do should I try and force such a fate upon her. The Lannisters, the Martells, and the Tyrells, and here I was hoping that we would be done with the Southerners for a time, his eldest sighed. The North is a part of the 7 kingdoms, son, as are the Reach, the Westerlands, and Dorne. As such, we will never be done with the Southerners, Ned stated sternly, giving Robb a hard glare. Perhaps not realizing he'd said the thought aloud, his eldest son went wide-eyed and sat up straighter. Father, that wasn't what I meant. I know what you meant, son, Ned replied, taking pity on his son. The games of the South have little use here in the North. But nonetheless, you must learn how to play their game as well should you wish to become a respected lord. Both in the eyes of our people and those of the South. And this will be a good opportunity for you to put what you learned in King's Landing into practice. Father, I won't let you down, Robb said with determination. I know you won't. You are all the best of your mother and I and more, even you, Jon. And I am proud, so very proud, to call each of you my children. Ned smiled as he saw each of his children, Jon included, light up and smile. Now come, enough of this heavy talk. Let us move on to lighter subjects. I have had a first-hand accounting for Robb's and Jon's progress, but I am curious how you 3 are doing with your training that Master Nox assigned to each of you. There were few things in life that Nox found truly relaxing. and laying on his bed with his wife using his chest as a pillow as she slept while he idly traced the path of her spine with his fingers was at the top of that list. But while his body and soul were relaxed, his mind was anything but. Nyra had told him of their impending visitors from the south. While he had fully expected for the major players of Westeros to start trying to make their moves soon, he was not necessarily expecting them all to make them at the same time. And while this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it was unexpected. But it also meant that he would need to expedite a few of his plans. His training of the Stark children was progressing as well as could be expected. But given their current rate of growth, it would be at least a decade or more before their training could even be considered partially complete. He would have to increase their training regimes, especially for Jon and Arya, who were now the two most powerful of his students. Though with Shireen now in Winterfell, Arya would more than likely find herself having to try to keep her number 2 position amongst his students. As for the other two, Barra was still but an infant and still years away from even being able to start proper training. And Gendry, though Nox could tell that the boy would make for an excellent Sith warrior, focusing solely on his battle prowess would be doing the boy a disservice. Considering his skill in force forging, his training would perhaps be the most difficult to outline. And outside of force training, he also needed to accelerate some of his technological plans. The rail system was a good start, but Samwell and Lewin still had not finalized the design for a steam engine that would be powerful enough to pull the weight of train cars. He'd had to lean on them a bit and start subtly injecting more advanced theories and ideas for the two to use. Then there was his other project. The project that would change warfare as this world knew it forever. But even that project would take a decent amount of time. Firstly, to acquire what he needed, and secondly to get the correct combination put together to make it effective. Then there was the actual delivery mechanism. He'd been planning on using Mikan to help him design the mechanism he required. Yet now with Gendry's force forging ability, perhaps he could expedite that plan as well, which circled back around to how to properly structure Gendry's training, but he also had another problem to consider. And that was when he started introducing a continuous stream of technological advancements. How long would it last before people began asking questions as to just how he was able to come up with such inventions? Questions that Nox was honestly surprised hadn't already started to come about. Questions that he didn't want to answer. But still, those questions could potentially create a divide between himself, his apprentices, and the few that he had started to consider to be his friends. Possibly even a divide between himself and the woman he now held in his arms. There was a way to preempt all those questions and ensure that he maintained the trust of those he considered his friends and his love. But it was not without risks of doing exactly what he was hoping to avoid. Which was to tell them the truth of himself and the universe at large. Tightening his hold on Nyra, his wife gave off the slightest of whimpers as she tightened her hold on him, burying her face further into his chest. Losing Ashara had nearly destroyed who he was. Losing his son Kem just before he could be born had thrown him back into the deepest pit of darkness imaginable. And the only reason why he was able to pull himself out of the pit was his connection to Nyra. Should he lose her, either due to a blade or because of an ill-kept secret, it should work, he thought, resuming running his fingers along Nyra's warm flesh. Jon and Robb are more than powerful enough in the Force. Ned's power has grown significantly despite his age. And Nyra, I don't know how or why, but she has developed the slightest of Force attunements. That last little bit had certainly been a shock to Nox when he'd laid his metaphorical eyes on her upon returning to Winterfell. Her connection to the Force was slight and untrained, but it was there. The question was, how? Spontaneously acquiring an affinity for the Force was not necessarily unheard of. But it was so rare that it was all but a myth. Yet, Nyra was living proof that it was indeed possible. Granted, she would never be powerful enough to outclass anyone above an apprentice level. But she still had a connection to the Force now. Perhaps it wasn't just Sansa's healing that saved her life. Perhaps there was a chance, an outrageously slim chance, that their unborn child subconsciously protected its mother. It was a possibility. But it was not one that he was truly interested in testing out further. How it happened no longer matters, he thought, inhaling the scent of his wife's hair. All that matters is that she has a touch of Force sensitivity. Which means that she will be able to partake in what I'm going to be attempting. The only question that remains is how will she and the others react to learning the truth of the universe. Gathering in Winterfell Part 1. Walking into the Godswood alongside his brother Robb and father, Jon Stark could do little more than wonder just why his master had asked to speak privately with them. Ever since they'd returned to the north, he noticed that his master had been, well, almost reclusive. It wasn't noticeable to most, or pretty much anyone for that matter, as Lord Nox kept his normal routine. But Jon noticed that there was almost a sort of detachment to him while he was going through his day. Jon could only hope that whatever it was that had been bothering his master would be brought into the open today. For if there was one thing he knew was not good, it was when there was a situation that sent even a man like his master into a brooding mood. Coming to the center of the Godswood, Jon was mildly surprised to find not only Master Nox at the base of the weirwood tree, but his wife, Lady Nyra Nox, was also sitting next to him, the two holding hands with one another. However, even more surprising than her presence was the pensive look on her face as the two sat beneath the weirwood. Apparently, Lady Nox was just as in the dark about her husband's mood as the rest of them were. "Ned, Robb, Jon," his master called out in greeting as the three of them approached, making Lady Nyra jump slightly, as she apparently had been so engrossed in her lord husband that she hadn't even noticed their approach. "Nox, Nyra," Jon's father greeted the two of them as they both rose to their feet. "You said that you had something urgent that needed to be said, Nox. What is it? Another vision of the future?" "No," Master Nox said, shaking his head. "The future is important, but it is not what I wish to speak of today. Rather, I would speak of the past. My past." Confusion and excitement warred within Jon. Jon knew of his master's past, well, as much as he'd shared of it anyway. He knew that his master came from a land far away, further than Asshai and Yeti. And that the land he came from was much more advanced than Westeros. But outside of those facts, little else was known about Master Nox's homeland. "Have you heard word from your homeland?" his father asked. "Or have you perchance seen something that would lead you to believe that those of your home are coming to Westeros?" "No," Nox said, shaking his head. "As I said before, there is little to no chance of my people ever finding me or this land. But I've never truly explained just why I know this for a fact. The reason why I've always neglected explaining, though, is not out of malice or a desire not to explain my homeland. But rather it is because I doubted that any of you would believe me when I spoke of my past and where I came from. I still believe that, but I believe that I found a way to show you my past rather than just tell it to you." "Show us your past. How?" Jon heard himself asking before realizing it. "By using the weirwoods," Nox explained, waving a hand towards the ancient tree that had stood since the founding of Winterfell. "These trees are unique. In all my travels I have never seen anything like them that occurred naturally. They act as conduits to the Force. If they serve a specific purpose, I have not found them yet and doubt I ever will. But right now, I believe that I can use the weirwoods as a stage of sorts, much like a mummer's show. And my memories will be the play you will be watching." Jon was nearly shaking with excitement with the idea that he would not only be hearing but seeing Master Nox's past. And by the looks of it, Robb was just as excited. But their father did not appear to share in their excitement as he just continued staring at Nox. "Why do this now, especially if, as you say, there is little to no chance of those of your past catching up to you?" "2 reasons, Nox stated, holding up 2 fingers to emphasize his point. "First, I wasn't sure if this would even work in the first place. I'm still not entirely convinced that it will work exactly as I hope, but I believe I can make this technique work. Second, is trust. Dark times are coming, times that will put our faith and trust in one another to the test. And if my past remains clouded in shadows, there will be those that will try and use that to put a divide between us." Sharing a look with his brother, Jon took a step forward. He trusted his master as if he were family. And while he doubted that anything his master could show him would change that, he wouldn't say that he wasn't curious about how Nox was raised and trained. All he knew was that the training his master went through was brutal and fatal to those who were deemed not strong enough to become Sith. "What do you need us to do, Master?" "You all don't need to do anything besides placing your hands on the trunk of the weirwood," Nox replied, gesturing for them all to take a step forward. "I'll be doing all the work from here on out." Swallowing past the lump forming in his throat, Jon stepped forward and placed his hand against the weirwood tree along with his father, brother, and Nyra. "Well," Nox said, placing his hand against the tree last. "Close your eyes, reach out with the Force, and get ready for a ride." Jon didn't have to wait long to figure out just what his master meant by the strange saying, as the moment his eyes closed, he felt something almost pull him forward even though he knew he was standing still. The next thing he knew he was no longer in the middle of the godswood with his hand on the weirwood. Instead of the trees and hot springs, the space around him was filled with nothing but darkness. But before he could question just what was going on, his father suddenly appeared next him, making Jon take a step back in fright as his brother quickly appeared next, followed by Lady Nyra and then lastly Nox. "By the gods," his father breathed, looking around wildly at the darkness that surrounded them. "Nox, where are we?" Stepping forward, Jon watched as Nox raised his hand. The darkness surrounding them almost seemed to shift, moving as if it were water as it flowed around his master's outstretched hand. "Physically we are all still standing at the base of the weirwood in the Winterfell godswood. Spiritually or mentally, however, that's complicated. But suffice to say we are standing within my mind, sort of. Or rather yet, my mind that is being displayed through the flow of the Force that is passing through the weirwood tree. Now, let us see if my theory proves true or not." Hearing a gasp, Jon could do little more than gape as the black mist around them seemed to almost come together to form trees and dirt and walls. In the time it took Jon to blink, the darkness that had been surrounding them was replaced by the godswood and Winterfell. "Well, that works," Nox stated, his head tilted skywards, which was still the same fluid darkness. "I'm not entirely sure just where to begin with all of this, so, let's just dive right in the deep end, shall we? This, as you all know, is Winterfell, and this," the world around them seemed to rush past them, and suddenly the group no longer found themselves standing in the midst of the godswood, they were now standing amongst what should have been the clouds looking down on the land. "And this is the north." The land shifted against as they seemed to travel even higher, or perhaps it was more that the land beneath their feet got smaller as more and more of the Seven Kingdoms and then the land beyond became visible to them. "This is all of Westeros. And over there is Essos, Sothories, the lands beyond the Jade Sea and the Sunset Sea, all the land masses that make up this world. Yet across them all, you will find no trace of my home or the Sith Empire. And that is because neither belong to this world." Jon was so busy marveling at the sphere below their feet containing all of the land he'd seen and most he'd only ever read of that the meaning behind his master's words took several long moments to actually register in his mind. "Wait," Robb called out, forcing Jon to look away from the land below them and to his brother. "How can the land you were birthed in, and the empire you claim to have served, not exist? Was it all a lie?" "No," Nox answered calmly. "I have never outright lied to any of you. I said that neither the Sith Empire nor my place of birth are on this world." The next Jon knew, the very stars were rushing past them like arrows as their home disappeared. When everything around them stopped moving, they found themselves staring at a sphere that looked almost exactly like the one that Nox said contained the North and the rest of the lands they knew. "This world is not the one you know that contains the North. This world is one known as Dromund Kaas, the world upon which I was born into slavery within the Sith Empire." The full implication of what his master was telling him started to dawn on Jon. But, no, it simply wasn't possible. Was it? "Aleem," Nyra breathed softly, staring down at the world before them with wide eyes. Are you saying that?" Nox nodded. "I am not of this world. And the Sith Empire is in fact an empire that spans hundreds of worlds like your own." Turning towards his father and brother, Jon saw that both were staring in disbelief at first Nox, and then the world that was slowly turning before them. "How is such a thing possible?" their father asked. Are the gods truly so powerful to create life amongst the stars?" "I'm the wrong person to ask about religious ideology outside of the Force, my friend. I've seen hundreds of different religions worshipping hundreds of different gods in almost as many ways," Nox shrugged. "But there is more life out amongst the stars than you can possibly imagine. What you know as your sun is a star, just like all the other stars you see in the night sky. And just like your own, most of those stars have planets surrounding them. And on some of those planets, there are lifeforms that call them home. Even the Empire and the Republic, the two major powers in the known galaxy, combined, have only explored perhaps little over half to maybe 2/3 of this galaxy. And given the sheer size of the galaxy, it takes a century to explore any unknown region of space. Which is why I am so positive that neither the Empire nor the Republic will ever find this world as it lies within what we consider the unknown region of space. The likelihood of either major power within the galaxy finding this world anytime soon is akin to stumbling across an island the size of a needle point without a map in the middle of the Sunset Sea. But this also means that I cannot leave this world either. Which means that this place is now my home until the day I die. There was a note of, almost sorrow in the way his master said that. And Jon believed that he had an idea about just why that was. There was so much out there. And his master was once a part of it. And now, he can no longer be a part of it. Seeing movement to the side, Jon remained silent as he watched Nyra approach Nox and slowly slip her hand into his. But stargazing isn't all that I brought you here for, Nox said, though Jon noted that his hand did not leave the hold of his wife. This is a lot to take in, I know, and all of you are more than likely wondering if I'm just trying to pull one over on you. So, it's time to take you through some of my memories of the galaxy. Again, the darkness around them swirled and Jon felt as if the very ground, or whatever it was, that they were standing on lurched as they suddenly found themselves inside of some steel contraption of sorts. By the gods old and new, hearing Nyra, Jon turned and followed the path of her eyes, and found himself staring at what could only be a small version of Master Nox. He was young, very young. Perhaps Jon's own age or maybe just slightly older. But what was truly strange was the fact that his hands and ankles were bound with chains and there was a strange type of collar around his neck. A slave collar, Jon realized, a pit of dread forming in his stomach as he noticed that his master wasn't alone. There were 5 others similarly bound and sitting next to his master. Before anyone could say anything, there was a hiss as part of the wall lowered like a jaw bridge allowing a bright, almost blinding light into the small metal carriage where his master and the others were sitting. But despite the sudden brightness, Jon didn't feel any discomfort on his eyes. In fact, everything seemed just as clear now as it did a moment ago. There was just a warmth to everything now. You are seeing the world as I see it, Nox explained as several large, armored men marched into the carriage and started undoing the chains that were binding those within. That is the only reason why you can see everything around me. A normal memory would be limited to your visual range. But for me, my visual range is limited only to how far I reach out with my senses through the Force. Though the farther I reach out the fewer details I'm able to obtain. Gaining a new appreciation for the way in which his master used his sight, Jon watched with his father, brother, and Nyra as the younger Nox and the others were led out of the strange carriage and onto some sort of metal dock-like structure. As they were being led forward, Jon noticed another man standing in the shade of a building with a strange marking over one of his eyes and talking to a man in black robes. As they approached, the man in the robe bowed and then left without a single backwards glance towards them. Welcome to Korriban, birthplace of the Sith and home to the Sith Temple, Nox explained as the man with the strange mark over his eye started degrading Nox and those who'd come forward with him. While I appreciate the fact that Korriban weeds out the weak, it is wasteful in how it goes about the process. What you are watching here is the introduction of 6 Force-sensitive acolytes to their overseer. The one responsible for their training while in the temple. In truth, this part is little more than survival of the fittest. And in the end, only one of the chosen acolytes will remain alive. Jon watched with no small amount of dread as the world around them almost seemed to race them by. He watched as his master fought his way through a dark cave filled with people and strange creatures trying to kill him before coming out the other side and entering what Jon could only assume was the Sith temple his master spoke of. The place was massive and unlike anything Jon had seen before. He doubted that even the Valyrian freehold during the peak of its reign could match what he was looking at now. Unfortunately, he had little time to marvel at the structure as his master's past self strode quickly through the halls, only stopping once he reached a room that had the strange man with the marking on his face that he saw back on the dock. The strange man wasn't the only one there. The rest of those that had arrived with his master were there as well, as was the man that was wearing the black cloak. When the man in the cloak turned to face them, Jon took an involuntary step back with his brother and father doing the same as he. The man in the cloak was, gods, could he even be considered a man? He looked more like a demon from one of the hells. His skin was red and he had what looked like red horns that were part of his flesh and protruding from where his eyebrows and chin should have been. This despicable piece of filth was named Fawn, Master Nox stated as Jon watched the man with the strange tattoo berate the others before singing the praises of the strange devil-like creature. He is from a race of beings known as pure-blooded Sith, one of the two dominant races of the Sith Empire. Now, you don't really need to see what happens next. Suffice to say, my training was not pleasant and I will not be using the exact same methods with all of you. So let us skip forward a bit to show you another species, as well as the one who would be perhaps my first and one of my most loyal of friends. The world shifted once more, and when it stopped, they found themselves standing in a large cavern on yet another metal bridge. Standing just before them was the young Master Nox, and, floating in the air covered in a strange light was a creature that Jon had no words to describe. It was positively massive. He'd never seen the mountain who rides, but he was sure that even the monster of House Lannister would be considered small when compared to this beast. This is Chem Val, Nox explained, waving towards the beast hanging in the air. He's part of a species known as a Deshade. And before you ask, yes, he is just as deadly as he looks. It wasn't easy winning over his allegiance. But once I had, he quickly became my first true friend and most loyal protector. Now, I've shown you a few different species outside of humans, so let us progress to something quite a bit different, shall we? The darkness swirled, swallowing the cave and everything around them before dissipating once more. When Jon could see once more, his eyes nearly bugged out of his head. All around him were lights and buildings and gods. Structures that he couldn't even put a name to that reached higher into the sky than even the Hightower in Aldtown. It was a city that stretched further than his eye could see. It was incredible, and all around them there were metal carriages flying through the sky. Welcome to Nar Shaddaa, Nox explained, waving his hand around the landscape. Technically a moon, but that doesn't really matter much. But this is an example of the technological prowess of some planets. There is only one large city in the entire universe, and that is Coruscant, the central hub of the Republic. The city spans across an entire world and has built on top of itself repeatedly over thousands of years to the point where it is now impossible to actually reach the ground of the planet. And here I thought that King's Landing was a large city. Jon marveled, looking around at the sprawling metal monstrosity of a city laid out around them. It was incredible. Looking at his brother, he could tell that Robb was thinking along the same lines as he as they watched all sorts of different people, most of whom didn't look anything remotely like them, walking around and living their lives just as they did here in the north. But when Jon turned to his father, the elation within him died slightly as he noticed the pensive look on his father's face as he went back and forth between everything around them and Nox. You must think so little of us, coming from a place where this is possible. Jon had never heard his father sound so defeated before. There are some, well, many who would think less of you and your people due to your current level of advancement, but I am not one of them. Nox answered, sweeping his arm through the air in a wide gesture. You see the lights, the technology, the advancement of society. But what you do not see is the fact that sentient beings have not progressed much since we reached this planet's level of advancement. War, politics, baser sentient instincts, all that which you can consider to be the game of life that is played. Our technological advancements haven't changed any of that. The only thing that has changed is the board upon which we play the game of life. The darkness swept through them, taking away the city of metal towers and buildings. The next few images passed by so rapidly that Jon barely had time to truly comprehend what each one was before they were forced to move on. He saw a field of battle with men carrying large crossbow-like weapons that shot bolts of fire instead of arrows. There was a meeting of what looked like a small council with his master being one of those in attendance. There was a quick scene back to the City of Lights and Metal where scantily clad women and men were vying for the attention and coin of those who passed them by on the streets. There was a brief glimpse of what looked like a family making their way through a desert while staying close together to protect themselves from the harsh sand. And while the background might be far different than anything he had ever seen, or perhaps ever will, what was going on was not new or surprising to Jon. What they were seeing was just simply people living out their lives. Just as Master Nox had said, the people he came from, the Empire as he called it, were far more advanced than anything Jon could ever imagine. But in the end, they were still just like the people of Westeros. Without warning, the visions ended as the darkness swirled in once more and Jon felt another strange pulling sensation on his mind. And the next he knew he was opening his eyes and standing once more in the Godswood of Winterfell with his hand pressed firmly against the weirwood. Aleem. Hearing Nyra's cry, Jon turned quickly and found his master down on one knee before the weirwood. "I'm all right," his master said, waving off Jon and the others while Nyra knelt next to him. That took quite a bit more out of me than I was expecting. But it is nothing that I haven't endured before. I just need to sit for a few minutes to recover. And seeing as how I know all of you have a lot of questions about what you just saw, so you best get them out of your systems now while I'm incapable of avoiding them. Saying that Jon had a lot of questions was an understatement. The problem was that he didn't know which question to ask first. His father took the initiative and spoke up first while Jon was still trying to figure out just what he wanted to ask. "You've avoided truly answering just how you arrived in the North ever since we brought you into our halls. And now I understand just why you did so. But now with the facts you have given us, I would ask you how and why you came to the North." "The how should be obvious. I came here on a ship," his master answered calmly. It took Jon a moment to fully realize just what he said, but when he did, he felt a jolt of excitement race through him. "Lord Nox he has one of those carriages that can fly through the air and sail across the stars. But, if he has one, then why hasn't he used it or at least shown it to us yet? That ship alone would have been more than enough to convince us of his past. I take it that this ship of yours is destroyed?" his father asked, making Jon realize that he was more than likely correct. "It isn't necessarily destroyed," Nox replied, bringing the jolt of excitement back to Jon. "However, I did crash land, and in doing so pretty much destroyed the ship. What's left of it is sunk at the bottom of a lake not too far from where I first came across Jon and yourself all those years ago. The ship is still there as far as I know. It's nothing more than scrap metal. But perhaps if it will help to confirm my words, then we can go and retrieve it. Though, what we would do with it beyond scrapping it is up to you. Can you create more of those flying carriages made of steel?" Robb asked eagerly. "Are those crossbows that fire bolts of fire and can pierce through armor?" To this, Nox shook his head. "Unfortunately, no. If I had the parts and the means to do so, I would have created blasters or airships years ago. But the unfortunate truth is that this world is nowhere near ready to create any of those things. And it will be centuries, perhaps a millennium or more before this world reaches that level. Unless of course there is a significant amount of outside interference. But that's unlikely. But don't think that I've been holding back. I've been doing everything I can to help advance this world. The only problem is, everything is too simple." That confused Jon. And judging by the looks on everyone else's face, they were just as confused as he by that statement. If something was simple, shouldn't it be easy to accomplish? "I can sense your confusion," Nox stated. "So, let me clarify. The common person in the Empire can do complicated logarithmic mathematical equations in their head that would dumbfound even the most learned of maesters on this world. The steam engine, the printing press, your methods for making glass. All these great advancements that I am showing you have not been commonplace in the greater galaxy for perhaps over 25,000 years. So, while the idea behind the process is simple, making the jump from idea and design to creating the devices has been proving to be difficult. That is why I have been relying so heavily on Lewin, Sam, and now Talisa to act as a bridge between design and creation. I can provide the theories and designs. But I need others to help take those ideas and rework them into something that is feasible for this world. And while we are making great strides towards advancement, it will still take a long time for this world to catch up to the rest of the galaxy. Having said that though, there are a few things which I was planning on introducing to help speed up the process of advancement." That made some amount of sense. From what he'd seen in the few brief glimpses Jon had seen of the realm from which his master came from, they were so far advanced that what they considered normal occurrences were something that could only occur in one's wildest imagination here in the north. He now had a far greater appreciation for his master's teachings outside of the sparring ring and outside of the force. He couldn't imagine just how difficult it was for his master to try and teach them what he knew. It would be akin to Ser Barristan the Bold trying to teach an infant who hadn't even taken its first step how to be an expert swordsman. What are these few things that you planned on introducing to help further our advancement? Jon was somewhat surprised by the almost eager tone his father had in his voice. It was no great secret that the North did not change fast. In fact, the past decade had seen more changes to the North than all the times since before the Targaryens came to Westeros. He knew that more than one of the lords were not necessarily thrilled with how fast things were changing. But as it was Lord Stark leading the charge for change and the fact that said changes were a huge boon to the North, those complaints stayed mostly to the shadows and had all but disappeared after the failed assassination attempt at Master Nox's wedding feast. With the aid of his wife, Nox regained his footing. We need to move forward with new manufacturing techniques. I've already started drawing up the designs to create a rudimentary lathe, though I'm not entirely sure just how well it will work. We also need to work on a process for rolling thin sheets of steel. And we need to get that geological analysis from the location Talisa deciphered in the Valyrian journals. And, perhaps easiest of all, we need to develop a standardized unit of measurement that will be universal across the land. In short, we've got a lot of work ahead of us if we're going to truly jumpstart the advancement of this world. Stepping off the gangplank and onto the shores of White Harbor, Princess Arianne Martell, daughter of Prince Doran Martell, and his heir clutched tightly at the heavy furs that were draped around her shoulders. Even in a city as large as White Harbor, which looked to be larger than even Sunspear, the cold of the north was unavoidable and unrelenting. Thankfully, the voyage had given her time to start acclimating to the cold of the north. But still, she honestly did not know if she would ever truly get used to just how cold it was. And it wasn't even winter yet. Just this morning she could see her breath on the air, something she had only ever heard about. Better get used to the cold, my dear niece. We'll be guests of the north for perhaps a moon turn or even more pending how certain things progress. Glancing behind her, Arianne resisted the need to curse as her uncle descended from the ship behind her. Despite the cold air, her uncle seemed completely at ease in only a pair of long pants and a snakeskin leather overcoat. And those things are none of your concern, Uncle Oberyn, Arianne replied with a turn of her head and flicking of her hair. To her overwhelming surprise, her uncle had barricaded her into a cabin with himself and his paramour less than a week's turn after they left Sunspear. Once alone, Oberyn told her that he knew exactly why she was so adamant about coming north. Or more precisely, about who she was coming to see. The fact that her uncle knew of her plans sent her stomach plummeting to the floor. Because if Oberyn knew, that meant that her father knew as well. But instead of trying to dissuade her from pursuing Jon, he encouraged the action. Which was certainly not what she'd been expecting. Of course, he didn't just leave it at that. No, that would have been too simple an act for the Red Viper of Dorne. Instead of saying his piece and leaving, her uncle and his paramour then spent the next near half-day going into very explicit detail about how she might be able to catch and keep Jon's attention. By the time she finally managed to escape their grasp, she was positive that her face would be permanently red from embarrassment. While she did intend to use some of their suggestions, most of the rest ranged from the downright obscene to what she was sure to be anatomically impossible. Though she had assurances from her uncle and Ellaria that everything they suggested she do, they had already done. Which of course only made it all the worse as she immediately started picturing her uncle and his lover in each suggested action they'd given to her. Her uncle's paramour, Ellaria Sand, as well as her cousins Obara, Nymeria, and Tywin, with her uncle's squire Demon coming down last. Of the four women, only Obara seemed even remotely comfortable in the cold of the north as her eldest cousin took after her father in wearing only light leathers while the rest had donned more furs than even Arianne had. Gods, how does one get used to such cold? Nymeria asked as she joined Arianne on dry land. Though, the scenery isn't all that bad. Following her cousin's desire-filled gaze, Arianne quickly found what had stoked a fire within her cousin. Working on the docks were a fair number of Northmen who, despite the cold air, were stripped of their shirts and wearing only their breeches. It was quite the sight indeed. While she was attracted to the lithe frame of the men of Dorne for the most part, she certainly appreciated the robust build of the Northmen. Especially when they lifted crates equal in size to themselves with seemingly no difficulty at all. For just the briefest of moments, she allowed herself the idle fantasy of Jon working in such a manner before shaking her head to clear herself of such thoughts. There is a time and place for such thoughts, she reasoned as she noticed a group of armed soldiers making their way across the pier, the people of White Harbor hurrying to give them a path as they walked. And it is not now. Now I need to focus. As the last of the Northmen between the Dornish and the approaching guards cleared away, Arianna noticed a familiar face at the forefront of the men coming to meet them. "Esser Wendell," Arianne called out while plastering a smile on her face and losing her hold on her furs. The last thing she wanted or needed was for the Northerners to think her some soft southern flower who couldn't stand a little cold air. "It is good to see you again, good Esser." The heavy-set knight and son of House Manderly smiled at her greeting of him, his thick walrus-like mustache twitching as he did. "Princess Arianne," the man greeted her cordially with all the courtly manners she'd come to expect from the house that perhaps had the most dealings with Dorne in the north. "Prince Aberon, it is an honor to welcome you both to White Harbor and the north. My father, Lord Wyman, has prepared rooms for all of you in Newcastle so you might rest before continuing on your way to Winterfell. A bed on solid ground would be very much appreciated after so long at sea, Esser Wendell." Arianne smiled at him, taking a step forward so that she was within reach of him. "Please, lead the way, good Esser." Esser Wendell nodded before stepping aside and motioning for his guards to make way. Stepping up beside the large man, Arianne delicately took his arm and allowed him to guide them across the docks and towards the walls that separated the city itself from the docks. As they walked, Arianne couldn't help but notice a small grouping of people that were gathered near a single large building that was nestled against the wall. While the gathering wasn't surprising, the people within said gathering were. Especially because a fair number of them had very specific marks on their faces. Marks that she had only seen once during her brief venture to Essos with her mother when she was still but a girl. "Esser Wendell," she said, keeping an eye on the group of people. "If you will forgive my curiosity, I would like to inquire about that group of SOC slaves I see there." "There is no need to ask for forgiveness, Princess. They are free men and women who have left their lives of slavery behind and are now seeking to make a new life here in the north," Esser Wendell answered her without hesitation. Freed slaves. Either because they escaped or they were willingly set free, Arianne thought, still keeping an eye on the former slaves as they passed them by. Either way, it is dangerous to take them in. The slave masters are not known for their mercy to slaves who have escaped them. Or those who helped them escape. Though, I suppose with them being here in the north, the distance between them and the slave states is their primary protection. Freed slaves, her uncle asked, giving the former slaves a thorough examination before their sight was obscured by the walls of White Harbor. "Nox made far better use of his time in Essos than I thought. But even if he set the groundwork, he would need a direct hand." "Ah. I see. Very clever of Stark and Nox, using an exile like that. Very clever indeed." Blinking, she felt Esser Wendell stiffen slightly under her touch at her uncle's comment. Frowning, she racked her brain trying to piece together what her uncle had figured out so quickly. "If I remember the stories Uncle told me of Nox, he spent time in Bravos and Volantis before heading to Valyria. Their stays weren't long, but they were long enough for Nox to employ spies or agents for himself. But how does he communicate or control them? And what is this about an exile? There have only been 2 individuals that have been exiled from the north as far as I know. Esser Jorah Mormont and House Bolton's Hay." "Oh. That's how it is. They're using the ones who've been exiled as their point of contact for whatever spies or agents they have in Essos. But what are they offering them for their loyalty? Pardons? No, that's unlikely. The North is well known as perhaps the most unforgiving of lands in terms of those who break the laws. So, how are Nox and the Starks keeping their loyalty? Forgive me for saying, Prince Aberon, Princess Arianne, but this matter is of no consequence to those outside the North." Esser Wendell's tone had gained a cold edge that Arianne had not heard from the large man before. "As you say, Esser Wendell," her uncle conceded quickly. "If you Northerners want to free slaves and give them a home, Dorne shall not stand in your way. But just know that we will also not stand in the way of the masters of Essos when they come looking for those that they consider to be their property. And from my time in Essos, I can tell you that the slave masters can be relentless, creative, and brutal. The smile Esser Wendell gave her uncle was almost sinister. And we of the North can be just as relentless, creative, and brutal in defense of those we consider our own. Just ask the maesters. And the dragons, Arianne thought, finishing the unspoken part of Esser Wendell's promise. Though considering he was standing with her uncle, his daughters, and herself, he was wise to not bring up what happened during the usurpers' rebellion, especially what happened at the end of it. The rest of their walk passed in silence as Esser Wendell expertly led them through the winding streets of White Harbor into the main doors that would take them into Newcastle, the ancestral seat of House Manderley since they'd been forced into exile from the Reach. As they passed into the castle, Arianne couldn't help but take note of the men standing guard. They were clothed in heavy cloaks made of blue-green wool and they carried silver-coated tridents of all things. She knew that it was quite popular amongst the nobility to guard their house guards after the symbols of the house they served. But that almost seemed excessive, even to a princess of Dorne, and certainly not an extravagance she expected to see in the cold logical land of the North. As they entered the mermaid's court, Arianne's eyes immediately turned to the almost comically large man that dominated the raised dais. Lord Wyman Manderley, Arianne thought, immediately recognizing the man who held dominion over White Harbor. The only man in the realm whose girth can exceed that of the Fat King and the Fat Flower. But unlike those two who can barely lace their own boots without tripping over themselves, Lord Manderley's mind is sharper than most and he wields it with a skill akin to some of the greatest of all time. Even my father is weary of him. Once she managed to take her eyes off the Lord of White Harbor, she noticed that they were not alone in seeking an audience with the man. Standing before the dais was another young man with flaxen hair that had been tied back and donned in leather armor. And standing beside him was a muscular woman who'd looked to have seen more than her fair share of brawls. Well, that is a face that I had not thought to ever see in Westeros, her uncle remarked quietly after Esser Wendell let go of her arm and made to return to his father's side while they waited for whoever was before them to finish their business before being introduced. Turning her head, she eyed her uncle, who was staring at the strong-looking woman with a silly grin on his face. "Someone that you know, Uncle Abaron?" she asked quietly. Her uncle's smirk never left his face as he nodded. "Yes, though not in the manner of which you might think, dear niece. That is none other than Beska, also known as the Basilisk, in the fighting pits. Perhaps one of the greatest and most feared pit fighters there has ever been, other than myself. Though how she has come to end up in the North of all places is beyond me. But she seems to be with that young man there, whoever he is." Nodding, Arianne refocused herself as the young man and Beska both bowed to Lord Manderley before clearing the floor. "Lord Father," Esser Wendell's booming voice sounded. "Throughout the court, I have the honor of presenting to you Princess Arianne and Prince Abaron Martell of Dorne, and the prince's daughters and his paramour, Lady Elaria Sand." Walking forward with her head held high, Arianne waited until they had crossed half the expanse of the mermaid's court before bowing her head politely in greeting to Lord Manderley. While her station as a princess of Dorne technically put her below only the royal family and therefore didn't necessarily need to show reverence to those beneath her, she had had enough dealings with the North over the past few years to know that such standing meant little here. Plus, she was trying to win over the North, or at least one person in particular. And acting like everyone was hers to command was certainly not how to go about that. "Princess Arianne, Prince Abaron, I welcome you to White Harbor in the North," Lord Manderley bellowed, rising from his chair surprisingly fast for a man his size. "It is an honor and a pleasure to house the Desert Rose of House Martell and the Red Viper himself in our halls. Ask what you will of us, and we shall strive to meet your desires during your stay." "Your offer is much appreciated, Lord Manderley," Arianne replied with the slightest dipping of her head. "But we will not be intruding upon your hospitality for long, my lord. We have business we wish to discuss with House Stark, and as such would prefer to continue on our journey to Winterfell with all haste." "Of course, Princess," Lord Manderley replied as if he'd been expecting her response. Did he know what her goals were? Unlikely, but given what she knew of the man and what she had personally experienced with him over matters of trade, she was not willing to write the possibility off. But it would be best for you and yours to wait to leave until the morrow with Lord Asher Forrester here, who is taking a group of newly freed slaves to Winterfell. Much to the North's shame, there are still remnants of the traitorous houses who cannot accept that their liege lords and ladies are gone. And because of this they have turned brigand and have been plaguing the Barrow lands between Winterfell and White Harbor for some weeks now. Lord Stark has dispatched the Wolf Rangers to deal with them, but it will take time for them to find them all. A group of brigands? Her uncle asked, the same look entering his eye as it always did whenever the prospect of a new conquest or a fight arose. Do you believe that I and my own are helpless, Lord Manderley? Wyman didn't hesitate in his answering. Of course not, Prince Aberon. Your skills are well known across the land, and even if you were caught by surprise, there are only a few that could stand a chance against you in all of Westeros. But one must remember that even the mightiest of warriors can be felled by a single stray arrow in the chaos of battle. As guests of the North, your safety and that of your niece, woman and daughters is of paramount concern to us and Lord Stark. The offer is appreciated, Lord Manderley. And a night's rest in a bed that doesn't sway will be a nice change of pace before we head north to Winterfell. Arianne said, jutting back in before her uncle could say more and turning her attention to the young man she assumed was this Lord Forrester. Lord Forrester, I hope that we will be able to have a pleasant journey north together on the morrow. Surprisingly, the young lord managed to keep his eyes on her face instead of her body as he politely inclined his head to her. Stupid leather and furs, I'll have to get used to this cold if I'm to use every option available to me once we reach Winterfell. It will be an honor and a pleasure to travel with the Desert Rose of House Martell and the Red Viper, Princess Arianne. Prince Aberon, good lad, you'll make a fine Lord of High Point after you marry Lady Gwen, Lord Manderley stated before seemingly becoming uncomfortable in the blink of an eye. There is one other matter that I fear must be discussed with you, Prince Aberon. And it involves your stay at Winterfell. Frowning, Arianne gave the Lord of White Harbor her full attention. Is our presence a problem here in the north, Lord Manderley? No, of course not, Princess, Wyman said hurriedly. But, you will not be the only house visiting Winterfell during this time. I have received word from Lord Stark that Lord Garyon Lannister, who is escorting his daughter to Winterfell to be tested by Lord Nox, will be in Winterfell by the time you arrive. And he is being accompanied by a full guard and Lord Tyrion Lannister. And a majority of House Tyrell led by Lady Olenna Tyrell and Lord Williams will also be arriving in Winterfell shortly after you should you leave at first light. Arianne froze upon hearing that. The relationship between House Tyrell and House Martell was notoriously bad, especially after her uncle accidentally crippled the eldest son and heir to House Manderley during a joust. But they could still be in the same room with one another without trying to kill each other. The Lannisters, however, the warning is appreciated, Lord Manderley, but I am not a man who loses control so easily, her uncle said with a smile plastered across his face. And besides, it will be pleasant to speak with Garyon again. I am curious to see how well he has recovered now that he has been away from Valyria for nearly a year. Despite his words, light tone and the smile across his face, Arianne could tell that it was all an act. Her uncle was tauter than the string of a longbow at full draw. Sharing a look with Ellaria, the two women held a quick and silent talk with one another. I will take care of him, Ellaria said with her eyes and actions as she stepped up next to her lover and slipped her hand into his own. Arianne could only hope that Ellaria could keep her uncle, distracted and relaxed, enough to ignore the fact that he was in the company of the same house that saw to the death of her aunt and cousins. As my uncle said, the warning is appreciated, Lord Manderley, Arianne said, keeping her tone as neutral as possible to disguise her own personal distaste as having to share the same space as the Lannisters. But if her uncle could bear it, so too could she. But we of House Martell shall honor the guest rights, even if it means we have to share space with the Lannisters. You have my thanks for your understanding, Princess Arianne, Prince Aberon, Lord Manderley said, clearly relieved at her stating their intention to adhere to guest rights while in the north. Now, I have taken enough of your time. You must all be tired after such a long journey. Rooms have been prepared for each of your use and I will have a servant fetch you when the evening meal is ready. Thank you, Lord Manderley, Arianne replied, recognizing the dismissal and taking it in stride. Your generosity will not be forgotten by House Martell. Leaving the hall, It took everything in her power to keep her face blank as a serving girl led them deeper into New Castle and their assigned rooms. Learning that members from both House Lannister and House Tyrell, and not just any members but parts of the main families, would be arriving in Winterfell alongside them was making Arianne seriously reconsider parts of her plan. Which, to be fair, wasn't all that involved in the first place. Her goal and plan was to use the pretense of formalizing further trade agreements between the North and Dorne while working to make sure that she had Jon's full and undivided attention through any means necessary. Then she would start dropping little hints to hopefully lead Jon to accept the position as her future prince consort as part of the formalized trade agreements. It was simple and to the point, but she was sure it would work. However, the one thing that she hadn't counted on was other houses arriving at the same time for perhaps the same reason. Which meant that she now potentially had competition for Jon's attention. After all, why else would those houses be heading north in the first place? Well, House Lannister she could understand. According to the information her uncle had, apparently Garion Lannister had had the same type of ability as the Sorcerer but only to a far lesser degree. And that ability had been exhausted keeping the man sane in the ruins of Valyria. But there was still a possibility that his daughter that was coming north with him had magic as well. Which meant that House Lannister's presence was primarily to get the girl under Lord Nox's tutelage. And while the girl was young, she wouldn't put it past the likes of Tywin Lannister to use the girl to try and get Jon's attention. Was that Tywin's goal in sending Joy to the north? To use her as bait to gain Jon under the Lannister name? Or perhaps another of the Starks? It had to be, and based on what she knew of the man, it was exactly in line with his past actions. Absorb that which you can and destroy that which you cannot. It was the same philosophy that made the Valyrian Empire what it was. So that explained the presence of the Lannisters. But what of the Tyrells? As far as she knew, there were no members of House Tyrell or any other Reach house that even showed the slightest of inklings towards the usage of magic. Probably because they were too busy beating themselves over their heads with the seven-pointed star. Perhaps it was an act to save face by coming to kiss the ass of the wolves. The Tyrells did have quite a bit of mud thrown on their name after the debacle with the Maesters and them not preventing it from occurring in the first place, so it was a possibility. But such an act would not be done by the Queen of Thorns herself. No, for her and the next generation of Tyrells to all venture north meant that they were after something. The same thing that everyone is now after, Arianne concluded as the servant opened the door to her room before stepping aside and allowing her entrance. The Stark children have become the most sought-after hands in the entire realm. Perhaps even more so than the hands of the royal family. The question is, just who are the Tyrells actually after?
Another tale fades into the silence. But here in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.